prices, and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. Anyone can throw in a stronger motor, but it takes precision to find that balance of power, performance, and longevity. We obsess over every detail. We design, test, redesign, and do it all over again to create tools that'll keep going with you from project to project, job site to job site, year after year. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, everyone. It is Maura Dooley here with you this morning, and Lyle Goldstein to start the show. We'll be taking you through the 6 a.m. hour, and then it's going to be Brady Henderson and Brock Heward the rest of the way. And we'll stick around too.
Yeah, we'll be here. As far as I know, we'll be here. Unless somebody says otherwise.
I mean, Salk's not here, but we'll be here. So, yeah, happy Thanksgiving Eve, everyone.
One of my favorite holidays.
Yeah, you look excited.
Some people don't like it. I love Thanksgiving Eve because it's a chance to see a bunch of people you don't get to see throughout the year. Everybody goes out to the local bar in your town, and you get to catch up with a lot of people that maybe you get busy, they get busy. It's hard to plan things throughout the year, but it's just one place where everybody kind of congregates together, and you get to catch up with a lot of people. So as much as I love Thanksgiving Day, I do love Thanksgiving Eve.
Yeah, I remember from my bartending days how busy of a night that used to be. And I was always like, are these people just going to be insanely hungover around their family all day tomorrow?
See, I don't know if I take it that far, but some people do.
Yeah, some people rage the night before.
Uh-huh.
Well, I would tell you as you get older, that gets a little harder. All my friends have kids now. When there's not really a Thanksgiving Eve get together anymore, but I am excited for Thanksgiving Day and all the food. I know we've learned that you're a big cranberry sauce guy. Stuffing is my favorite side. If you have to take one thing off the Thanksgiving table, what is it?
Is the easy answer just vegetables, green beans? Can you say that?
Vegetables at all? Yeah, no, I think a lot of people bring up green bean casserole. To me, maybe you've had like the gross canned kind if you don't like it. I feel like the fresh one's pretty good, but yeah, I could see that. My answer would be, honestly, I don't do the rolls or bread. Like, there's too many other good things. I don't want to fill up on bread that day. Well, I'll fill up on the stuffing version of bread, or anything sweet potato. Like, it's not that I don't like it, but I just don't want. There's going to be dessert after. I don't want sweet stuff with my meal.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I was going to say it's probably in the same boat that I'd be about vegetables. Like, usually I'm fine eating vegetables, but on Thanksgiving, if you have to get rid of something,
you have no room for them.
Yeah, it's like you eat them all the time. You want to have the traditional Thanksgiving food that you probably only eat once a year. It's the same thing with dinner rolls. You can eat a roll anytime, anywhere throughout the 364 days of the rest of the year. Do you really need just bread on Thanksgiving? I'd get rid of that for everything else.
To me, it's just taking up precious space.
Yeah,
bread's fine, but on Thanksgiving, there's better things.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say your cranberry sauce take, to me, it's like more of a condiment. But you just get like a heaping side of it, huh?
Yeah, I was going to say, for some people it is. And some people like me, you just eat it straight.
All right.
And just give yourself multiple scoops of it.
I'm making two different kinds of stuffing, and I have gravy to put on one of them. So.
Oh, I was going to ask, what's the difference?
Well, one is we're trying more of we found a recipe from, it's called like a Mexican cornbread stuffing, and it's got chorizo in it, and I put jalapeno in the cornbread. So that one's going to be a little spicy, and then, yeah, just doing a traditional one that I can put gravy on top of.
That
a gravy vessel.
That sounds really good.
Yeah. All right, well, let's actually talk some football here. We have the Seahawks coming off of a couple of really good games against division opponents. Things look like they're trending in the right direction, especially defensively. Still, some things to be desired in the run game and on offense. But it's interesting to see how the national media started to talk about them. We heard Mark Sanchez yesterday saying that Devin Witherspoon is one of the best players he's ever seen. Pretty hyped about this defense. Rich Eisen is someone who's generally, coming into the season, been pretty positive about the Seahawks. So I was interested yesterday. He did a segment called Playoffs or What? And they went through some teams that they think are on the cusp there and decided whether or not they think they'll make the playoffs. Here was what he had to say about the Seahawks.
I think the Seahawks go 3-3 to finish and finish up 9-8, and that will not be good enough to make the playoffs. So in terms of the Seattle Seahawks, I say or what? They've been a little too inconsistent for my liking, and I know they just came up with 2 big-time W's in division, one in San Francisco, one at home against Arizona, which came in as the division leader, and they are no longer. They're just too damn inconsistent. So I'm going to go Seahawks or what?
Out. Okay.
I'm going or what? I think they finished 3-3 the rest of the way.
I was kind of surprised by that just because of the way the rest of the division is trending right now. And I agree with him. They have been inconsistent. But to me, I think we kind of have to split the after the bye performances from the before the bye performances because it looks like they really solved some issues. But that is a small sample size. I'll give him that. But we have seen now, even though the game before the bye, we've seen the defense show consistent improvement. Mm-hmm. The offense is still up and down. So I'll give him that. But to me, as long as they've got one side of the ball that is trending upward and actually looking quite dominant at times, if they can just get the offense, averaged. And we know that they have home run hitters on there. It just feels like there's room to make that improvement.
Definitely.
I just think that they've got a lot more upside than some of the other teams in the division right now. The 49ers, just the injuries are too much for them. The Rams did not look good on Monday night at all. The Cardinals didn't look good Sunday, but I would say that overall this season, they've been pretty consistent, and you never know how they could look in another game. Division games are weird. So they're probably the one that I think is the biggest competition right now. What do you think?
I was going to say, if Rich Eisen doesn't have the Seahawks winning the division and he has them missing the playoffs, I wonder who he does have winning the NFC West. Because I was going to say the same thing you just said. You took the words right out of my mouth. The Rams got absolutely blown out the other night. The Niners have a million injuries. If you had to pick, I would assume that he's leaning toward the Cardinals in terms of winning the NFC West, because despite the loss, you look up and down their schedule and you get some games when you don't have a good season the year prior that are going to be easier than if you come in second or first or et cetera. Because you look at the Cardinals the rest of the year, they still have the Patriots, which the Seahawks played the Patriots too, but they have the Panthers, and then they finish up a couple games in division against the Rams and the Niners after playing the Vikings and the Seahawks over the next couple weeks. So you look at the Cardinals schedule, and they have some easier games than the rest of the NFC West does. So maybe that's who Rich is leaning toward. But yeah, the Cardinals didn't look great on Sunday against the Seahawks. We'll see if it was a one-off or not, because they were coming off 4 straight wins. But nothing about that game screamed to me the Cardinals are some total force to be reckoned with.
No, and it's even more reason to believe that the Seahawks' improvements on defense aren't a fluke, because the Niners' offense had been humming along and Kyler had been hard to stop, and they seem to have a clear game plan of how to disrupt him.
Who do we think Rich has them losing to? Maybe he said it in the clip, but I'm going to assume he's chalking up losses to the Packers and the Vikings, and then one more. Maybe he has one more in-division loss.
Yeah, I would say I would assume that they will lose one of the two, Packers or Vikings. Do you agree?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, just because those are tough games. They do get both of those at home, right?
They do.
Yeah, so that's well, I was going to say that's helpful, but last week was the first week that they said it kind of felt like Lumen Field and was rocking again. So hopefully the fans show up for those and make it a thing. I think Jordan Love, though, has thrown last week was his first week without throwing an interception, at least one interception. He's had games with multiple. The way this defense is playing, I mean, the Packers have a good defense too. I see that being a defensive battle. I think that's winnable. I feel like the Vikings games with the Seahawks are always crazy. I mean, over the past couple of years, they're wild. So that one will be interesting.
I think back to that 2020 game when they stuffed Alexander Madison on the 4th and 1, and they drove all the way down and had the game winner to DK. Was that the last crazy Seahawks-Vikings game, or has there been one in between that?
That's the first one that comes to my mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, and obviously, years back, there was the Blair Walsh kick, but...
Yeah. And then you even look at the Bears. They've had some heartbreakers lately. Like, I think they're on a 5-game losing streak, but they are usually in the mix in a lot of these games. They should have won on Sunday. And, and then obviously any division games are tough. Even the Jets this week, I would assume that's winnable. I think most people will be pretty disappointed if the Seahawks don't pull that off. But, they're coming off of a bye. They're going to be a little bit refreshed. And they do have talented players on that team. That's what's so weird about how bad they've been.
Right. You look up and down the roster, especially on offense. Well, both sides of the ball, but especially on offense. And you're the Seahawks defense, and you have to game plan to stop Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson. That's not some easy task. It's just they don't win these games this year.
Yeah, and then if you look at the Niners schedule, that's where the way that we're seeing these injuries stack up and looking at who they have left. They have the Bills this week. They still have to play the Lions and the Cardinals. I think that the radio host that we heard out there that said they were toast after the Seahawks loss might be right. I know it's hard to write them off, but I think it's the Cardinals that you have to worry about most.
I'm with you. Cardinals.
So I do not see the Seahawks going 3-3 the rest of the way. I think maybe 2 more losses. Maybe one of the division games, Cardinals or Rams, and then one of the 2 of the Packers and Vikings games. Mm-hmm. How about you?
That sounds right. Yeah, I think they can absolutely go 4-2 the rest of the way. Let's just hope when they go to Chicago in late December, it's not some crazy weather game with the snow, because then you never know how things can go when it gets sideways with the weather. But
it's true. It's an equalizer.
Yeah, if everything's a level playing field, yeah, they can absolutely go 4-2 the rest of the way.
I mean, that puts them at 10 wins, and I think that definitely puts them in the playoffs.
100%.
So they're Rich Eisen. No.
Yeah.
No, I love Rich Eisen, but I disagree with him on this one. All right, so coming up today, we are going to have Daniel Jeremiah like normal at 8:30. We moved some things around because of the holidays, so we're going to have Here's the Thing at 8 o'clock, Mean Tweets at 9:45, and then, of course, Brady Henderson and Brock Heward taking you through 7 to 10 a.m. So stay tuned. Coming up next, we're going to go through everything you need to know, including some Mariners coaching moves and where the Seahawks are in ESPN's power rankings we keep checking in on. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are back in first place in the NFC West. It is wild, Bump. The roller coaster of emotions this team has taken fans on. It makes sense. You start out with 3 wins. You're feeling really, really strong. The Seahawks are back in first place. How'd they get here?
So what had happened was you played some good football as of late. That defense has stepped up. The offense has done just enough. They've won divisional games, and you've gotten help around the division.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein-Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Inst 121524. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
5-hour energy. When I pull up to the parking lot, it's time to level up. Dial in, showing out for your team. Listen up, get you some. I stand the fan to give you what you need. Fan fuel, game time. Turn up the intensity. Team colors bleeding out. 5-hour energy. For a limited time, get the fan fuel flavor at 5hourenergy.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland purchased extra inventory and has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Priuses, hybrid Camrys, and the all-new Crown Signa. Toyotathon is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is ready to celebrate with you. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Seahawks moved up 3 spots to number 13 in ESPN's weekly power rankings. They are the top representative from the NFC West, with the Cardinals just behind them at 14, the Niners dropping to 18, and the Rams coming in at 19. I am a little surprised that the Houston Texans are still one ahead of them. I think they've lost 3 of their last 4 and are trending downward, but they're one spot ahead of the Seahawks on there. Seattle also just added to their safety depth with the return of Rayshon Jenkins from injury, but they added a little more yesterday, claiming A.J. Finley off waivers one day after the Chargers waived him. He's played mostly special teams in San Diego, but does have 10 tackles in 10 games this season. Mark Sanchez joined us yesterday and talked about the versatility that Seattle's secondary depth affords them.
So when you go big personnel, you throw Jenkins in there and get him in the box and make him play the run. Now, he's going to have to prove that he's going to stop the run, right? Because if I'm the offense, and I said this on the broadcast, I'd run it right at him and make him tackle. And if he can do it, then they deserve it. So that's what they're banking on. And if they can do that, that's going to be a problem for teams. Then they got to get a nickel. Now you throw Witherspoon in there, and come on, man, that's one of the best football players I've ever seen.
We're going to revisit that interview that Brock and Salk had with him yesterday here, coming up here at 6:30. And, man, I think he's in love with Devin Witherspoon. He just could not stop raving about him.
I can't even imagine how that production meeting went this past week with Mike McDonald and Mark Sanchez. The two of them might have just spent the whole time talking about Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah. I mean, you got to love it.
Yeah.
Those are some high praise coming from a guy that, say whatever you want about Mark Sanchez's career. He has been around football for a long time. So one of the best players I've ever seen is a strong statement.
Yes, it is.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the Mariners coaching staff officially finalized as of yesterday. We talked about on yesterday's show how they have their new hitting coach, or their hitting staff, with Edgar Martinez moving into a little bit of a higher up role. He won't be traveling as much. Kevin Seitzer, the new hitting coach. But the rest of the coaching staff is now officially finalized. Manny Acta transferring to bench coach. He will no longer be the third base coach. That'll be Christopher Negron, who moves over to third. Eric Young Jr., who had a long big league career, moving to first base. Lewis Boyd promoted to the Major League Field Coordinator. And there are some roles staying the same. Most importantly, Pete Woodworth, Trent Blank will remain in their same roles on the pitching staff, which is huge considering how crucial those guys have been to the Mariners' pitching success over the last couple years. Otherwise, across baseball, hot stuff's starting to get hot. Blake Snell, hometown kid, Seattle kid, signs a 5-year deal, $182 million with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Of course.
The good just keep getting better. Look, there were rumors about Blake Snell and the Mariners all offseason last year. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen this winter, but just seeing the hometown kid now sign that big contract, there's not going to be opt-outs. This is where he's going to be for the next few years. It did kind of make me reminisce to last year, thinking about how badly he wanted to play for the Mariners and the levels they were willing to go to put the narrative out there. If you remember, here's what Mike Tirico said on the Sunday Night Football broadcast last year.
Blake Snell won his second Cy Young Award a few weeks ago. He didn't pitch it for the Padres. He's a free agent now. He wants to pitch for the Mariners. And he's a Seattle kid.
Just right out there for the whole world to hear on Sunday Night Football. I mean, to me, that very clearly said, hey, can we get a message out there that Blake wants to pitch for the Mariners? Unfortunately, it never happened. Would I have loved to see it happen? Sure. And from some people we've talked to, I think that was very true, that Blake Snell had very, very real interest to play in Seattle. Unfortunately, for people that were interested in that idea, the Mariners had other ideas, so now he ends up a Dodger. Again, a 5-year contract as he joins Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Tyler Glasnow, and a bunch of guys in that absolutely loaded Dodgers rotation.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
UW takes on #1 Oregon in Eugene at 4:30 Saturday to wrap up their regular season. UW has won the last 3 matchups, but these teams are in much different places than they were last season, with UW sitting at 6-5 and Oregon undefeated at 11-0. The Huskies have also struggled on the road this season. They have yet to win an away game. There's also been a lot of speculation as to who will start at quarterback since DeMond Williams has been brought into the game in the second half of UW's last 2 starts. Jed Fish says he knows who will start Saturday, but will not be making that public information. He was asked about the challenge that presents for Oregon preparing for 2 quarterbacks.
I think you'd have to ask them that question. I think, there's times that you would say schematically they do a lot of the things the same with both guys in there, and then other times you would say that there's certain, really more in the running game. There's certainly different things that we do when DeMond's at quarterback than when Will's at quarterback. But in the passing game, it's pretty similar. So I think they'd have to just make a decision on how much time they want to spend defending a certain run game versus how much time they want to defend a different running game.
I really think that you want some of that run threat to go with your quarterback and Jonah Coleman going against the number 1 team in the country. So I think we're all kind of the thought process that Damon Williams is finally going to get the start this week. I think Brock was going to make a Brocklamation this week. We have Washington Wednesday at 9 a.m., so maybe that will be his Brocklamation. We'll have to stay tuned and see. Elsewhere in college football, in the latest college football playoff rankings, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Notre Dame round out the top 5. Kalen DeBoer's Alabama team is currently on the outside looking in after a blowout loss to Oklahoma last Saturday. They need a convincing win against Auburn this weekend and some help from other teams in order to still make the playoffs in this new 12-team format. That's everything you need to know. All right, we mentioned that Mark Sanchez interview at the top of this Need to Know. It was pretty epic. I think Salk is in love with Sanchez, and Sanchez is in love with Devin Witherspoon. And you'll want to hear all of that coming up next, so stay tuned. And then Brady Henderson and Brock Heward will be with us at 7 a.m. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have edge rusher Boye Mafe. Boye, how are you doing after that big win?
I'm good. It was definitely a big win for the team. Excited about it. All the guys were fired up. I feel like it was a good team win for us. We kind of looked at each other and we said, look, what do we want our season to be? The guys are just buying in right now, and it's being really well and actually helping us a lot. So having the guys buy in, having everybody ready, I think it's been really well for us.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait. Whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
ABC Wednesdays.
Y'all complain all day. We want books. We want paper towels in the classroom. Bet you want raises too.
Still waiting on the paper towels. Abbott Elementary returns with the new season.
We asked the district for more after-school programs. They gave us $50 for class pets instead.
Critics cheer. Abbott Elementary continues to be one of the funniest and most beloved shows on TV.
What y'all doing out there? Taking bribes? Proud of y'all.
Abbott Elementary, Wednesdays, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build
build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today. Visit your local Home Depot today for Makita Power Tools. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at Home Depot.
Hanging up your lights can be a tangly mess. Leave it up to us and save yourself the stress. We'll install our lights, they're custom fit to you. We do residential and commercial too. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen, way easier and less expensive than a total tear-out. Book now, have your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll save an additional 15% up to $3,000 off your new kitchen. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we're already kind of gearing up for Sunday's game against the Jets, maybe a little early because of the holiday and a couple shows that we won't be doing. And Brock, I don't know. Mark Sanchez joining us now. Should I tell him what I told you in the world just a few minutes ago? Save it?
Yeah, save it for the end of the interview.
Save it for the end?
Yes, tell him at the end.
All right.
I think he's a delay, like you. I think he's a delayed gratification guy.
Are you like that, Mark? Mark, do you like good news at the beginning, or do you like to get the work and business out of the way and then get to the fun stuff at the end?
Yeah, always bad news first. So I'll talk to you guys first, and then you give me the good news.
All right, sounds good. I appreciate that. You're perfect this week because you just had them, and now you're going to have them again. So we get you sort of what you saw on Sunday and what you're expecting to see the upcoming week. You were pretty vocal in this game, saying, "I don't understand why this team's not running the ball more." Why? What got you to that point?
I think they've just completely shifted their identity, which is fine. I think they're still going through some of that. But, later in the year, and Brock knows this, like, if you're going to compete with these teams late in the year, you got to find a way to get something done on the ground. Part of that, teams have found ways to supplement the run game with, adding a fly sweep here or there, adding, some quarterback designed run on a draw, or some of the zone read type stuff with Geno, the way he's playing, so long as he promises to get down and not get injured, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's the one thing you fear when you start running the quarterback. But I was just a little shocked at the personnel they have and the lack of the run game. That's not, the end of the world for this team. As long as you're getting yards and scoring points, hey, everybody's formula to win is different. I just felt like later in that game, when you're trying to put a team away who's on the road, it's raining, your crowd's into it, finally you're ready to snap this 4-game losing streak at home, which is unheard of at Lumen Field. I mean, that place is like where opponents go to die. So, or at least it used to be. And now, you're starting to get that juice back. It's like you want to punish this team. And, once again, Brock knows this. They've made, you watch Arizona, their last two games before this one. I mean, they made the Bears and the Jets completely quit and submit in the second half. And there's no better feeling for an offense and an offensive line. You want momentum late in the season, you got to go run the ball, man. And so I was a little shocked at with all those factors that they wanted to throw. I mean, I made the throwaway comment at the end when they take a knee saying, hey, if they would have thrown the ball there, I would have been pretty upset.
I'm going to get to a few of those things, including some of the creativity or the lack thereof at times in the offense. But I am curious, you went up and spent some time around the team as well, right? Got to see a little practice, maybe. The power was out. I don't know. I would hope some time with some of the coaches. What was this was, without Pete for the first time in all of these years and your background with him. What were your kind of big picture takeaways before the game kicked off?
I really was impressed with Mike McDonald. I loved his demeanor. I loved his focus. I thought he's still learning, and I love that he was he recognized that he's still learning. He recognized that he's a first-year coach and still trying to figure out his workflow. And it's so funny, you don't think about this, but the job in the NFL that coaches the least amount of football is the head coach. And it sounds crazy, but it's so true. And I've talked to Kevin O'Connell about this. I've talked to some other head coaches that's one of the first things you realize is that you don't get to just do the X's and O's anymore. You're no longer just the coordinator. You've delegated those responsibilities. And now, you're carving out time in your day when you normally were watching film and prepping and getting your call sheet ready. Now you're trying to figure out, okay, which player is going to be on the face of the ticket for game 6 at home in November. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy the stuff that you're required to do and how much that takes away from the actual X's and O's and your ability to coach. So it was funny, talking to him and talking to Julian Love. And Julian Love's, it's not like he's a rookie. This dude's been around, been in multiple systems, really intelligent guy and a high football IQ. So he made the comment like coach will come up on Saturdays talking about, hey, what if we tweak this blitz? What if we do that blitz? And Julian was kind of alluding to he got to the film a little later in the week kind of thing. And McDonald even made mention of it. He's like, sometimes I'm trying to figure out my workflow and what I can and can't do. He's like, but I got to do my best not to overload these guys the day before the game when I'm ready and I'm, explaining to them, hey, I think if we drop this defensive end and bring this safety, as long as we get it communicated, we can get home to the quarterback. And the guys are like, dude, come on, man.
Mark,
it was funny. Those are just growing pains as a coach, and I'm glad he recognized them.
Well, you'll get a kick out of this. We spend every Monday morning with him, and it's been quite a learning curve after 14 years with Pete that just talked and talked and talked and talked. And I think it was over tacos there at our seminar that you and Adam and I and some others were talking about all the NFL head coaches that do a quick little presentation, right, for the NFL Fox guys. And that's I think the takeaway with McDonald was like, oh, he's really green. He's really raw, really young at this, from a present standpoint compared to some of his peers. So comparing and contrasting that kind of first impression back in whatever that was, late July, early August, to what you sat down with here mid-season, where have you kind of maybe seen him grow in that presence?
Oh, I think he's absolutely grown. I think he was great in our production meeting. A lot of coaches feel like it's an interrogation and, you're trying to get all this information and you're going to go tell everybody, right? Well, that would put our job in jeopardy. That's so far from what, I want to do. I want to call really good football games. I'm not trying to break news. That's just not my job. I'm not Schefter. I'm not all those guys. That's not my thing. So I'm glad he recognized that. And it's hard for first-year coaches to, answer some of these questions. And, you know how it works, Brock. These guys, some of these coaches, it's like you're the FBI and they're being interrogated or deposed and they don't want to say anything. They don't want to tell you who's hurt. Everything's just kind of maybe sort of, you know what I mean? Everything's just gray area and no definitive answers. He was awesome. Hey, this guy's up, this guy's not. We're going to work so-and-so out before the game. We'll let you know at the deadline, an hour and a half before the game or whatever. And I really appreciated that because that's not easy for coaches to do. And I understand their hesitation, and trepidation with that. It's you're worried about giving up state secrets and having something that you said come back to bite you and beat you in the game. So I thought he did a great job of that, owning the room. And, he's dealt with he's figuring out that his decision-making and discernment is what really will set him apart. And that's not just clock management during a game. It's how are we going to handle the week when the power's out at the facility? Are we going to go to the stadium and practice? These are the kind of decisions that he makes now instead of just going with the flow and whatever the head man says, let's do that.
It's so funny.
So it's fun, though. It's fun to watch him, and he's been great about it.
It's so funny because I feel like all too often coaches in the NFL don't get hired because of those other qualities.
Yep.
They get hired, right, because they're the best offensive coordinator on whatever team went to the Super Bowl that year. And year after year, GMs and owners completely forget about what head coaches actually have to be good at and then just go with the same thing over and over again. And that could have been McDonald. I mean, he was known as this incredible defensive schemer. Let's focus on the defense here for a moment. You got to see it at the best we've seen so far this year. Can the defense that we watched on Sunday just completely dominate Arizona? Can that defense show up for the rest of this season, week after week?
Well, I think that's what they're banking on. And, I mean, Leonard Williams had a coming-out party for this season. We know he's a threat on the defensive line, him and Jaron Reed, but they looked awesome together. And it looked like they finally got in sync. And a lot of that is, they've completely overhauled their linebacker room. So it was, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen maybe going into a game, Brock. I said, wait a second, I'm watching this tape. These dudes, number 0 is not even here. Wait, what happened to this guy? And so I got to go back. When you have them late in the year like that, you got to go back and look at all these articles, and because you can't possibly follow 32 teams and know every single roster move. So it was a lot of work trying to figure out, wait, who the heck are they? Where's Tyrese Knight coming from? What's going on here? So it was wild that that's happened there. Hasn't been lead stories on a bunch of shows other than local stuff, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. But then you have a center retire and mid-season, and it was one little blurb on a couple articles. I was like, wait, what? So the fact that this team is even competitive with those kind of changes is one thing. The fact that they're playing well right now and on a little bit of a streak here, that's going to give them all the confidence in the world. And that takes a lot of guts. We talked about Mike McDonald to make those changes. Remember, he was in Baltimore when they acquired Roquan Smith mid-season. So he's been through this linebacker shuffle before during the season. And you could tell with the moves they made. So I think their versatility with Jenkins back, and we talked about it a little bit in the broadcast, but when they can have Jenkins, Love, and Kobe Bryant and Witherspoon, those 4 or 5 players that really gives them a ton of versatility. So when you go big personnel, you throw Jenkins in there and get him in the box and make him play the run. Now he's going to have to prove that he's going to stop the run, right? Because if I'm the offense, and I said this on the broadcast, I'd run it right at him and make him tackle. And if he can do it, then they deserve it. So that's what they're banking on. And if they can do that, that's going to be a problem for teams. Then they got to get a nickel. Now you throw Witherspoon in there, and come on, man, that's one of the best football players I've ever seen. I mean, it's not even close. This dude is a monster. And I love – he's got the Rondé Barber nickel ability when it comes to the run and instincts and playing tough and fitting his gap. And then the dude covers like Darryl Green. It's ridiculous the way he can shadow and mirror receivers. I love watching him.
Hold on a second.
You also just got a little crash course in what it's like to be a Seattle sports fan. Nobody's mentioned any of these things nationally. How weird. Welcome to our world here, Mark. Yeah.
That's the juxtaposition that the Pacific Northwest is in. When you want those stories about the linebackers being traded and, cut and everything to kind of get swept under the rug, the center retiring. Okay, nobody listened to that. But we also want to make Witherspoon an all-pro. You can't have both.
Well, hold on. Well, I think your comment right there will go a long ways. I think you just said something that I saw Salk's face. You know, he's like he just, I don't know, smelled something like smelling salts right there. Like, what did he just say? Did he just say that Devin Witherspoon is one of the best players you have ever? You said the best player you have ever seen.
I said one of the best that I've ever seen. His football instincts and his physical traits are unreal. The way he can he has legit mirror man qualities where he almost runs the route for the guys in the slot, which is really hard to do. And his body control, the way he can stop and start, he's got ball skills. And, okay, put it this way. Go back to the 49ers game. Their best blocker on offense is probably Juszczyk, him or Kittle, right? Well, Kittle's out of the game. At one point, because Witherspoon was running out with Juszczyk motions when they put him way out wide, they motioned him almost to the sideline just to get Witherspoon as far away from the run as possible. Not only did he take on Juszczyk, he made the play. He made the tackle. Like, on the edge, because the ball got bounced exactly where they didn't want it to go, he fit up on Juszczyk and made the tackle, long-armed him, and kept his outside arm free. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, they literally tried to get him out by the Gatorade bottle. Like, and he still makes the play. The dude's nasty, bro.
Wow.
He's one of the best players, I'm telling you.
How about the game-changing play he made on 4th down, right? I mean, all of this.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the Spider-Man athleticism to chase down Kyler. But the beauty of it was then he taunted Kyler. Like, if you watch the replay, he taunts Kyler on the sideline.
And
then he's like,
and he made the scoring block.
Yes.
And he made the scoring block
Yes.
for Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
This dude, and has time to talk smack on the sideline. Like, this guy is, come on, dude. Come on. It's unbelievable. And he doesn't say anything. Like, I said hi to him before the game. I don't get nervous to talk to some of these players. Like, they're superstars, but I've seen plenty of them. You know, I played with LT. I played with, you name it. I played with some big-time players. And this dude, I was like, damn, like, and he's like 170 soaking wet. I mean, he's not that big, but he plays like he's 6'5", 250.
You said LT. Crazy. I was like, you're not that old. And then I realized you meant
LaDainian
Tomlinson.
LaDainian Tomlinson. Yeah, my bad.
That took me a second as a
Coast
devout Lawrence Taylor fan. That's my youth right there. Like, I've always sort of held it against LaDainian that he used that nickname. Like,
yeah,
like that one's taken, man. Like, I feel like somebody already has that. I don't know.
All right. Get to it.
You want me to say it? You think it's safe to say? This is a safe space, right, Mark?
Well,
I can say
should
it.
we talk about Grubb and the offense first?
No, let's do this first. Maybe it'll put him in a better mood.
All right.
I declared it earlier to Brock. I said it with my chest. I'm ready to say it right now. I'm ready to declare you are my favorite color commentator currently doing NFL games.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's 100% true, and through Brock's contacts and having almost nothing to do with me, we end up with a ton of the great play-by-play and analysts throughout the game on this show often, and I don't think I've ever said that to anyone else. I think there's a lot of Phil Simms,
thank you.
a lot of like guy who like watching a game with your buddy, but with some cool stories and analysis and colorful language. And I think you and Adam are a great combo together. He's awesome. He came on with us last week. So yeah, just it seems like you're enjoying doing this.
You're just buttering me up. Here comes the tough question.
Yeah. What do you think of Ryan Grubb, and should he be fired? Yeah. Do that next. No, I do. It just sounds like you're having fun.
I really am. Brock knows this, but we're lucky to do it, and we get to go watch ball on Sundays and have a ball talking about it. And you get to prep during the week. You get to see the coaches and the players and guys that you really respect. You know what they've gone through. You know the toll it takes on their body, and then the mental side of it. So you just appreciate it, and you want to try and celebrate all those great plays and all those great players is kind of the way I look at it. But I appreciate you saying that.
Mark, my last question for you is I'll throw one at you that Salk threw at me because we do a little Blue 88 and some X's and O's. And one of my frustrations coming out of this game, and Greg Olson echoed some of the same things in San Francisco, is like, man, it's too predictable. You're lining up in the gun. You're offsetting the back. The defense knows where it's going. Buda knew where about 8 different plays were going. Like, where is the jet sweep? Where is, flip 9? Where is a screen? Where is get under center? Where is getting a pistol? Where is just some imagination with this offense, and in particular the run game? And so Salk said to me, well, why isn't Grubb doing that? If you're Ryan Grubb and you were to ask him that question, what would his answer be to retort?
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, we got a chance to sit down with him, and I think he's still figuring some of this stuff out. Remember, these systems, I don't care if you're, Tom Brady or whoever, even Stafford, when he came to the Rams, like, it took a good 8 to 12 weeks to really get in a groove and get these guys on the same page. And so some of that, I love the stuff they do with the pony 2 running backs with Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. I really like that. I think some of the issues that they're having are, figuring out a couple fundamental things. And this is the last 2 games in particular. But when they put those backs and tight ends kind of offset right off the flank of the tackle to help him with the chip blocks, to help on those big defensive ends, they've been terrible at that. And whether it was Jarrell in there or, last week, Charbonnet has to hit Zaven Collins, number 25, ripping off the edge. He misses that one. So then the tackle's racing to get Zaven Collins instead of helping on the inside Budda Baker pressure. Yeah. So it looks bad, and it looks like, God, these guys are so predictable. Like, how did they know that? Well, these are basic fundamental things. The tackle needs to know, hey, I have help outside. I can't overset this chip so the guy beats me inside. I got to stay nice and shallow on my set, let this guy bump him right back into me and collect him. And then we can kind of wad up 2 gaps. And so it's stuff like that kind of sets them back, and they're reeling after that. And then it looks like, oh, here comes a drop back. Here comes another one. You know what I mean? So it makes you predictable. And I don't care what offense you're in. You get into 3rd and long, 3rd and 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. I mean, you're going to be pretty predictable. Your only changeup's going to be a draw or something, a draw or a screen. But I think there's a couple fundamental things that if they cleaned up, they could really, give this offense a facelift. And just, you got to commit to the run game. Whatever your scheme's going to be, whether it's outside or an inside zone, or you're going to go gap trap and just, run it down the pipe, fine. But commit to something and make it an emphasis during the week. And some of that is just getting that continuity with those offensive linemen up front, especially the center.
Last thing for us here, and since you got the game this weekend too against the Jets, you've been a quarterback there. You know what it's like to be 11-5. You know what it's like to be in New York at 6-9. I'm sure it's a very different feeling with that fan base, that media, that city, that everything. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers' head is at right now?
He's got this unique ability to, knowing him the way that I do, we're not best buds, but I'd say we're more than acquaintances. And he has a unique ability to kind of block all that stuff out and compartmentalize, understand the big picture. He can see the aerial view of the parade and still be in the parade, which is a unique quality. So I know he's doing his best to block all this stuff out. The difference there, and I think he's, we talk to him tomorrow, so I'm curious. This will be part of my question, but, avoiding those headlines and annoying stories in Green Bay as opposed to New York, it's just very different. They're just 2 different markets and 2 different animals. And, it's like comparing apples and oranges. They're just not the same. And so I think he's in this position where there's a lot of turmoil around him, a lot of eyeballs on him, and, his job is to just steady the ship and be as professional and almost presidential in a way, And I think that'll kind of be the mode he's in through the rest of the season. And looking forward for them, I mean, this season's not over. It'd be a long shot for them to get back in the race, and they'd have to basically win out. But, what's it going to look like next year? And all those things, if he wants to play football, especially there next year, how he handles the rest of the season will be a factor in that. So I think he's cognizant of that as well.
Well, good stuff. Thanks for doing this. We appreciate it. It's great to have you on the call 2 weeks in a row. Obviously, I'm happy about it. Most of our texters agreed with me. We have others who said that I'm an idiot, and so are you. So, you can't please everybody.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's about.
How long are you going to let that hair go, though, Sanchez? What are we going to do?
It's coming off soon. We're getting that thing. We're going to the chop shop here pretty soon.
You going man bun these days?
Christmas pictures, right?
Oh, yeah. It's like, well, I don't know. It's just a lot of maintenance and kind of annoying the heck out of me. So it's time.
All right. Wow.
We gave it a good run, man.
Before this weekend? Like, will we see like a debut on Sunday?
There's potential. We got some feelers out.
Wow.
So
you don't have like a set barber?
I don't know if the Pacific Northwest is ready for this.
what's a bigger?
I fit in really well with this long hair right now.
Yeah.
I was like 90s throwback grunge.
Yeah.
And
go long hair and
bigger headline. Sanchez to lop off hair. Sanchez says Witherspoon's one of the greatest players in NFL history. It's tough. It's a tough headline.
Dude, it's early in his career. I'm just saying.
All right.
The dude's a superstar. If you don't believe me, Brock, that's wild.
Bro, I'm right there co-signing. Salk and I argued a lot about him as the number 5 pick, and what about this D tackle? What about you got to get closer to the football? I get it. This dude plays like multiple positions at a level few can do it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Nasty, dude.
All right, Mark, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for doing it. We'll do it again, and have a good weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. We'll talk soon.
All right, that was Mark Sanchez. It was a fantastic interview yesterday with him. Salk's favorite, as he kind of embarrassingly told him. But coming up next, we have Brady Henderson and Brock Hewer taking you through the rest of today's show. We've got Here's the Thing at 8, Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30, Mean Tweets at 9:45. But coming up next, we're going to dig into some more of what the turnaround was for this Seahawks defense, and I'm sure Brock will have plenty of boat questions for Brady. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs at Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike McDonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had, the way he used his linebackers, the way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean two things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The most spectacular event of the holiday season is coming live to Muckleshoot Event Center, Sunday, December 15th. Holiday Dreams, a magical holiday surf. Watch acrobats flip and daredevils soar through a winter wonderland of holograms and lasers. A jaw-dropping holiday performance the whole family can enjoy. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Please game responsibly. Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient, new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder, what happened to Flight 293? Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey folks, when it comes to Christmas trees, don't get played by foreign plastic. Just like you wouldn't replace a prize QB with a mannequin. Don't replace American farm fresh trees with fake foreign plastic. These farm families are the MVPs of Christmas, growing champions right here on American soil. They're not sitting on the bench. They're out there every day growing real Christmas traditions. Make the winning choice, farm fresh Christmas trees, not foreign plastic that pollutes. Visit GetRealKeepItReal.com to find your local farm MVP.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, if you were listening yesterday, you know Salky is out. Larry, Jane, they're in town. He was so excited to tell us, Brady Henderson, yesterday that, oh, man, I could turn my alarm off, my wake-up alarm at whatever, dark 30 he's got to wake up, and not going to have to do that for a while as we all get ready to celebrate a Thanksgiving 4-day weekend. And my oldest is in town, Brady, my Haley, which is pretty sweet. My middle is going to play in Panama City, and a little basketball we'll get to watch. And I'm going to go see my in-laws as I got the old Territorial Cup. Do you know what the Territorial Cup is? Are you familiar with the Territorial Cup?
The Territorial Cup. That's some sort of college football rivalry. Remind me.
Well, take a shot. Take a shot. Who do we think the Territorial Cup?
The Territorial Cup. It doesn't sound like an SEC thing. It sounds more like I'm going to say Colorado State.
Oh, so close. They play earlier in the year. No, Arizona State. So fun for me. Yeah. That's Lyle's neck of the woods. Hi, Lyle. Good morning to you, buddy. How are you?
Hi, Brock. I'm good. How about you?
Great. Doing great. I'm great, although Brady had to stress more out right before the show, go digging for sound. He could have sent an email last night, made it a little bit easier on all of us. But no, now you got to make more. And then you're like, no, don't worry about it. Do you know Maura, Brady? Do you know Maura? When you ask her for something or do something, guess what she's going to do? She's going to go do it. She's going to go find it. She's going to go get it done.
Do not worry about it. Seriously.
Doesn't work. That's not the way.
Wait, real quick though. Do you think Salk is checking the tea time sheet right now and thinking, God, can I slip out of here before we really got to do family stuff here?
Possibly, because, I think the family's been in town a couple days, so that might be a strong possibility. We're going to do two things today, all day today, Brady. We're going to sneak a little baseball news and need to know every hour, because there was some news with a local kid signing big. But the majority of the show is going to be all fun and all football. All fun and all football. Because we don't have a show tomorrow, it's the best of, and Friday, that means, today we've got mean tweets. That means today we've got here's the thing. That means today we got on Wednesdays Daniel Jeremiah. So all sorts of fun, all sorts of football. Let me start right here, though. People may not know that you were an All-American for Monte Kohler at O'Day. And you had a shoulder injury that ended your career early. Otherwise, you'd have gone to college and played in the league. People don't know that.
Neither of those, just for the record, neither of those things are true.
Well, if I've heard that story once, I've heard it 1,000 times at the airport sports bar. Oh, man, I was a baller. I tore my knee. Yeah, I couldn't play in college.
Would have gone pro if coach put me in fourth quarter.
Yes. Now, you did play for Monte Kohler at O'Day. You did play a little football back in the day. You have covered football, starting with us, 14 years ago, way back when, and now at ESPN. You have been around and you have watched some greatness. You've watched and covered Hall of Famers. When Mark Sanchez, Lyle, if you could fire up Amora, cut number 5 here. When Mark Sanchez joined Salk and I yesterday, I think Salk and I both did little smelling salts. You ever done smelling salts?
No,
before a football
I've seen the reactions, but no, I have not done
Well,
it.
imagine like the hottest wasabi times 1,000, just going right up your nostril. So it just kind of shocks you into place. And yesterday, I think both Salk and I kind of a little bit shocked. We knew that Devin Witherspoon was a good player. We even knew that Devin Witherspoon at times was a great player. And certainly the pick 6 that he started up was one of the most phenomenal plays we have seen this season or in some time. But when Sanchez, who covered the game, studied the game, watched the tape leading into it, said this to us yesterday, it both struck us, I think, pretty profoundly.
That's one of the best football players I've ever seen. I mean, it's not even close. This dude is a monster. And I love – he's got the Rondé Barber nickel ability when it comes to the run and instincts and playing tough and fitting his gap. And then the dude covers like Darryl Green. Like, it's ridiculous the way he can shadow and mirror receivers. I love watching him.
Is Devin Witherspoon one of the greatest football players to ever play? Are you ready to crown him? What is this, year
1.5? Year 2?
Are you ready to crown him in, I don't know, 20-something games, 30 games, near it?
No, not quite. And I don't think Mark Sanchez was saying that. He was saying, in his experience, he's probably talking about the guys I've ever played against, the guys I've studying, in his role as an analyst now. So I don't know if he was necessarily saying one of the greatest of all time, which would obviously be very premature. But in terms of impacting the game and how hard he plays, it's fascinating that Devin Witherspoon is having such a great season despite not making a ton of, at least if you look at the stat sheet, impact plays. I mean, he's probably having the best season that anybody's ever had for a guy who doesn't have an interception and who doesn't have a sack. And, he had a few of both of those last season. And so I think, it's
Well, let me reframe the question then.
Sure.
And do it appropriately, because you're exactly right. Mark Sanchez said one of the greatest players he's ever seen.
Yeah.
He didn't play against LT. He didn't play against those greats that are all wearing yellow jackets in Canton, many of them. Is he one of the greatest players you've ever seen with your eyes? Because you've seen Earl, you've seen Cam, you've seen Sherm, you've seen Prime, Russ, and Marshawn, and you've seen and covered them all. Is he one of the greatest players your eyes? Would you put him on that same list with all those future Ring of Honor and possible Hall of Famers?
Certainly he has the potential. I think I just need to see it more. But, yeah, I think he's got the ability to be as good as every one of those guys. I really do. And with how hard he plays and how much it means to him, I think part of the reason why, certain people watch Devin Witherspoon and he resonates as much as he does is because of the effort. And you can tell how hard he plays and how much the game means to him. And I'm guessing that you would tell me, I'm guessing that DJ will tell us when we talk to him at 8:30 that the game doesn't mean as much to a lot of players in the NFL. A lot of players are very talented and they're there to collect a paycheck, or they're there because it's a job. And with Devin Witherspoon, you can tell it's just a lot more to him. So I think with his ability and his passion for football, I think he's got the ability to be as good as any of those guys.
Yeah, and he's doing this, as you said, without hunting all these numbers, right? We have seen baseball players hunt hits and hunt for their batting average. We have certainly seen receivers lose their ever-loving mind as they want to hunt for their numbers, and they're all about their numbers. I think that's what's some of the beauty of him. I mean, he doesn't have a pick this year and doesn't have a sack?
He does not. No, he has neither.
that is remarkable because it feels like he's been involved, and he has been in so many of those different plays, setting everybody up around him. The other thing, too, that I think jumps off the page to Sanchez, if I were to speak for him, kind of as I sit in that seat as an analyst and you do watch tape, you're just like, whoa, that guy is fast. Man, whoa, that guy just plays at a different football speed. Whoa, that guy just is all over the ball all the time. And when you see those, and they are rare, the kid at Colorado, who I've seen 4 times this year, Travis Hunter, that'll be a top 3 pick, if not 1 or 2, is the same way. I mean, he's going to probably won't run at the Combine. Did Spoon run at the Combine? I don't remember him. I think he may have been a little nicked up. I don't remember him running.
Yeah, I want to say that neither he nor Jackson definitely did not, but I don't remember Spoon running at the Combine.
Yeah, I'll check my facts and get back to you on the next segment with that one. That's easy to see, but whatever it was, he plays faster. So if he ran 4.48, he plays 4.28, right? And we've seen plenty of guys, the other side of that, run 4.4 and they play 4.6. He just plays so unbelievably fast. And then, as you said, just with the relentlessness and a recklessness, it does, man. He's reminding me of early Earl Thomas. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Right?
By
Early.
the way, he had a hamstring injury and did not run at the Combine. He ran a 4.3940 at his pro day.
There you go. See what Moore does?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, well, why wait till I go look it up? I mean, Moore's just a worker. That's why this show, we are so thankful for her and for Lyle. And I'm going to be so thankful all day long for Brady, you stepping in here. But, yeah, he plays to that 4.39 and maybe even faster. And, yeah, there is a lot of Earl Thomas without some of maybe the crazy Earl.
Mm-hmm. Well, when a guy plays faster than his 40 time, how much do you think that is instincts and being a step ahead? Because when I watch Devin Witherspoon, the play that comes to mind is the one he made last season. I think it was the primetime game against the 49ers where he's running across the field. Then he sees Brandon Ayuk running towards him, and he peels off his guy.
Correct.
Without even looking back at the quarterback. He reaches his arm out and breaks up what would have been a touchdown pass.
100%. 100%. And it is so hard to define. I know we talked a lot, you and Salk did with DJ last week, about kind of work capacity and guys that love ball. We'll dig into a little bit of instincts because I am fascinated to see how those scouts measure instincts and what that looks like. And we talked a little bit about it with Mike McDonald on Monday, but he's not a scout. He's just a coach that's right now reaping the benefits of one instinctive, one fast, and one dude that absolutely loves ball. And according to Mark Sanchez, one of the greatest he's ever seen. So we shall be thankful and maybe celebrate him here on this Thanksgiving weekend to come. Brady will be in with Salk all day long. I mentioned to you we will have the great Daniel Jeremiah a little over an hour and 15 from now. We will do, here's the thing, at 8, some great entries late in the game yesterday, and maybe the meanest of mean tweets. You're going to have to cover your ears, Brady, because it got really, really ugly when Colorado finally lost with me covering them. So we will do all of that on a little pre-Thanksgiving show today. Brady in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also, we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. We got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, and play with, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
At Shane Company, we want you to be the holiday hero. We have so many ways to create unique, fine jewelry gifts. Give a ring or necklace with their favorite gemstone like amethyst or peachy morganite, one to match their eyes, or even pick out their favorite team colors. Customize our North Star charm with the gemstone of your choice for a reminder to follow their own path. Or create a personalized piece with zodiac, birthstone, and diamond letter charms. Visit us in store and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We design, tinker, redesign, and obsess over every detail because we know the pros will too. Straight cuts, tight tolerances, clean lines. Again and again and again. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Mariners single game tickets for 2025 are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games next season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th. Incredible giveaways like the Julio Bat Flip Bubble and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep left. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I think the first thing you need to know, something that Brady Henderson, the hitman who's in with me this morning, knows a whole lot about, are these ESPN weekly power rankings. No, they don't define who makes it to the playoff like the College Football Playoff Committee every Tuesday night, but it has been, Brady, a pretty good sign of where this team is. They've kind of floated from anywhere in the teens to, I think, after sitting there under 500, all the way down to number 21, but they move up 3 spots to number 13 in the ESPN weekly power rankings. I believe you have a vote in that. Is that where you had these Seahawks sitting?
Yeah, so we don't vote. We don't place teams where we think they are. The voting system is such that you cast a number of votes for this team over this team, like which team is better. So and you do that, 50 times, and the whole system tabulates all those votes, and then it places teams based on those votes. But it's not. I didn't say I think the Seahawks are X versus.
And you don't have to recuse yourself from a Seahawk conversation because you cover them so intently and closely.
Yeah, I think that would be the team that I would be most qualified to rank. Yeah, yes. So, but yeah, that feels about right.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. And they make a little move. The Mariners make a little minor move. I'll get to that in a second. So did the Seahawks yesterday. Miles Adams is released. They pick up a fella by the name of A.J. Finley, another safety, this one from the Chargers off waivers. What do we know about AJ?
Yeah, AJ Finley is a second-year guy from Ole Miss, undrafted in 2023. He's mainly been a special teams player for the Chargers, who waived him after their Monday night game. And this is just a depth piece, I think, a guy to take a look at as you look for guys who have fresh legs towards the end of the season. And they waived Miles Adams, so I would imagine that a guy who's been on their 53-man roster the entire year, I imagine they make that move in an effort to get him on their practice squad. So I think Miles Adams will be back with them, but this is just another guy to take a look at who's probably going to factor in on special teams. And, we'll see maybe towards the end of the season, we'll see if maybe he pushes for playing time in one of these sub packages, because as we know, they've shown that they like to use a lot of different guys there. They're now using Rayshon Jenkins and Josh Jobe, or at least they did in that last game, as kind of a big nickel and a traditional nickelback.
Yeah, they do love the versatility. Julian Love yesterday on with Wyman and Bob was asked about, from his eyes, how is this defense coalesced?
It's all about kind of our process. That word is such a buzzword, but kind of how we go in and attack Wednesdays, Thursdays, kind of the days where, we're game planning, we're practicing, we're getting after it. It shows us and leads us having confidence on Sunday. And it's very true with this team. If we kind of have our fun, swag out, are locked in during the week, then it's so easy. We can all play fast on game day. And so that's what we're learning about ourselves. And we're learning just how to be tough and and how to fight for 60 full minutes.
Simple. Swag out, play fast. Push.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Kind of what the Huskies have done, Brady, at home. You realize they're undefeated? They're done. The home season is over. They won their 20th consecutive over UCLA. It feels like last month, even though it was 12 days ago. They will go down now on the road, where they have not been very good. Shortest trip of the year, though. It's not to Iowa City, nor to Rutgers, nor to Happy Valley. It's to a familiar place right down there in Eugene. Jed Fish still playing a little coy about one quarterback, two quarterbacks. Which quarterback? Here was Jed talking about his most important position.
I think you'd have to ask them that question. I think, there's times that you would say schematically they do a lot of the things the same with both guys in there. And then other times you would say that there's certain, really more in the running game. There's certainly different things that we do when Damon's at quarterback than when Will's at quarterback. But in the passing game, it's pretty similar. So I think they'd have to just make a decision on how much time they want to spend defending a certain run game versus how much time they want to defend a different running game.
Couple bummers in my life, Brady, just because of my schedule and my job. I don't really get to deer or elk hunt. Maybe at some point in my life I'll get to do that, because that's always in the fall, September kind of through November. And I don't know what the other bummer was. I think that was about it. Oh, I never played Bandon Dunes. Yeah, it's such a ridiculous bummer. A bummer for you, because of your work, is you don't get to some of these college locales.
Yeah.
If you could go to Happy Valley, if you could go to the Big House, if you could go to the Horseshoe, and Husky fans hate it when I say this, but if you could go down to Autzen Stadium for a game day And I know my Ohio State Buckeye friends and a few of them that I know personally went out there early in the year for that trip and were like, that place is it's not huge. It's not Husky Stadium. It's not a grand cathedral. But what they have made it is one of the most difficult places to play in all of college football. Dan Lanning in 3 years has lost one game. Do you know who that was to in 3 years?
UW.
That was to UW. And Michael Penix a couple years ago with Benetti and I on the call. Big reason why they're almost 20-point underdogs, those Huskies at Autzen Stadium.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It's not too late, by the way, Brock. You can get down to Bandit Dunes. I'll go with you.
I can. What happens? I saw some people trying to play through an atmospheric river there last week. What happens if you just you book that trip? It's on your calendar. You just can't wait. All of a sudden, it's like 90-mile-an-hour winds, and what do you do? Do you still suck it up and play?
Yeah, that's the. I'm guessing they don't do rain checks there. If you're going to book a trip in the middle, this time of the year, it's on you.
So some pretty big news last night for a local guy right up the road from Shoreline, big Husky football fan himself. How about the lefty Blake Snell? Lyle, 5 years, 182?
You got it.
5 years, 182. And guess where he goes, Brady?
Go ahead and tell me, Brock.
The Los Angeles Dodgers. How did they do this? They just have more. I mean, at some point, you're just like, this is just ridiculous. I mean, it's Shohei. It's just, and I don't know. Does this take them out of the Roki Sasaki? Is this good news? Can I spin this, Lyle, somehow, some way? It's good news for the Mariners if you're looking for the phenom from Japan that all of a sudden, well, the Dodgers addressed it with Blake Snell, or do they have enough in their kitty that, well, what the heck? Let's sign him as well.
I would say it was good news if Roki Sasaki was coming over in a couple years and was going to cost a bunch of money, but since he's going to cost absolutely no money, I still think the Dodgers are the favorites for him.
Yeah.
Shout out Shorewood High School, by the way.
Which one?
Shorewood High School.
Not Shorecrest.
Not to be confused with Shorecrest High School.
No, you want to talk about a territorial cup. I mean, that when Shorewood and Shorecrest get together, leave women and children at home. You just don't even want to mess around with that. That is everything you need to know this morning. Yeah, honestly, it just is. It's yet to me another reason why this league is just unsustainable. You know, the NFL is, and you see it, Brady, and you cover it. And I think there's an appreciation for everything that they do through a salary floor, through a salary cap, through a scheduling, through a draft, where it's like, okay, you know, the rich don't just keep getting richer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it is going to be brutally hard to sustain some kind of dynasty, which has made what Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes have done, I think, even more remarkable than what Tom Brady did in his day, even though that was incredible. But the Dodgers, well, it doesn't matter. We can defer money. Yeah, we'll defer the $700 million of Ohtani. We'll pay that. We'll pay that later, and we'll just sign everybody and bring everybody here. And what fun is that?
Oh, by the way, Blake Snell also has a bunch of deferred money in his contract.
Of course he does. Yeah, of course he does. So that is Major League Baseball, and that is why they will be locking out in a couple years more than likely. He is the hitman, Brady Henderson, in for Salk all day today. I told you, just fun and football. Fun and football. We're going to spin around the NFL next. We're going to get to Here's the Thing. We're going to get to Daniel Jeremiah, and stick around, even though it's Thanksgiving weekend, for some of the most hostile, violent, and nasty mean tweets you've ever heard on this show, ever. Brady in for Salk, Brock and Salk, right here on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Defense starts, and in the very first series, they set the tone, man.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
I mean, you had 2 sacks in that first series, and the defense, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it felt suffocating. It felt suffocating because of Leonard Williams. But if one guy is single-handedly getting in the backfield within seconds, where the Seahawks have been on the receiving end of that sometimes, that just wrecks an entire game plan. And it looked like it brought the Cardinals offense out of sync. I think it took them out of their game plan.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
It's Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Get a head start on Black Friday all month long with exclusive deals. Right now, get 25% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees just in time for the holidays. And get a free select tool when you buy a select battery or combo kit. So don't wait to save. Shop these deals in-store or online now because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/21 through 11/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Join Seattle Sports and Treehouse for the 36th year of Holiday Magic.
Helping provide holiday gifts and year-long support for the more than 6,000 youth and young adults in foster care statewide.
When a child receives a holiday gift or a winter coat, they create memories that last long after the chill of winter passes.
Over the 36 years of Holiday Magic, we've delivered 182,000 gifts across our state.
Join Seattle Sports and Treehouse and share the joy of the holiday season.
Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to learn more.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, before we spin around the NFL, Brady Henderson in. Lyle, Mora. I think Mora's doing some mean tweets. Lyle, you feel good about your batch? You've been running in and out to the back studio from what I understand. You feel good?
I think so. It was a pretty good batch of tweets this week, I will say.
It was a good batch.
Do you have an idea of what's coming, Brock?
I do. I send them, I go through and curate them all from my social media feeds, Brady, and send them to them. And sometimes after this game,
we really bring them to life.
They do. Yeah, absolutely. In this game, actually, we were, I think, it's the first weekend that Fox won. The Indiana-Ohio State had like 9.8 million. I think we had like 6.2 million for Colorado-Kansas, which just shows you the country and many football fans still want to see Deion and Shedeur Prime and still got to see all of that show. Before we spin around the NFL, something besides your family, your faith, something kind of abstract that you're thankful for. Something on this Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. I know Maddie, I know the family, I know all that stuff. Give me a little something else you're thankful for.
Yeah, well, I mean, I am very thankful for my girlfriend, who's lovely, and I love her a lot, and my family, which is great, and I love them as well. I am thankful for, I'm thankful for the people that I work with, and including you guys and my teammates at ESPN, and even the people down at the VMAC, the other reporters that I work with. I think, I was thinking about this the other day. It's one of the things I really love about working at ESPN is we've got all these great resources. You get to say that you work at ESPN, but you also get to work with some really talented people who I feel like they make me better at my job.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Lyle Moore, I might put you guys on the spot at some point over the course of the show as well. So just get your answers ready before or after we spin around the NFL.
All right, we will start with Jerry Jones because why not?
Someone we're all thankful for.
Apparently, maybe he's more thankful for Mike McCarthy than we thought he was. He did his usual appearance on 105.3 The Fan and was asked about a possible extension for Mike McCarthy. This was what he had to say.
Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. And listen, Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. I was listening to the game last night, watching it, and Aikman was talking about it, and he's reiterated that several times publicly. This Super Bowl winning coach, and Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. He's got a great.
You don't want to hear the rest?
No, that's good. Once you screw up saying his name, I'm kind of done. I will say this, and I was listening to Aikman, actually. I was watching that game, and he said it during the Ravens-Chargers game with the Harbaughs and talked about these veteran coaches and the difference that they make. And like how well coached they are and the details they are. And, yeah, and I think for McCarthy, I do think he's a great coach. I think his message has been lost there. I think there's a reason that 6 or 7 coaches every year turn over, and it's not whether or not they're a great coach. It's just whether their voice and the fit and the timing and all those circumstances just finally say enough's enough. And I will say this, too, with the success of Harbaugh, the success of Dan Quinn, Bill Belichick's going to have a job next year.
Yes, he will. And especially with the media blitz he's been doing, and he's trying to convince everybody, as we've talked about, that, hey, I can play nice. I can be an easy guy to work with. I'm young. I'm hip. I got this young girlfriend. I'm telling all these jokes and everything. So, but back to McCarthy. Brock, come on. Yeah, I didn't have to listen to the question to know that the question painted Jerry Jones into a corner where he could only give one answer. I think as media people in general, we put way too much stock into answers that are given when it's a situation where what else is he really going to say? What else is Jerry Jones really going to say when he's asked, Jerry, is it crazy to think that you could actually extend Mike McCarthy? If he doesn't say exactly what he said there, he's basically firing.
Well, he's crazy enough to screw it up, though.
I know, but if he doesn't say that, he's basically firing Mike McCarthy on the spot. So correct. I think we all have to just sit back and say, okay, when we're evaluating what somebody says, what else? There's some times where we just have to ask ourselves, okay, what else is he really going to say?
Yeah, which is basically what Dave Pearson said to me eons ago after I was drafted and asked whether or not I wanted to do a weekly radio show. He's like, yeah, you're not doing that. Makes no sense. First of all, you're third-string quarterback. Secondly, there's nothing to your point, you're going to be asked things that there's nothing good that's going to come out of any honesty. So you're just going to have to dodge every question. And you know what? Diamond Dave was right then. Okay, next.
All right, Lyle just alerted me to a little breaking news. The Vikings are stockpiling former New York quarterbacks and have signed Daniel Jones.
Oh.
There we go.
So J.J. McCarthy still recovering, obviously, out. He's maybe the long-term vision. Sam Darnold, they've resurrected like Lazarus from the dead. And they're sitting there at 8-2, and he's cooled off a little bit and had a couple rough games. But is Kevin O'Connell the therapist and the rehab artist for another broken down QB?
Yeah, maybe the quarterback whisperer. Now I believe they're only going to have to pay him the minimum salary, so that there's not a whole lot of risk there. Now, if had somebody claimed Daniel Jones, I think they would have taken on the remainder of that contract. So once he goes unclaimed on waivers, you're really just able to sign him for whatever you want to sign him for, and presumably he's still getting paid by the Giants.
Yes.
So you're only, I think, going to have to sign him for the minimum salary. So
and Sam Darnold on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Correct. So
I believe
maybe take a look at Daniel, maybe have Sam Darnold here. Both of them will not be there next year, or one of the two certainly will not be there next year. But does Daniel Jones so love Kevin O'Connell? Does he so love Minnesota that maybe he's like, yeah, I'll be here. I'll be the backup. I'll be ready to go if JJ didn't come back and everything else. Yeah, pretty smart, savvy move from an organization, by the way, in Minnesota that does a pretty good job.
They do. They do.
Some real respect for the way they run their organization.
They do, and you cannot say the same thing about the Giants. So, Daniel Jones has had a pretty tough road. A lot of that he's brought upon himself. He did not play well enough, clearly. But he is coming from what is a very dysfunctional organization, to your point, Brock, an organization that has a much different reputation around the NFL.
Well, we will stick with those Giants for our next story. Rookie wide receiver Malik Neighbors called his team's performance in their loss to the Bucs Sunday soft as bleep and was upset about his number of targets. Yesterday, he doubled down on those comments.
Like I said, when I look at it, we tried to give me the ball a couple times in the first half. Just had a lack of communication. Like I said, when I take a look back on the game and on the plays that we called, there was opportunities for me to get targets, for me to get the ball. It just, like I said, we just lack technique. We just out of sort as an offense. So we only had, 15 plays in the first half. They had 40-something. There's not a lot of plays you can get in 15 when you can call 15 plays in a half. Yeah, if I had an opportunity to go back and change the words that I said, I would. But I still stand on what I said. I said it. I don't have no regrets with what I said. But like I said, if I had, as I look at the film, we just lack technique.
He had 6 catches, by the way.
I can already hear your answer, Brock. You're gonna say what I hear when I listen to that is me, I.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. And when you empower receivers, and he could watch Hard Knocks, and he's just the greatest thing ever. We gotta have Malik Neighbor. Oh, really? I don't know. Did you watch Marvin Harrison Jr. last week? Did you walk away from that game going, "Wow, elite"?
I mean, that catch he made that was nearly a touchdown, that was pretty good. It
was a great catch.
Yeah.
Sure. I just, I think you're going to see this receiver market all of a sudden, like, do we really need to pay these guys $30 million a year? Or, you know what, can we win with, like, I don't know, Denver's doing with Devon Vele and Cortland Sutton, who's like a 2, right? Can we win with receivers we drafted 20? Like Jackson Smith and Jigba and Zay Flowers, and in the second and in the third and in the fourth. And sure, there may be that rare guy. Marvin Harrison Jr. has rare traits. But to have a guy that is that gifted, who then just is that unselfish, is really hard to find.
Well, Brock, I think Giants legend Carl Banks agrees with you. He was caught on a hot mic on their broadcast during a commercial break, not happy with some of the rookies' efforts.
Our guys don't value possessions, right? I mean, even your top pick drops one, crossing route has it, then he loses it. Then he's on the sideline, which probably should have been an incomplete pass. He just catches it in lackadaisical, and the guy knocks it out of his hands. I'm like, bro, you trying to score? Like, yeah. He needs possession.
Yeah.
Well, of all the things to be heard saying on a hot mic, that's probably not the worst thing.
Yeah, they didn't curse or anything.
That's true.
Yeah. And he's giving an honest opinion of the guy there.
What do you think? What's the big tackle's name? Dexter
Lawrence.
What do you think Dexter Lawrence thinks when this just slappy top 5 receiver with the big mouth calls his team soft?
Yeah. Well, I think Dexter Lawrence might have used the same language. So even if he agrees with the assessment, my guess is he's going to say, "Hey, dude, you're a rookie who's played 11 games in the NFL.
And what do you get hit 10 times a game?
Yeah.
Like, shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Shut your hole and know your role.
Yeah.
And if you want to come down with the O-line and D-line and practice and hit every single play, then you could talk about whether we're soft or not. I'm curious, man. There a lot of, and we'll chat with DJ, maybe a question there. We do see markets kind of grow and come and go. That's why they're the market. The market is what the market's willing to pay. And for a while there, like, running backs can't have a running back. I don't know. Derrick Henry's doing pretty good. The Saquon Barkley's pretty good. Like, maybe just the elite running backs do make a significant difference. And this, by the way, college football this year, loaded with them. Loaded with quarterbacks? Nope. Top wide receivers? Nope. Running backs, a whole glut of them in this upcoming class. And I will be curious to just see that market change. Let's see if we can sneak one more in here, Maura.
Sure, we've got Aaron Rodgers. He spoke about his future yesterday, saying he doesn't even know if he wants to play next year, but the rumors about him wanting to play elsewhere aren't true.
I'm going to wait and see what happens with at the end of the season, and if they want me back, and what happens with Brick, and what happens with the offensive staff, and obviously the GM at the time, and then they just fired Joe. There's a lot of things out of my control when it comes to that. But I've really enjoyed my time in New York. I mean, obviously we haven't had the success that we've all wanted to have, but, I've made some great friendships on the team. I've enjoyed living in Jersey. I've enjoyed time in the city. I've enjoyed getting to know the fans. And I came here to win here. So I'm not jumping off ship, I definitely want to play and not in New York. I don't even know if I want to play yet, but New York would be my first option.
I'll tell you this, Brady, honestly, I think the Seahawks are getting the Jets at the absolute worst possible time. Outside of maybe the start of the season, when they didn't know all the dysfunction, and obviously they fired the head coach and fired the GM, but they are this is an old Bill Parcellsism, right? Like, he would always get the player that had no other options. Mm-hmm. His back was so squarely up against the wall that there was nowhere he could go but forward. And the Jets are so squarely, their season now, got to win out. Backs are totally against the wall. They're coming off of a bye week, right? So probably a little healthier. Aaron Rodgers probably feels a little better than he did over the 6, 7, 8 weeks of taking a beating. By the way, there's still Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams and Breece Hall, who are some of the most dynamic players in the game.
Quinnen Williams, very good player.
Oh, he's an amazing player. He can take over games, just like Leonard Williams did last week. And if the Seahawks O-line plays the way he did, and I guarantee you he's watching this licking his chops.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to take these guys apart. I can't wait to hit Geno. I can't wait to put my name on them. I think they're getting the Jets. I don't like the timing of this at all.
Well, yeah, that is a unfavorable matchup for the Seahawks, certainly. Quinnen Williams, one of the best interior defenders in the NFL, up against whoever the Seahawks are going to be starting at right guard, and that whole interior line situation. That's not a good matchup. I don't know. I mean, I think you could look at the Jets in terms of what that mindset of that team. I think it could just as easily be the opposite of, there's been so much turmoil, so much dysfunction, so much disappointment when you look at the fact that they're 3-8 despite having all that talent that we just mentioned and more.
The first quarter will be really important then.
Yeah.
Like, you fall behind 14-0 and you give up some plays and some runs, and Breece breaks a screen, and Devontae's you fall behind 14-0, you're not going to win this game.
If you give them if you give them reason to think that they're in the game, then absolutely. But I don't know. I could just as easily see a team that is looking ahead to Cabo or wherever these guys go in the offseason.
Yep. Well, that is a little spin around the NFL. We will shift quickly here to a little Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Brady, before Here's the Thing, one of the most popular radio segments in all the world, in 14 minutes. Let's do a little Blue 88. I'll throw 1 and 3 at you, and I'll let you fire 1 at me.
Okay.
I saw you tweeting yesterday. I guess, A, why were you tweeting about Geno Smith's contract? And B, what should I take away from these escalators, not incentives, and all that information you put out there?
Yeah, they are escalators. So Geno Smith has a chance to really, position himself to make more money next year than he's currently scheduled to make, which is $25 million. But there's an ability to make an additional $15 million via escalators. Those are based on how he performs this season and also how the Seahawks perform. So there's $2 million.
Is he on pace to reach that?
Yeah, well, he's on pace to reach one of them. So there's basically 4 different escalators worth $2 million. Sorry, 5 different escalators worth $2 million. If he hits all 5 of them and the Seahawks reach the Super Bowl, he gets another $5 million. So he's only on pace right now to hit one of them, which is the passing yards escalator. So what that would do is that would increase the $10 million roster bonus he's set to make if he's on the Seahawks roster on the 5th day of free agency by $2 million. So that would go from $10 million to $12 million. If he hits another one, the completion percentage escalator, which he's right on the cusp of, that would be another $2 million. He's got a ways to go in passer rating. He's got a long ways to go in passing yards, so he's probably not going to hit the passing yards one. So he's really got a chance for the passing touchdowns. Really got a chance for passing yards, completion rate, and then he's got another $2 million escalator if the Seahawks either win 10 games or make the playoffs. So he's on pace to hit one. He's got a very good chance to hit 2 more. So now you're looking at possibly positioning himself to make an extra $6 million next year. Now, really, what I think this is going to do is it's going to change the floor for what for negotiations on the next deal. So all of a sudden, if Geno Smith is looking at making, right now it's $25 million next year, it would become $31 million if he hits those escalators.
Right.
All of a sudden, that he's now he and his agent are now negotiating from a position of, okay, I'm slated to make $31 million. Let's go from there.
So what do you think on that? And this is not and I appreciate all that work. Here's just an opinion, right? Here's going from the journalist to the opinionist.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's healthy for him to have these kind of incentives and escalators?
Yeah.
Salk and I talk about this with different players. Cattell Marte, it's well documented down there in Arizona. The dude freed up. Once he got his money, he was like freed up. Like, I don't have to just feel this pressure to perform. Do you think some of these interceptions, some of this overzealousness is like, we got to win. I got to do this. I got to have this in this moment. You know, I don't see a guy that's like out there just dinking and dunking it for his completion percentage at all. I think he loves to throw it, and he throws it really well. Do you think in any way these escalators incentives play a role in some of his decision-making?
I have a hard time seeing that. Now, I could see it if he was,
Me too.
I just don't see it. I think he's a highly competitive guy who has the ability to compartmentalize, and I think when he's making those, kind of gunslinger type throws, he's thinking, I want to score a touchdown here. Yeah. I want to give my team 6 points, not I want to get one step closer to a $2 million escalator. I just have a hard time seeing that.
I do too. And I think the fact that he's already made, many tens of millions of dollars over the last couple of years plays a role in that as well. Okay, question number 2.
Question number 2, Brock. Does UW have a shot to pull off the biggest upset in this UW-Oregon rivalry?
A shot? Sure. Like one in a 100? Maybe they play 100 times, 50 times. I don't. The last little exercise I do, I was talking about this on my little Brock Talk that I do every week. Have some fun with it. What I think, what I've learned, what I know, and the last exercise I do on my little board right here, right? So I'm working today. I got, as I said, Arizona State, and I go through all the guys and all the roster and put all my notes on here. And at the very end of it, the last exercise I typically do is I say, okay, how many starters? Out of 22 starters on that field at Autzen Stadium, how many of those 22 starters, if I had to pick for my team, how many would be Ducks, how many would be Huskies? And you can go back and play the tape. I know this. Damon joined for a couple of the shows. I think we did this with Kirk Herbstreit when he called the 2 games last year. Last year it was like 11-11, maybe 12-10 UW. Like, it was that close. That's why every game the last 3 years as the Huskies have won have been that close. This year I think it's 19-3 or 20-2. Like, it's that profoundly different. Like, you take all 5 Oregon O-linemen. You take Oregon's tight end. I think Boston would absolutely be in the rotation at receiver there, and I think Jonah Coleman would rotate 1 and 1A at running back. Outside of that, it's 9 Ducks on offense. Likewise on defense, I think Valdez probably gets some run at D tackle. I think Carson Bruner is absolutely in the mix, although they play 3 and 4 really good linebackers too, but he's in the mix. And maybe the big corner Ephesians Price Lock. That's about it. So it's like 19 or 20-2. And that's why that spread is about 20 points. And going to be really difficult in one of the most hostile environments in all of college football Saturday night. Push. Question 3. All right, question number 3, Brady. Kind of like going back and forth here. Have you felt the confidence? Mike McDonald talked with Mike and I, used the word 3 different times. Why is this team turned? Why are they playing better? Have you felt the confidence around the building grow as you cover them on a daily basis?
Well, I've seen it on the field, yes, and I think I've heard it in comments that they've made. And, one thing we heard from Leonard Williams earlier in the season was about when he was talking about the issues in the run game, in run defense, I should say. He was saying that he was having a hard time, or I think he was theorizing that players were having a hard time trusting each other because when a big run would break, they would try to do a little bit more than they were supposed to do. They would get out of their gap. They would kind of try to do somebody else's job because they didn't trust that job would be done by somebody else. I think Ernest Jones is really helping in that regard. A guy who is really only in his 4th year, but plays and carries himself like a veteran. I think he is helping a lot with that trust. And I think we heard an interesting comment post-game from Leonard Williams, cut number 14, Maura, about just the confidence that he kind of sees in the huddle when he looks guys in the eyes.
For me, that's a mindset. There's times where offense might throw an interception or something might happen on special teams or anything like that, and we just end up in the red zone, or even if we give up a huge chunk play or something like that, we're in the red zone. That's when you really have to check in with each other, look each other in the eyes and be like, hey, they're not about to score a touchdown right now. So to me, that's a mindset, and I just feel that, like I said, that collectiveness, that cohesion just growing more and more on this defense. You could tell when you look each other in the eyes that it's like, okay, we got this, you know what I mean? And there was times in the beginning of the season I didn't feel that same thing when I would look at a teammate in his eyes. Like, there's times where we were in a game and we're kind of down, and I would look someone in the eyes and they didn't have that same fight in them. And I feel like now we're on that track and it means more.
You've got a lot of different personnel on that defense, Brock. I think that's a big part of it. I think it's also it's taken time for them to really feel comfortable in the system. I think Mike McDonald has also kind of narrowed the focus of what they try to do preparation-wise, game plan-wise, and all of that, I think, is very much leading to more confidence among that group.
I like it. And certainly the last 3 weeks should instill some confidence. They played great against the Rams, the Niners, and shutting down the Cardinals in pretty dramatic fashion on Sunday. All right, a half hour from now, we will throw much of this at Daniel Jeremiah. Always enjoy these Wednesdays. Do you realize we had a Here's the Thing guest last week say Daniel Jeremiah greater than Jeff Passan?
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, just loud and clear right there on the old Seattle Sports app. Just go to the voice memo, leave us a message. We call it Here's the Thing. That was hot last week. That was a strong opinion. And as I look at this list here, let me see here. I'm going to put my glasses on. I got Alex, I got Brad, I got Will, Ethan again, Alex, Scott, all sorts of stuff, including a Russell Wilson impression. And we'll see just how good that is. Hitman's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are back in first place in the NFC West. It is wild, Bump. The roller coaster of emotions this team has taken fans on. It makes sense. You start out with 3 wins. You're feeling really, really strong. Seahawks are back in first place. How'd they get here?
So what had happened was you played some good football as of late. That defense has stepped up. The offense has done just enough. They've won divisional games, and you've gotten help around the division.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I, Cantor Diamond, can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. With rising interest rates and banks and credit unions continuing to tighten, the demand for our private portfolio loans has never been stronger. Therefore, for a limited time only, Legacy's Opportunity Fund is paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash. And at 7%, I would challenge you to find a better short-term opportunity in the marketplace today. Don't let your short-term cash sit in a savings or money market account when you can get 7% with Legacy's Opportunity Fund and join the over 800 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Act now to receive Legacy's Opportunity Fund one-time offer of 7% on short-term cash. Visit Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. Legacy Family of Funds investments are available to accredited investors only. 7% APR is current rate for the Legacy Group Capital Opportunity Fund. Terms and conditions at LegacyG.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you a minute.
Doesn't work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
My memory serves me right, Hitman. You have been in the last 3 Wednesdays.
The last 2 Wednesdays, I believe.
I believe this is the third. Salk
is this the third?
Salk on a boys' trip down in Arizona. So it was you and me and DJ. And then last week I was in Stillwater watching Macy play. And then this week is, I believe, the third straight Wednesday. Like, you've had DJ for 3 weeks in a row. But you typically, because you've been in on Wednesdays and not Thursdays, you've not gotten to just participate. And here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's not really a lot of participation. We're just kind of giggling, or I giggle and react and laugh. I don't know. You don't have to giggle. You just do you. But on Thursdays at 8, we typically do Here's the Thing. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I think we'll all hopefully be sleeping and getting ready for a heck of a Thanksgiving day and Thanksgiving football. But for this day, we're going to flip it around, and we're going to bring it a day early because, well, frankly, Alex and Brad and crew, they brought it. So why don't we do a little Here's the Thing, Miss Mora? And
Brock Ewert doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
All right, first up we have Alex. He had some thoughts on G with us last Thursday. And you know how he was just a little bit excited about that Jackson Smith and Jigba being the best wide receiver in the NFL take.
Here's the thing. G. Scott was amazing last week. He was like a 4-year-old who got to trick or treat for the first time and ate all his candy in one night, and then he decided to hop on the radio. He was takes all over the place. He tried to clap at Brock, and Brock immediately called him out. He was like, this guy's a linebacker, this guy's a DB, this guy's no lineman, this guy's a wide receiver. Like, just so good. And then Lyle even jumped in. Like, Lyle, usually sitting there quiet during these segments, even got Lyle to chime in. Just amazing.
He was fire starter.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've spent time around G or not, Brady, but like when he thinks he's right or he's proven right, he lets you know about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, after the fact?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
What did I tell you? Yep. Oh, yeah. G loves to do that.
The thing is, he tells you a lot of things.
Yes, he does.
So some are going to be right.
Yeah, he throws it all up against the wall.
So are you saying that he doesn't come back after the fact and say, you know what, that prediction didn't
If you
quite
call
go
him
like
out,
I
he'll
thought.
be like, yeah, okay, whatever, I was wrong. But he won't come back and tell you no, not the same way.
That's the way to do it.
Oh, no.
You throw a lot of things out there. You know,
Yep.
that's
And
kind of
one
like
might
what I think some draft people do is, they throw out a lot of different predictions. And so
Yeah,
you can
that's
say,
right. See, that's
look,
right.
I had him going here.
That's right all the way along. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, this is becoming a theme. We have another complaint about Salk's pronunciation from Brad.
Here's the thing. Michael, what the hell is a carousel? It's a carousel. You're putting too much emphasis on the wrong syllable. Love you, bye. Love you, bye. Love you, bye. See? Love you, bye.
Okay, true story. Before I started working here, I think in 2010. So there was a time where you guys were on the air. It was about a year, I think, before you guys were on the air before I actually met Salk. For the first year that I was listening to him on the radio, I was convinced that he was Canadian. Do you ever detect a little Canadian accent in the way Salk pronounces some words?
Interesting. Root?
It's more like like you have to do that. You have to do this. You have to catch the ball. You don't hear a little Canadian in Salk's voice?
Well, I got a lot of Canadian when I say bag and eggy, so I'm kettle very black here, so pot, whatever. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not a criticism. It's just there's some little Canadian in some of his pronunciation.
Okay, or whatever, hoser.
All right, let's see. We also have. I messed up. I messed up and didn't put who this one was.
Yeah, who is this? Who is this from?
I'll take a look. Okay. But they were sick of, or not happy to hear Mark Sanchez say this with Aaron Rodgers.
Here's the thing. I can confidently say that hearing Mark Sanchez say the word presidential and Aaron Rodgers' name in the same sentence made me puke in my mouth a little bit. God, please, no.
Yeah, that's a stretch. I'm with that.
Yeah.
Nameless, blameless caller. Yep. Okay, how about Will? Will's right up my alley. Don't you ever hate on Miners Burgers.
So here's the thing. I wanted my first call-in to be something notable.
And there is something I heard a while back that's been bugging me. Miners in Yakima is an institution, and I will not tolerate the slander that this fine place of business receives. It's the best food stop of the year, and if you're a Valley athlete, there's nowhere else you'd rather go after a hard-fought dub. I know Brock will have my back on this. Shout out to my lovely wife, Brittany, who will be shocked if this gets on the air. And shout out to my son, Cosmo, the birthday boy. Love you both so much. Okay, bye.
Will.
Brock loves shout-outs, too.
I do love shout-outs. I love every bit of that.
Who defamed miners? I don't remember
that guest we had on. We had it for one of our show contestants. He's like, Miner's not that great. Watch your mouth. The salty fries, the best milkshakes, the biggest burger with lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise. Oh.
You got a favorite burger place, Brock?
Miners. I drove during COVID 3.5 hours there and 3.5 hours back to get everything I just mentioned and Will loved as well. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. How about Ethan?
We got a submission that I missed yesterday that I have now. Danny told us he was going to call in as Old Salk because Salk was having iPhone struggles after an update the other day. Here we go.
Hello, I am the interdialogue of Michael Salk, and there are a few things that are grinding my gears. Number one, I hate my iPhone. I'm just trying to search for a message like I've always done, but I can't. And my father, he's coming into town. I don't know what to do. How do young people figure this out? The second thing that is rubbing my onions, young people, they keep on calling me boomer, but in fact, they are the boomer. And if you call me boomer, I'll kill you. I'll kill you enough. Open up the door. There's a bomb in there.
Salk's inner dialogue is apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I heard a little Arnold there myself.
Yeah, Salk's phone did an update the other day, and he couldn't figure out how to search in his text to find his dad's flight info, and he was freaking out.
Yeah.
Oh, this is killing me, by the way. The reason I asked Brock about the burger place is I was trying to remember the name of the drive-in burger place in Tacoma, in the State District of Tacoma, which is great. Maddie and I go there every now and again, and the name is escaping me. So somebody, if I don't figure it out, somebody can help us out here.
Tasty Freeze.
Frisco Freeze. Thank you.
Frisco Freeze. There we go. Yeah.
Love that place.
Freeze. Pretty greasy, but pretty good. Ethan did what I do occasionally, and maybe I'll send a text.
Oh yeah, I think this was during the game.
Yeah.
A roller coaster. Yes. So this was first.
Pharaoh Brown is the worst tight end I've seen in my life.
And then we got this.
Sorry, I got hacked on that last message. No, Pharaoh Brown he's really good. He's really good.
Dude, you got the unsportsmanlike 15-yard penalty. The ball goes from the 2 to the 17. Ethan, I'm with you. And then he comes back and he catches it, and he's like
a monster.
I mean, he can't be tackled.
Yeah.
Frankenstein. I mean, he's just swatting guys away. Yeah. You love Pharaoh Brown. You think he's one of the fastest tight ends.
No, he's not a lot of speed there. I think A.J. Barner looks like he could be a pretty good player.
Yeah. Well, let me hear. I agree with that. Let me hear Alex here. He's snitching on you, Maura.
Yeah, I don't like this. This is the second time. Maybe it's just not the same when you're not here, so that's why I don't play your song.
All right.
Here's the thing. Maura, it's buy or sell, and you didn't even play the drop. I know Buck wasn't there, but, you still got to play the drop. I don't want to be, just the guy who harps on one thing, but you got to play the drop.
That's right.
And I guess I got to sing it again. So, here we go. Sold to the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10. She got ruby red lips, blonde hair. Ooh, I'm about to bid my heart good. Shout out to Brad. Love you guys. Bye.
Wow, that's Alex shouting out Brad.
We did buy or sell with Brady last week, and I did not play your drop because they don't sing it. It's your thing.
Wow. Okay. Well, Alex likes it. Is Scott's Russell Wilson impression good enough?
I think you're going to be disappointed. It's very quick.
Oh gosh.
Here you go.
All right.
Russ out there like Steelers. Let's steal.
Okay.
Dumb.
I appreciate the effort. Never confuse. What is
Hope for a plan? Is that what Mike McDonald said?
Yeah, something like that too. Everything you need to know. Daniel Jeremiah in 20. Brady's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have safety, Julian Love. Yeah, just take us through that play and watching Kobe go across the goal line. I didn't think he had that in him, that celebration that he had.
He has a chip on his shoulder. He's not the sweetest, teddy bear. Kobe Bryant walks around the building just with a huge chip on his shoulder, with that swagger, that charisma that really, Seattle's defenses have been known to have.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I have had a couple injuries, sports injuries over the decades. I don't know, dislocated ankle, separated shoulder, torn cartilage, concussions, dislocated fingers. But you don't have to play pro football to know what I'm talking about. I know as many of you hear my voice right now, you got a painful joint, maybe a knee, an ankle, a hip. You suffer from arthritis that can affect you and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, if that's the case, then give my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine in Kirkland, a phone call. He has seen so many patients through his decades suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis and the whole itis family. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor in the state with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. So whatever walks through the door, whether it's stem cell, PRP, a cortisone shot, he will help you out. Give him a call at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000. Or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder, what happened to Flight 293? Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
It's football season, and that means colder weather is here.
If it's time to update your windows and doors, talk to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Local owner Keith Dashafee has a great deal just for you.
That's right, Steve. Now you can get 40% off qualifying installations or no payments and no interest for 12 months. Just schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPNW.com.
Thanks, Keith. Check out the unbeatable selection of windows and doors today at PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know.
According to the brilliant minds over there at ESPN, the Seahawks moved up 3 spots to number 13 in ESPN's weekly power rankings now. The top representative from the NFC West, Cardinals just behind them, 14, the Niners 18, and the Rams tumbling down to number 19. How are they getting this done? Well, the defense is a big, big part of that. Your eyes see it. Mark Sanchez, who was on the call on Sunday and joined us yesterday, talked about the diversity of these schemes and all of the different artillery these packages defensively are throwing at the opponent.
So when you go big personnel, you throw Jenkins in there and get him in the box and make him play the run. Now, he's going to have to prove that he's going to stop the run, right? Because if I'm the offense, and I said this on the broadcast, I'd run it right at him and make him tackle. And if he can do it, then they deserve it. So that's what they're banking on. And if they can do that, that's going to be a problem for teams. Then they got to get a nickel. Now you throw Witherspoon in there, and come on, man, that's one of the best football players I've ever seen.
Ever seen, Brady. So is it confidence? Is it diversity of scheme? Is it all of it just kind of blending together in this crew with time on task, playing so well? Because that's now stacking week after week after week defensively where they have just been really good.
Yeah, and it's a lot of new personnel. I mean, we've talked about this. If you look at what that starting lineup looked like in that first meeting against San Francisco in early October to what it looks like now, I mean, over half of their defense has turned over, whether it's from guys coming back from injuries or guys losing and winning starting jobs, guys coming over via trade. So that defense just looks a lot different personnel-wise. And we heard Mark Sanchez talk there about Rayshawn Jenkins. He played a lot as a big nickel there, and I know Salk was probably very excited about that, being a big nickel guy himself. But, yeah, I've got to see Rayshawn Jenkins. I think they've got to see him tackle a little bit better because he did play almost 30 snaps. Did not tackle very well. No. Maybe some, kind of rust coming back from IR first game back. But, he was in he had a lot of opportunities to make plays. Didn't make as many plays as I'm sure they would like to see him make.
A lot of activity, not a lot of achievement. That's the John Wooden I was looking for.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, Oregon-Washington through the years has been a fantastic rivalry. Really started kind of in my era in the mid-'90s there as Oregon became real and relevant and went to a Rose Bowl back in 1995. And Phil Knight said, I kind of like this. And like T. Boone Pickens did at Oklahoma State, has invested millions and millions of dollars, probably close to hundreds of millions of dollars now, into that university. And they have rocketed all the way up to number 1 in the country, a spot that they have sat at now for a number of weeks. They're 11-0. They're 20-point favorites. I can't ever remember in this rivalry a situation like this where Washington is 6-5 and unranked and going to play the number 1 team in the land. Who will be under center? Will it be Will Rogers? Will it be Damon Williams? Jed Fish continues to be a little bit coy.
The quarterback situation resolved, though? I mean, do you know who you're starting and kind of like you plan to?
Yeah, I have a good idea on how we're going to do that.
What do you think, Brady?
That came with a coy smile.
You thought the a couple weeks ago was a significant What do you think about that answer?
Well, I'd be curious to know the follow-up. I'm sure that I think that was Christian Cable, and I'm guessing there was a follow-up there. But yeah,
the follow-up was, well, the one I played earlier. Well, it's good for Oregon to have to prepare for 2 quarterbacks and yada yada yada. So he's not going to give any indicator of who's going to be under center. But your gut, your instincts.
Probably go with the more veteran guy when you think of the situation that he's in and how tough of a place to play that is. I would probably side more towards the experience and the poise over the upside and the playmaking. What about you?
Yeah, I'm done with that. You're going to a bowl game. There's nothing more you're going to I mean, you could beat the number 1 team in the country, but Will Rogers, unfortunately, has shown you a bunch. That veteran has shown you there's a lot of turnovers. And if a veteran's going to turn it over, as he did twice in Penn State and twice in Iowa and twice against UCLA, like, you know what? If I'm going to have somebody make mistakes, let it be the much younger, more dynamic, more athletic guy. And by the way, our O-line can't block these guys. Mm-hmm. Our 5 can't block their 4. So the only way to somehow win that math equation is to get our QB that can run to equalize that. So we actually have 11 on 11 and not 10 on 11 with a QB that can't run like the true freshman Damon Williams.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, the Dodgers, the beloved, scrappy, chip on their shoulder
underdogs.
The underdogs. They just add and add and add. And where is he from? Which shore is he from?
Shorewood High School.
He is from Shorewood. That
Shout
is
out
the
to
lefty.
Shorewood. Yeah.
Shout out to Shorewood. The Cy Young Award winner, Blake Snell, 2-time Cy Young Award winner. Last year, he and Scott Boras waited and waited and waited. I don't think it benefited him as he started out unbelievably slow. Turned it on in the second half of the season there for the Giants. Not waiting around now. How many millions is it? How many hundreds of millions is it that he signed for, Lyle?
5 years, $182 million.
5 years, $182 million because the Dodgers need them. They don't have enough firepower after winning the World Series. They don't have enough with Ohtani coming back to pitch. They don't have enough with all the guys that were out last year that they got hurt that are coming back. Nope, we need to add Blake Snell into that equation. A bunch of that will be deferred. I'm going to hope that's good news for the Mariners. I'm going to spin this into a Mariners story and say I think that's good news. Blake Snell was not coming to Seattle for 5 years or 4 years or 3 years. Could Roki Sasaki come to Seattle? And by the way, I believe that posting's going to come sometime around December 15th or so. And money will not be the issue there. You're just trying to persuade him to be in the Mariners rotation and not the Dodgers rotation or the Padres rotation or others rotation. So I'm going to say good news for Blake. He gets his $182 million. Good news for the Mariners. Maybe.
I love it.
How much of this money is really big? Are we talking like a Bobby Bonilla situation?
No, it's not like that, or not the way Ohtani's contract structured. A little bit of it is deferred, they're saying, or some of it is deferred. So I don't know how the Dodgers keep doing this with all the deferred money, but somehow they keep finding a way to make it happen.
Yeah, they keep doing that. And I'm going to guess that's everything you need to know. And again, I think that will be one of those things. Maybe we in the next collectively bargained agreements that when so many other organizations can't do that, Brady, I don't know, like 28 others, 26 others can't do that. It's not a level playing field. So
really
the Dodger
quick,
hater himself.
I was going to say really quick here, Brock, you wanted me to be the Instagram guy on this show and look for Instagram news.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of drama going on Instagram. So Blake posted that picture of himself in a Dodgers uniform last night, breaking the news. He said LA with the eyeball emojis, and that's how the news broke. Well, then shortly after, Matt Chapman, aka now his former teammate, posted a picture of himself on Instagram and just used one emoji as a caption. It was a snake emoji.
Whoa.
And everybody seems to think that is a shot at Blake Snell. So Matt Chapman deciding to take some shots back on Instagram.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just that Giants-Dodgers
Yeah,
hatred.
because he signed in free agency with another team. What's the big deal there?
Yeah.
Well, Dodgers and Giants are pretty big rivals. So
Yeah, so are the Padres and Dodgers. So is
Right.
everybody kind of just hates the Dodgers, including the guy coming up next. One of the most gracious. I mean, you talk about Thanksgiving, I think of like a thankful heart of a Daniel Jeremiah, but man, does he despise the Dodgers. We have one baseball question before a whole bunch of great football questions with DJ, who joins Brady and I next right here on Seattle Sports.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike McDonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had, the way he used his linebackers, the way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean two things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Join Seattle Sports and Treehouse for the 36th year of Holiday Magic,
helping provide holiday gifts and year-long support for the more than 6,000 youth and young adults in foster care statewide.
When a child receives a holiday gift or a winter coat, they create memories that last long after the chill and winter passes.
Over 36 years of Holiday Magic, we've delivered 182,000 gifts across our state.
So join Seattle Sports and Treehouse and share the joy of the holiday season.
Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to learn more.
Four down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal. Or should I say a gig deal? Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Geno's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at Mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekday 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Like each other. We really do, I think, still enjoy working together. But I know the last 3 weeks, Salk's been out twice. I was out last week watching my daughter, so good news for you is you get a great, not even replacement. Like the Hitman Henderson has become just a legend on this show. So you get Brady and I this morning as well. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Outside of some baseball news, I thought it was an appropriate day to show you a coffee mug that my daughter bought me about 3 years ago as a joke, knowing how much I loathe the Los Angeles Dodgers. So yeah. I thought it would be a nice time to bust that mug out and just, look at the evil empire as it continues to add players.
You and Matt Chapman, you see what he posted there on the old Instagram?
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, what did he say?
It was a snake emoji, so, yeah, I don't think the Giants particularly like the Dodgers. I don't think the Padres like the Dodgers. And it's a little tough for us because Blake's a great dude, Shorewood High School, right up the road from us, and not his fault. But, yeah, that evil empire just continues to add. Are you home for Thanksgiving tomorrow?
I'm playing a road game, so we're gonna go to my sister-in-law, which is in Corona, which is about 2 hours, 2-hour drive. But I've been fortunate. The schedule, we've had a lot of home games on the holiday schedule the last few years. So sometimes you got to find a way to go win on the road, and we'll be ready for it.
I promise a lot of football coming up here, including a little quote from Mark Sanchez, who joined us yesterday. I think you're going to like this one. I want you to react to it. But DJ's number one on the Thanksgiving table, like the number one have to tomorrow.
So this is a controversial take, and it's actually a dish that when we're at my family's, I'm the only one who will eat it. So my mom literally makes it for me, and it's green bean casserole. It's something that I know I'm on an island here. I know it's not popular. I know people don't agree, but I eat it one time a year. It's just the one time a year I eat it, and I really enjoy it.
My wife just we were chatting last night about what we're going to do. Haley's home, my oldest. Do we really need green bean casserole? Is anybody going to eat the green bean casserole?
It's not well liked. I'm telling you.
So DJ eats a green bean casserole. Good for you. Hey, what did the Eye in the Sky show, man? The Seahawks have found themselves now atop the NFC West, atop the SP Power rankings. Obviously playing some great ball defensively. What did the Eye in the Sky show, DJ?
Well, it was fun. I went through much the whole defense from the tight angle first, from the end zone angle, and I mean, when you're taking notes, you just write down block destruction, probably more than I've written it down in a long time, just watching that game. Leonard Williams especially, but he wasn't alone. It was that entire group as they were rolling guys through. Just violent and physical at the point of attack, kind of beat up the Arizona Cardinals. And then, along the same theme that we've had the last couple times we've talked, the second level of this defense, with Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight just flying all over the field. I mean, they have transformed the second level of this defense the way those guys are playing. So it was fun. It was fun tape to watch. And then, you go to the other side of the ball, just finding spots. Geno's, you look at all their explosive plays, the majority of them are Geno using his legs, buying some time, playing a little bit outside of structure and making things happen. JSN finds a way to pop one. And, it wasn't the most, it wasn't this electric offense, but when your defense is playing like that and you get a couple timely big plays, that's all you need.
I think some of the locals around here pointed to Roquan Smith and his addition mid-season there with Mike McDonald in Baltimore and what that did. By no means am I comparing Roquan to Ernest Jones, but what difference has he made to your eye at that second level?
Yeah, there's just a command. It was interesting. It was doing the Charger game against those Ravens Sunday, and I was kind of just dialed in on it because you had in that game Roquan was not playing, and then you had Denzel Perriman was not playing. And so I was, just trying to train my eyes on the second level of defense to see, the difference between the top shelf guys and then the guys that are playing behind them. And it's the same thing you see with these Seattle linebackers right now is the great linebackers just pull the trigger. Like there's no hesitation. If you see it, you trust it, you go. And that just changes everything, man, because the opportunities, the windows and the lanes, you think about running backs and, how quick the windows and lanes close. Well, for linebackers, it's the same thing. When you've got an avenue and a road to the ball, you cannot hesitate. You've got to trust it, and you've got to shoot your gun. And I think that's what those guys in Seattle have done a great job of. And not just Ernest. Knight's been great as well.
DJ, switching to the other side of the ball, you mentioned Geno Smith and some of the off-script stuff. To me, it kind of seems like a dual-edged sword sometimes where you get the interception that he throws when he's moving to his right, tries to throw back across his body into the end zone. He gets picked off on the next drive. He makes that great escape on 3rd and 8 and hits DK Metcalf into a closing window. Just what can you say about Geno, kind of the creator in some of those those off script situations?
Yeah, I'm willing to live with it. Brady, to me, if you just say, hey, you try and beat it and scare it out of him and make a mistake and maybe try and do a little too much, I don't think you're going to get his best performance. I think you live with a little bit of that because the good outweighs the bad, making some things happen there. And they, look, they're better up front with when you get Lucas back. He's been an upgrade for him. Saw that in a couple of the runs that they popped. He's done a nice job there, but there's still some holes up front in pass protection. Laken Tomlinson just gets overmatched an awful lot when you're going through the video. So he's going to have to make some plays outside of structure with this offense. And I'd love to get Brock your take on it too, because I've always been a fan of coaches with quarterbacks who don't scare the crud out of them to ever make a mistake. Like, hey, man, we'll live with that one. Let's try not to do that, but we'll live with that because we're getting a lot of other good stuff along with it.
Yeah, I remember so vividly, DJ, sitting in a QB meeting. Gosh, I think this was year 2 with Kitna, either my rookie year or my second year. I think it had to be my second year because Foley was out and I was backing up. And the QB coach, who I love to this day, great man. And this was just a mandate from above with Mike Holmgren. And it was like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Can't do this, don't do this. And Kitna, God bless him at that point in his career. And it didn't matter if he was a rookie or 16th year. He's like, yeah, I can't do that. Like, don't play me. Like, you want to put me in a box where all I'm doing is, what am I doing? Am I just checking it down then? Like, oh, I can't do this. Like, can't throw it here. Can't throw into this window. You can't play the game, right? I mean, you just tie their hands. And for Geno, you're absolutely right. You can't do that. And in fact, I think he's almost at his best, DJ, when he screws up. And he's just so freaking hard-headed. He's like, all right, I'll flush that. I'm done with that. Now let me make up for it and come back. And you have seen that. What is it, Brady? 12 touchdowns, 12 picks? Mm-hmm. And just time after time after time. It's like after a bad pick, that's fine. I'll have the game-winning drive. After a bad pick, that's fine. I'll throw on a 3rd down into a really tight window, and I don't care. And you have to, with him, I think, let that horse ride.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. I don't think you can play paralyzed. Look, the good thing is they've also got some guys who can, instinct-wise react on broken plays. JSN's gotten very comfortable with that. DK Metcalf, that's actually one of his underrated aspects to me. Yeah. He's got a good feel for it. I mean, I know they had one pick earlier this year where he drifted a little bit, but he's actually got a pretty good feel when things break down of making himself visible and available. So
you know what that is, DJ? I think that's those years with Russ, right? DK had Russ. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was so off schedule. Tyler had Russ, and that was, practiced a big part of what they did and has grown those guys. You talk about instincts. I'm going to come back to that in a minute because I know last week with Brady and Salk, you hit a bunch, and it was awesome on the love for the game. I'm going to plant that little seed in your mind of instincts and how you judge and evaluate and scout guys and what jumps off the tape. So think about that while you listen to this. Sanchez yesterday, Mark, was on the call Sunday of the game. He's going to be on the call Sunday again. Salk just absolutely loves Mark, and he's grown on me too because you can feel his joy when he calls these games. Sanchez also been around some elite players. So when he said this in cut number 5, Maura, if you can pull the trigger on this one, when he said this yesterday to Salk and I on our show, I think we both stood up in our chair a little bit. We're like, really? One of the best you've ever seen? Here was Sanchez with Salk and I yesterday.
That's one of the best football players I've ever seen. I mean, it's not even close. This dude is a monster. And I love – he's got the Rondé Barber nickel ability when it comes to the run and instincts and playing tough and fitting his gap. And then the dude covers like Darryl Green. Like, it's ridiculous the way he can shadow and mirror receivers. I love watching him.
So obviously that was Devin Witherspoon. Probably could have said the same thing about Leonard Williams from his game over the weekend, one of the best he's ever seen. Mark Sanchez, and we further and followed up on that, but he kind of doubled down for him. Not the greatest of all time, but just for him, of the players that he's seen over his lifetime, he thinks Devin Witherspoon is one of the best he's ever seen.
Can I read you my report? Because I pulled it up just as you were saying that. So it's my favorite player. It's my favorite player in that draft class. He's ended up being my 5th overall guy, but favorite player to watch. Witherspoon, lean, rangy cornerback, outstanding quickness, instincts, and ball skills. At his best in off coverage, where he's quick to read and drive on the ball, he's a twitchy athlete who has the utmost trust in his eyes. He's extremely fluid to open up and mirror down the field, possessing enough speed to carry vertical routes, plays with an attitude and plenty of energy. He's an aggressive tackler. See the huge hit versus Indiana. He will have some flyby misses. Overall, with his build and ball skills, Witherspoon reminds me of Samari Rolle. I see similar success in his future.
He was your favorite player in that draft?
He was my favorite player. So we in Baltimore, we had a thing called a Red Star. So you get to give your little Red Star. We'd put it on an actual physical draft card and put it up on the board. And that signified this is your favorite player. You want to bring him into the building. It might be a guy who's a 5th or 6th round pick. It doesn't necessarily have to do with how high you have him graded. Just if you could grab one person and put him into your building and into your locker room and onto the field, this is the guy you'd want. And so I do that every year with a player, and I try and identify who my Red Star player is, and it was Devin Witherspoon in that draft class. I just loved everything about him. In Baltimore, we called it the STI index. We felt that great players, had the combination of speed, toughness, and instincts. So we would grade them on a scale of 3 to 7. So 5 would be average. 4 is a little below average. 3 is poor. 5 is a little above average. Or 6 is a little above average. 7 is excellent. Devin Witherspoon is a 7.77 on speed, toughness, instincts. He is maxed out in all 3 of those areas.
Wow. And that is why those Lions wanted him so badly in the pick after. And can you imagine if he was a Dan Campbell in Detroit? Yeah. So I think they traded down and took Gibbs and Campbell that year. But you remember, that was the dude they identified as well. So let's land on the instincts right there. It was a couple weeks ago. I was on a plane. It was a little creepy, I'm sure, but the guy at least didn't turn around, so he didn't feel me directly looking over his shoulder. It was a scout from some NFL team. He was on his way to a game, and he was studying, and he was watching game tape, and he was going through it, and he was, evaluating his stuff, and I was kind of just so fascinated to watch him do this. And obviously speed, you can see that. I can sense that. Toughness, I feel like, yep, I can judge that. You give me 20 guys, DJ, and speed and toughness, and you and I are probably going to come pretty close on our evaluation. But that last one of instincts, how does a scout, how does Daniel Jeremiah, what did you learn over your decades of doing that to really judge and evaluate instincts of a player?
I think it was in that report that I just read, which is there's a trust, right? You trust your eyes and you trust what you've studied and you trust just your feel in the moment. I think the 2 words that come up most often when you're thinking about instincts and you're watching a player, anticipation would be the first one. Like if you're watching a defensive player and you'll see it, I was so fortunate to just, be put in a situation entering into the NFL and the scouting side of it that I got to watch Ray Lewis, who might be the most instinctive linebacker of all time. I got to watch Ed Reed, who might be the most instinctive safety of all time. Literally that was an education at those 2 positions of what that looks like. So anticipation is the first word, and the second word is it's hesitation. There's none. There's none. So I see it before everybody else. So when I freeze the frame, when I see where the ball's going, and I see 10 defenders flat-footed, and I see one defender who's already taken 2 steps to get towards the ball, I'm like, well, okay, he sees it, he trusts it. And then there's the lack of hesitation. There's, okay, do I tiptoe over there? Do I think this is right? Or do I have complete conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen? And again, I use that phrase, you're going to shoot your gun. Like, there is no hesitation, you go. And that's what shows up when you're talking about instincts on the defensive side of the ball. And then on the offensive side of the ball, it's an offensive lineman knowing if this guy's crossing my face this hard, there's somebody else coming around the other side. So I'm not going to get stuck and hang on him. I'm going to pass him off, and I'm going to be able to pick up this twist. It's being able to identify, okay, based off of study and based off of history, if these 2 defenders are stacked over one another, one of them's coming. And that overall awareness. So you can go position by position is what I'm getting at. Yeah. But it's anticipation and it's a lack of hesitation would be the way I would describe that.
DJ, sticking with Witherspoon, it's funny, for as much as we talk about him and we write about him, online, we don't really focus a lot on the coverage. It seems like the first thing we think of is, okay, the toughness and how hard he plays and how much he loves the game and the blitzing and the run support. But what have you thought of him just as a pure cover guy?
Well, there's no limitations. So I mean, it's just that he's not the biggest guy in the world, I guess would be the limitation. But he's so fluid and smooth and fast that he can mirror and match up easy. And then his eyes work, so he can see things. He can drive on the ball. To me, he's not one of those guys where you label some guys as he's a man cover guy, he's a zone cover guy, or he's kind of a floater, or he's a football player. As cheesy as that sounds, like, put him as close to the line of scrimmage as you can, get him as close to the football as possible, and let him go, let him just play. And that's truly when he's at his best.
And that's really what this defense has done the last 3 weeks. So handicap this NFC West. 6 weeks to go. As I look at some of the schedule, you probably haven't looked at some of this. San Francisco's got some tough days still left. Arizona probably, finishing last year and, probably got the easiest. The Seahawks have Minnesota and Green Bay, both at home, 4 other trips to the road. You kind of handicap this thing over the final 6 weeks. How would you put those guys in position?
Yeah, I would say this, if you just didn't have the schedule right, if you just told me the teams, I would say, hey, this league is this division's kind of screwed up, and you're letting San Francisco stay alive and hang around until they eventually get healthy and figure it out. That would be a danger that I would be very concerned about. But that has been a talking point about the schedule and what they have in front of them. So I'll couch that a little bit. The Rams, I know not every team can take advantage of it like Philly did. And to me, the run defense was the topic of conversation coming out of that game. That wasn't my concern. My concern was at tackle. They just got obliterated by the edge rushers of Philadelphia. So I worry about the Rams. This to me feels like it's a Arizona, Seattle competition coming down the home stretch, and it's hard to, having seen what we just saw, to lean in Arizona's direction there. So look, it's very tight, it's very close, but if the defense of Seattle plays like this the rest of the way home, I think it'll be enough for them to get to the finish line.
Okay, and if Sanchez loved Devin Witherspoon, we've got a personality at our station. He's part analyst. He's part stadium MC. He's part news host on the FM side. His name is G. Scott. You might study his son, actually, G. Scott Jr. there at Ohio State, kind of an H-back tight end.
Wait, G. Scott, did he play? Is he at Wake? He's not at Wake Forest.
Ohio State. Oh, no.
Ohio State corner.
No, this
G.
G.
Play what position?
Yeah, his son plays H-back tight end there at Ohio State. G. was a hooper. Okay. Tore his Achilles. Nice. You've heard the story once. You've heard it 100 times, DJ. Just
hey, would have been.
Would have, could have, should have. G. Scott was on these airwaves. His son's been at Ohio State, and he knows Jackson Smith and Jigba very well, and all these guys through the years. Seriously, his son was a super talented guy at Eastside Catholic, 4-star receiver, big-time recruit. Just added some size there and has done a really nice job carving out a career starting the last couple years as an H-back tight end. But, G, you will not find a bigger lover of Jackson Smith and Jigba. He said he is the best receiver in all the NFL right now. And he stuck his chest out, and he said it over and over in the last 3 weeks. This dude has turned himself. We were having a conversation, remember, like a month ago. Can he run well enough?
Yeah.
Can he be Amon-Ra St. Brown? It's like once we said Amon-Ra St. Brown, this dude has been playing like Amon-Ra St. Brown. What has gotten into JSN?
Well, I mean, they're finding different ways to get him the football. Whether it's a quick hitter, getting him on a screen, whether it's him staying alive on broken plays, making things happen there. The run after catch has been really good. So, I mean, that's really it's quite simple. It's not like we woke up and all of a sudden he's running a different caliber of route than he was running prior.
But it feels like he's playing that first one of speed. It feels like he is playing. It's almost like he's been infused with a confidence, that huge monster game where he had, 180 yards and touchdown. Like, it almost feels like he needed that game to infuse him with the gear and speed that I don't know if I saw the first 20, 25 games.
Yeah, and I would say there's something to be said when you've been relied upon. And look, I'm not saying this about him, but there are other guys that you see over the years that feel like some routes that they're dead. Like it's not going to work. It's not going to get to me here. So, and I might feel like I'm going 100 miles an hour, but truthfully, there's not a great shot that the ball is going to make it to you. So you have one of those big games, I think maybe subconsciously, that can kind of unlock another gear, knowing that you could, not only might the ball get to me, I might be the primary on a majority of these combinations. So maybe that's a little bit of the uptick we see in the play speed. But to me, I've been most impressed, Brock, with what he's doing with the ball in his hands, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Okay, Brady, you can ask about your favorite new Seahawk now. I know you've been waiting to
I'm gonna kind of switch gears here, and I want to ask you, DJ, about the scouting departments. And one thing we heard from Mike McDonald the other day, I think he was talking about kind of the parallels between the Ravens acquisition of Roquan Smith a couple years ago versus the Seahawks, kind of doing something similar mid-season, acquiring an inside linebacker, and how much that has changed their defense. And he made a comment about how similar the scouting departments are, and I think he was talking about maybe the scouting process. And I'm curious, as somebody who has been in that Baltimore Ravens scouting department, what similarities do you see in either the way that they go about it or just the process in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's always, if you go back far enough, you'll find some tie-ins and some carryover. I think Matt Berry's still there.
He is,
in Seattle. And Matt, I actually got to know Matt real well over the years, but he had interned in Baltimore and spent a little bit of time there, so he had some exposure to that whole setup. But I think with John Schneider, I think he values a lot of the same things in players that Ozzie forever valued and what Eric DeCosta, since he took over, valued. And that I think there's in Baltimore, we didn't get obsessed with, the card in terms of the height, weight, speed. We focus more on kind of just the performance. So that's why you can play with, Ed Reed, who wasn't the biggest guy in the world. It's the reason why when Terrell Suggs, wets the bed at the 40 at his pro day, you don't care because he's a great football player. It's why Russell Wilson gets drafted at 5'10" to play quarterback. Like, you don't get caught up in the card that's on the wall with the height, weight, speed. You're just more focused on the actual tape and what you see there and the competitive makeup. And I think that, like, John gets a ton of credit for that. I think Pete, obviously, when he was there and known for the competition thing, I think that's part of the culture. That's really the fabric of the culture of that organization that survives long after you're not there. And I think when you look at the types of players, you're competitive, just love ball, those things. I think there's a lot of similarities there.
AJ Finley picked up. Who's AJ Finley?
Oh, Chargers safety. Yeah. No, special teams, get you out of a game.
Scrappy, tough. All those things that DJ was at Appalachian State. By the way, there will be no hesitation and there will be tremendous anticipation for the green bean casserole at your sister-in-law's house tomorrow. So go have a.
I'm excited. I'm excited about it, man. I by the way, real quick on the quarterback thing. I was talking to App State's head coach Sean Clark, who's one of my he was my left tackle when I played there. So we were talking about a quarterback they were recruiting in California that I'd seen play, high school kid. And he goes, can he run G load like you ran G load option, which is option?
Right.
I said, well, maybe not as fast, but the chances of him not getting broken in half much greater, much greater.
much
I played a lot of games, Brock. I didn't necessarily finish a lot of them.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, me neither, DJ, and that's why we're probably both doing what we're doing now. You're the absolute best. We love this every single Wednesday. Salk and I will be back in the fold next Wednesday together for the home stretch of what's going to be a Wild West, man. The Seahawks, and if they can go to New York this week and find a way to win, it's going to be just compelling stuff down the stretch to talk with you about. We appreciate you. We're thankful for you. Have a wonderful holiday, and always enjoy the education every single Wednesday morning, man. Appreciate it.
No, I enjoy it too. Go find a bat for the baseball team, would you? Jeez.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe Roki Sasaki's now available. That is Daniel Jeremiah. He joins us every single Wednesday over the course of the football season. Been an absolute blast. On Wednesdays, Brady, we also do a Washington Wednesday. I'll give you a little bit more than just the old playground game when it comes to this matchup with the Ducks. We'll do it next. Brady in for Salk, Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
So if the Seahawks were to have lost to the Cardinals, they would have had a 8% chance to make the playoffs. Because they won, it's now at 36%. That is a monumental shift. Like, I cannot stress how big this win was.
It changes the way you look at the team. It changes the way you look at the scenario. And it also makes you and I look like geniuses. As we were saying, listen, handle the Niners.
You know?
And then you get through this 3-game stretch, you should be good.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, for a limited time, ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your real estate. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your real estate.
Cars for Kids accepts all kinds of real estate donations. Turn your challenging or unused property into a brighter future for kids and get a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Visit carsforkids.org or call today. That's Cars for Kids Real Estate.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your real estate. Donate your real estate.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2024.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Washington Wednesdays. Brought to you by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Brady, I'm going to go on the record and say, maybe one of the most intense Wednesdays we've ever had. Intense in the sense of, here's the thing, here's Washington Wednesday, here's mean tweets, here's Daniel Jeremiah. Like, it is just a absolutely locked and loaded before Thanksgiving kind of Wednesday. And we do this every single week, a Washington Wednesday. This will be the last of the regular season, as the Huskies will play their season finale down in Autzen. And as I said, become one of the most hostile places to play. If you were to say to me, like, okay, what were the 3 loudest environments that you've ever experienced? Autzen Stadium is one of them. Like when I played there as a redshirt freshman in 1996, and we absolutely curb stomped the Ducks, which was an absolute blast with Corey Dillon and crew. It was really loud until it wasn't. But the first couple opening series, like I could bark out as loud as I could, and people couldn't hear me because they've done the same thing. At least on one side of their stadium, they have the cantilevered stands like UW does, where the sound goes up and then it comes down. And for all the success that they have now had as the #1 team in the country, that place just hums. And I said it on the broadcast when we did our last Michigan State-Oregon game this year. I've seen them twice. I also said on the air, I said, Benetti, it's going to be a hot take. And I know I'm going to get killed for this, but I'm just going to say it anyway. This is the best sound system in college football. Like their sound system, and it's the best that money can buy. They've got the best and the most resources, from uniforms to facilities to sound systems in the stadium. The place just absolutely rocks. The music before the game is phenomenal. The tribute they do to Oregon in the second quarter is phenomenal. Shout at the end of the third quarter is phenomenal. And Husky fans may not like to hear any of that, but it's just a unbiased analyst. When I put that hat on and I do that job, the place has become just a scene. And when Ohio State came a few weeks ago and played one of the marquee games of the entire college football season, trust me, those Buckeye fans left there going, wow, that was SEC-like. That was Michigan, Ohio State-like from an environment standpoint. So then throw in the Washington Huskies, the 6-5 Huskies, undefeated at home, winless on the road, and Mr. Jed Fish himself. You enjoyed and appreciated this cut earlier. It was Christian Capel asking him the question, cut number 16, Lyle. Who are we going to see at quarterback?
Is the quarterback situation resolved, though? I mean, do you know who you're starting and kind of like you plan to?
Yeah, I have a good idea on how we're going to do that.
He's got a good idea. And did practice come into play? Cut number 17. He was asked further about the bye week. Remember, both Oregon and Washington coming off of a bye week. Lots of practice, lots of time to evaluate. Did the bye week come into consideration for Jed Fish with who's going to be under center?
I think for Will, he certainly was able to take a deep breath and handle it really well this week. On the same token, Damon's energy and Damon's confidence showed up. His ability to jump right in and feel really good about leading the group whenever it was his turn. He did a really nice job there as well. So I think both guys responded well to the week of practice. And now really it's important for us that the guy that we believe will start the game, gets a significant amount of reps in practice week. But, as you know, we're not afraid to play two quarterbacks as well.
Brady, I have said it with my chest the last couple of weeks on my Brock Talks, Husky Football, said it last week, say it this week. Why in the world? Give me a case for not starting the true freshman, Damon Williams. Because to me, every sign would indicate and point that you've got to play your true freshman at this point. Give me a case for the other side.
Well, it was the case I mentioned, I think, in Need to Know earlier, that when you're playing in a incredibly loud, hostile environment in a huge game against the number one team in the country, would you favor the poise that you get and the experience that you get from the more experienced guy in Will Rogers? That would be the only counterpoint, I think.
If Damon Williams had come to the University of Washington in late July, early August, as I did, and all of my freshman class did last century, when everybody did as a freshman, like that was part of the deal. There was nothing called early enrollment. There was no graduating from O'Day High School after being an All-American from Monticola like you were in December, and then enrolling in January. Just play with it. It's theater of the mind, Brady.
For those listening, that definitely was not the case.
There were no early enrollees. Damon has been here since whatever. We came in with Jed Fish. He was here all spring. He was here all summer. He was here all training camp. He's played 11 games. This is not the first game of the year at Ohio State, right? This is time on task. He's had almost a year of it. He's no longer a freshman. Like, he has got to start. And I'll tell you one other thing. You know what you don't have in college football that I had in 1995 and 96 and 97? I had time. You don't have time as a college football player today. You have an opportunity, and you got to maximize it. Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback for Oregon's been now at 3 schools. I look at my board every week. There was this young kid that I spent some time with yesterday. He's a young receiver, and he's talented. He's trying to figure out where to go to school. He'd really like to get to the Mountain West, and I'm like, you just go play. Go somewhere and play. Because look at my board right here. Look at Arizona State. They're 9-2. They don't have a receiver that has been there. He comes from here. He comes from there. They come from everywhere. Like, you've got to make and take advantage of your time. For Damon Williams, I mean, I would go in there and say, Coach, time for me to play. And if I go put on a show, and I'm playing the number one team in the country, and I got nothing to lose, and I got enough speed and athleticism to run away from some of these guys that will certainly put this pocket under duress from beginning to end, this is your time to show out. It's your time to show. Like, don't go in the portal. Hey, Jed, I know you're a quarterback whisperer, and everybody you have worked with, from Jed Fish to Noah Fafita to all these guys, have been way better with you than without you. I don't want you to go in the portal. I don't want some fourth year somewhere, coming here and playing for Jed Fish. I'm your guy. And I think you've got to give Damon every opportunity to run with this thing Saturday night.
And that has to be the calculus that these coaches are now sort of dealing with in 100%. The era of NIL, the era of the transfer portal. It's not necessarily, is this the best decision for the football team, which, as you laid out, it might be, just with the athleticism and the ability to kind of escape with an offensive line that can't really protect a more pocket passing type guy. But there's also the question of, do I need to do this in order to not lose this guy?
That's right. Yeah, it's recruiting is not just recruiting the outside. It's now just as important for retention. It's recruiting and retention, and they're tied at the hip together. Because guess when the portal opens, Brady? This is how smart college football is. Right? We got this weekend. Then you have the conference championships next weekend. And then you got the playoff run. So assuredly, the portal's not going to open up to win. Mid-January? No. Let's open it up the end of next week. Let's open it up right there like December 7th. Because that makes zero sense to anybody and everybody. But it's what we're going to do anyway. So it is chaos. It is the Wild West. It is recruiting. It is retention. And for Damon Williams, as a 20-point underdog down at Autzen Stadium, you, to me, have the opportunity of a lifetime to go show out. He is Brady Anderson. He is in for Salk. We do need to know every single hour. We'll give you everything you need to know, including a local kid done good. Brady's in for Salk, Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. You know, we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, you know, and play with, to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I, Cantor Diamond, can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment, professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland purchased extra inventory and has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Priuses, hybrid Camrys, and the all-new Crown Signa. Toyotathon is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is ready to celebrate with you. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build roads, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Cal Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
What's up, everybody? Michael Bumpus here. Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions, as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to know more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website, Contour Fence. Visit them at contourfence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, up first, the Seahawks. I know it's not the college football rankings that really do matter, as they'll rank and figure out who the 12 best are to play in the playoff. We know it's wins and losses and everything else, but there is this ESPN weekly power ranking that we love, not just because Brady Henderson's a part of it, but it's a good tell on what's going on around the league. According to ESPN, well, the Seahawks move up 3 spots to number 13, a spot ahead of those Cardinals at 14, the Niners at 18, the Rams at 19. You just heard from Daniel Jeremiah last hour that if he were to handicap it, he thinks it's going to be the Hawks and the Cards, and maybe a tip of the cap to those Seattle Seahawks. How about Rich Eisen, Brady Henderson's favorite national radio voice? Rich Eisen, what does he think of these Seahawks and their chances?
I think the Seahawks go 3-3 to finish, and finish up 9-8, and that will not be good enough to make the playoffs. So in terms of the Seattle Seahawks, I say, or what? They've been a little too inconsistent for my liking, and I know they just came up with 2 big-time W's in division, one in San Francisco, one at home against Arizona, which came in as the division leader, and they are no longer. They're just too damn inconsistent. So I'm going to go
Seahawks
or what?
Out. Okay.
I'm going or what? I think they finished 3-3 the rest of the way.
There you go. Your Sundays just got freed up. You don't have to watch these games anymore because Rich Eisen just told you exactly how they're going to go. No, I kid. And in all seriousness, look, he's not totally wrong there. They have been an inconsistent team, and they do have a tough schedule coming up. They not necessarily this weekend, but you've still got to play Arizona in their building. You've still got to play 2 of the better teams from the NFC North in back-to-back weeks, and the Vikings and the Packers, and then you finish up on the road against the Rams, who obviously beat the Seahawks in this building. And so, it is a week-to-week thing in the NFL, and they have been a lot better on defense the last 3 weeks, but you still got to see if they can do it against some pretty good teams coming on down the closing stretch.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Speaking of pretty good teams, those Oregon Ducks are pretty good. 11-0 this season, number 1 in those college football rankings last night. Total control of their own destiny. The playoffs could run through Autzen Stadium until the semifinal and the championship game. And those Huskies are nearly 20-point underdogs to Dan Lanning and those Oregon Ducks. What does Jed Fish think? Can his team, who's been great at home and winless on the road, can they find a way to go compete after the bye week?
But our guys believe that when we do execute offensively, defensively in the kicking game, then that gives us a chance to compete with everybody and beat teams that are favorites, let's call it. On the same token, we also know that if we don't play at our best, then we'll certainly have a huge challenge in front of us. It is not a team that we can just be okay and win.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge, Brady, is this smells and feels a lot like Happy Valley.
Mm-hmm.
That was a wideout, but as far as personnel, like you couldn't block Penn State. So it took Damon to get out of the pocket and run around and do some things and speed option and try to, as I said earlier, make it an 11-on-11 game with your QB run. But your guys up front got a ways to go. You're going to see, I would think, 4 new starters next year on that offensive line. Right? If the Seahawks O-line has got its issues, the Husky O-line, especially on the road, when you say, well, why have they been so split home and road? Well, you go on the road, who's life miserable for in loud environments? The O-line.
Mm-hmm.
And then, when physically they just can't physically match up. And this is, again, Oregon's got an NFL dude at end. They got 2 NFL D tackles. They've got linebackers that run like the wind. This is a team that just pulls the trigger and plays so fast at home that I have a hard time in this matchup. It was one thing with Roger Rosengarten and Troy Fautanu and obviously all the pieces they had at quarterback and receiver and everything a year ago.
12 draft picks. Yep.
Yeah, it was a much leveler playing field. This one is an uphill battle.
Yeah, and you add to all of that the talent, the fact that Oregon's the #1 team playing at home. You add to all of that the fact that the Ducks have a very good head coach in Dan Lanning, who we're going to talk about here in a little bit.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You're just trying to take my job. You're just getting so good at this radio thing. You're just trying to take my job. Now you're teasing ahead to say
that's called a tease. We call that a tease.
Now you're throwing the sound with more. Yep. Like, dang, the hitman is just. Well, what do you expect? You're stacking reps, man. Time on task.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
How about our local boy, man, Blake Snell, for the third and final time today? 5 years, $182 million to those beloved, just underdog Dodgers down there in L.A. Some of that will certainly be deferred. But Blake Snell, who bet on himself last year in the market, and it came up rather empty with Scott Boras, another reason why I think Cal Raleigh moved on from Scott, says, not this time. I'm going to get my deal done. I'm going to get it done before even the month of December hits on the calendar in a 5-year, $182 million deal. Hey, can you fancy me one thing, Mr. Lyle, Mr. Marine Layer Lyle?
What's up?
Marine Layer stocking cap on. Pomeroy? Is it Drew Pomeroy, the lefty the Mariners signed?
Drew Pomeranz?
Yeah, Pomeranz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, talk to me about Drew Pomeranz.
Well, he hasn't pitched in the big leagues in 3 years because
the Dodgers signed Blake Snell. The Mariners signed Drew Pomeranz. Yes.
Well,
they're both lefties.
They are.
So there's that.
I could pinpoint
it stops
some
there?
reasons.
Okay, kind of stops there.
Well, I could pinpoint some reasons for why Blake Snell is a Dodger and Drew Pomeranz is a Mariner. But if you want to look at the glass half full side of Drew Pomeranz, he's had good years in his career, and the Mariners only signed him to a minor league deal, so they're just taking a flyer on him, see what he's got in spring training.
Bullpen guy?
Yeah, if he makes the team, he's gonna be a bullpen guy. I'm sure the Mariners are gonna use him as a bullpen guy in spring training, and we'll see what they've got. If he's healthy, again, he's made an all-star in his career. He's had some good years in years past. We'll see
I'm diminishing him. He's what 11 years in the big leagues, and at times was a really crafty lefty. That is everything you need to know. And we've seen the Mariners do this, Brady. It's the one area, like if the Seahawks have, I appreciated that question you said to Daniel about scouting departments. And, if there's been areas where the Seahawks have really hit, and there have been some of those over the years, right? We're like, man, Schneider certainly got an eye. Had an eye for Russell Wilson, had an eye for a Geno when others didn't believe. And I think for the Mariners, there is no question their development, taking flyers on guys in the bullpen and finding career years out of many of those, and resurrecting careers, and Paul Sewald and others. And they needed a lefty in that pen. So a little minor league deal to keep an eye on as we get into next March.
Can I give you one more thing you need to know, Brock?
Yes.
It's looking like Drew Lock, former Seahawks quarterback Drew Lock, is going to start for the Giants tomorrow in that Thanksgiving Day game against the Cowboys, because Tommy DeVito, your guy, Tommy DeVito is listed as questionable due to the right forearm injury, and according to Adam Schefter, he's not even going to fly to Dallas with the team. So it's going to be former Seahawks quarterback Drew Lock.
Let's go,
starting tomorrow.
Let's go. I put on for my city, as Drew Lock would say.
Let's go, Drew. Put on a show. That's good for him.
And that's the Giants basically falling rear end backwards into what they should have done in the first place, which was start the guy they signed to be the backup.
And I like Drew, man. I think everybody that's been around Drew Lock, there is just as a person, just an affinity for him and root for him, and even how he handled that disaster last week. So kind of like Damon Williams, he's getting his time, he's getting his chance. Drew Lock, you get to play on Thanksgiving, man, and you don't know how many of these starts that you get. I think he appreciates every one of them. He won a big Monday night game for the Seahawks last year through a beautiful go-around to JSN. hopefully on Turkey Day he can do his thing. You asked me off the air about Dan Lanning, and let's for a few minutes. There's a couple things I want to get back to from Daniel Jeremiah, including what his eyes saw with this Seahawk defense and Devin Witherspoon and such. But let me spend a few minutes sharing a side of Dan Lanning that maybe some of you don't quite know about. So we will do that next. We will wrap it up with mean tweets, which doesn't feel right on a Thanksgiving, prelude, but some of the nastiest and meanest of the year came my way after my game on Saturday. So a whole bunch to do with Brady sitting in here for one last segment. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are back in first place in the NFC West. It is wild, Bump. The roller coaster of emotions this team has taken fans on. It makes sense. You start out with 3 wins. You're feeling really, really strong. The Seahawks are back in first place. How'd they get here?
So what had happened was you played some good football as of late. That defense has stepped up. The offense has done just enough. They've won divisional games, and you've gotten help around the division.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Rain, it is like our regional calling card here in the Northwest. And when we get a lot of rain, eventually the earth that our homes are built on, that becomes saturated. And that leads to groundwater intrusion in your crawl space. That's no good. Mike Salk here. And if rain or groundwater is making its way into your crawl space, it can create big problems, including structural damage or toxic mold that ventilates into your home. You don't want any part of it. That's why Crawl Pros can keep your crawl space dry by installing a crawl space drainage system that reroutes all that water back out and away from your home. They'll also inspect the crawl for mold and properly address if there are any signs of danger. Don't take a risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out and do a free corner-to-corner inspection and learn if you have any water issues at all. They will go where you don't want to. Certainly where I don't want to. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes and professional services for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. From flowering or fall color to mature evergreens for privacy, Big Trees has it all. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com. That's BigTreeSupply.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered. with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, if you're a fan of mean tweets, are going to be coming your way in about a little over 10 minutes or so. Brady, I was just looking at, I got my Ebenezer's on because I'm looking at the old Chip Kelly. Remember Chip Kelly?
Of course.
Down there at Oregon. Do you know what Chip Kelly's record was when he was the coach at Oregon for 4 years?
Pretty good, I think.
Yeah, it was really good. And I did a bunch of those games every season at Chip Kelly's, and I keep looking at my board and be like, is that right? How can his record be 22-4, 34-4, 46-7? 46-7, and in fact, in conference, 33-3. And to this day, a decade plus later, I think I can still remember all 3 of those conference losses. 2 of them were to Stanford. Like I can picture that's how rare it was for him to lose. Dan Lanning, you ask me about Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning in 3 years at Oregon is 33-5. 33-5. Lost 3 games his first year, 2 games his second year, and he's 11-0 this year. All 5 of those games I can remember like that. Georgia, blown out on the road in Atlanta. Bo Nix, totally humbled. Then they go on a roll, and then, well, they lose to Washington in a game that Benetti and I did. That Penix made a couple throws. Nix gets hurt at the end of it. The Huskies find a way, and then just a debilitating loss to lose out on the Rose Bowl as they blow a 20-point lead on the road in their Civil War. That was all 3 his first year. Fast forward to 2023, he loses 2 games. One in Washington. That
missed field goal
at the very end of it. Some 4th down decisions. One in the championship game where they fell behind, tried to come back, couldn't quite dig out of that hole. The Huskies beat them again. And then last year, unblemished. So 33-5, 3 of his 5 losses to the team that's coming to town this weekend. How has he done it? Psychologically. He's done it physically. He's got all the physical tools. They've got this amazing roster. They have spent more than I think anybody in college football. They don't want to talk about that, but they have done an amazing job in the portal. Only 11 kids. It's not like they took in like Dion, 30 or 40 or 50. Only 11 marquee kids that they really needed this offseason to add to the recruiting of the high school guys that they've developed better than anybody. You know, talk to my brother. He's on staff at SC, and talk about Oregon. Everybody points to the money, and it's like, no. Their recruiting is unbelievable. And, you know, recruiting of high school kids, and certainly money's involved in that too, so I'm not going to diminish that, but they're just doing it better than everybody. And then they're playing better than everybody. And this is the one thing that, and Benetti says this all the time, the one thing that Lanning is doing better than others and is playing checkers or chess while others are playing checkers psychologically.
Mm-hmm.
So you saw the note about what? About the...
Well, I saw the clip about how he was preparing his team to play in Madison and preparing for the stadium erupting when they played House of Pain, Jump Around, what is that, to start the third quarter. And he was basically like, look, when this happens, you guys need to be like Pavlov's dogs. You need to start jumping around. You need to sort of own that moment and take away whatever advantage Wisconsin has when that song comes on.
You know what I appreciated about that as a psychology major was him instructing his team on who Pavlov was and what a dog is.
Yeah.
And Pavlov's dogs, right? And the training of that mechanism to create this reaction. And as we have done a number of these Oregon games, I think, let's see, Benetti and I, the last 3 years, have probably done 7 or 8 of them. Every week he's got that kind of messaging. Now, I don't know what it is for Washington. I'm going to imagine it wants something to do with those 3 losses, those 2 last year, and something from those. But they use an outside firm. When you've got, resources galore, you get the best of the best. So, he's humble enough, is Dan Lanning, and it's one thing I really appreciate about him, right? You can hate the Ducks, as many Huskies do. It's really hard to hate that guy because, like, behind the scenes, there's a humility and a growth mindset, which we hear from Mike McDonald all the time, right? And John Schneider. There really is. There's like a humility and a growth mindset to say, okay, we've got these resources. We've got this amazing talent. I'm still a young coach doing this as a head coach for the first time. So what can we do better? And what can we do better than everybody else? What do they call that around there? Chasing edges down at the VMAC, right? Winning in the margins. So when you have all this elite talent and all these amazing resources, it'd be very easy to be like, oh, just line up and play. That's not him. And he really does look for those psychological edges. So when we had the Civil War last year, the last time they met in conference history, the year before, Oregon State ran. I want to say they ran it 20 straight times to end that game and end the Rose Bowl hopes and everything else in that season. And so that whole week of the Oregon State, he replayed those highlights of them getting run on. And it was about finishing. And there was some Motown song that he used every practice and every time to get ready. So they knew when that fourth quarter came, guess what we got to do? We got to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Like Pavlov's dogs, he played that jump around over the course of the week, sometimes at the beginning of practice, to get that kind of reaction and that kind of response from his team. And oh, by the way, what happened in that game in Madison? I believe it was tied 10-10 going into the fourth quarter when that song came on, and you saw a reaction from those Oregon players and a finish that was tremendous. And you tie those two things exactly together. Was it only because they did? Probably not. But to say that didn't play a role, I think would be short-sighted as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Mark, what did Mark Sanchez tell you guys yesterday? That the head coach, among all the coaches on the staff, the head coach coaches the least amount of actual football.
Yes.
And in this case, this is not an X's and O's thing. This is not a fundamentals thing. This is totally a coach getting his team ready to play. And that's, I think, what good head coaches do when they're not coaching fundamentals and X's and O's and defense or offense. They're getting their guys ready to play, and Dan Lanning does a hell of a job doing that.
Which I would then tie into our Monday conversation we had with Mike McDonald this week. And the week before, we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about players that love ball, right? That was kind of a theme over the course of the week. Monday, he mentioned that word confidence a bunch, right? And at the very end of the interview, when I came back to that, I said, man, you've mentioned that a bunch. What was his answer? His answer is like, that's on me. Like, that's what Dan Lanning is doing at Oregon. I mean, that is why they are just beyond their talent, beyond, just cutting it loose and letting it rip and playing, with aggression and anticipation and all of these things in all 3 phases of it and running away from basically everybody. Well, Mike McDonald says that's my job. My job is to instill that kind of confidence, right? As a head coach, that is my job on a daily basis, is to make sure when we tee it up and we go out and play that these guys are infused with a belief and a confidence in one another that we're going to go get it done. So when we asked Daniel Jeremiah, more if you wouldn't mind teeing this one up, we asked Daniel Jeremiah last hour about what his eyes saw. DJ, as you watch this effort and this defense, it didn't give up a touchdown for only the 3rd time in Kyler Murray's entire football career. How did they do it? What did Daniel Jeremiah see from his scouting eye? It was pretty clear the line of scrimmage was really dominated by those Hawks.
I mean, when you're taking notes, like, you just write down block destruction probably more than I've written it down in a long time, just watching that game. Leonard Williams especially, but he wasn't alone. It was that entire group as they were rolling guys through. Just violent and physical at the point of attack, kind of beat up the Arizona Cardinals. And then, along the same theme that we've had the last couple times we've talked, the second level of this defense, with Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight just flying all over the field. I mean, they have transformed the second level of this defense the way those guys are playing. So it was fun. It was fun tape to watch.
If you were to pin me down and say, Brady, if I was up in the sterile press box sitting next to you for these games, which I'm glad I'm not because I can't do sterile press boxes, and you were to say to me early on, like right before kick, how will you know the Seahawks are ready to play in New York? Right? This inconsistent team that's had some ups and some downs and has played 2 great games. Well, really 3 games defensively, but two wins here. And, it's a Thanksgiving week and everybody now thinks you're the greatest and you're getting all this applause defensively and all these flowers thrown at you. And you were to say, hey, how do you know? What are you looking for? What's your eye looking for to see if these guys are just ready to play with confidence? If they're psychologically ready to go. I look at one group and one group alone, defensive linemen. If those guys are violent and physical and play with that aggression, to me, it sets the tone for the whole team. Mm-hmm. Damon, older brother Damon, years ago, before you ever covered them and before I was even, I think, in the media, he got a start against the Seahawks. Actually, maybe it was 2009. Maybe it was I think it was my first year of doing the show. And he got to start against the Seahawks when he was with the Kansas City Chiefs. He had pulled his calf and groin earlier in the week. He was super bummed. He didn't know whether or not he was going to play. He had a Toradol shot, so he felt great. Mm-hmm. And he just tore him apart. And it was the Seahawks in Kansas City. And I think that was kind of the Rocky Bernard crew in front of Lofa and Leroy Hill. And I remember watching that game, and he is just dicing them. And they're running it, and they're throwing it, and there's Tony Gonzalez. And he had just this amazing game against him. And talking to him afterwards, like, golly, he's like, man, they're just sleepwalking up front, just going through the motions. I've had coaches, and this is, I'm probably a little biased on this, or these experiences certainly shaped this opinion. I had coaches when I was with the Seahawks that were like, I'll put your grade up, yelling, and most of it was directed at the defensive line. Like, you guys can go through the motions. You can take on a double team block. You can, quote unquote, do your job. But we really know the effort or the lack of effort that you're playing with, the lack of a stinger, the lack of aggression, the lack of block destruction. And you know what? Everybody sees it with the O-line and rips it. Everybody can see it with the quarterback. You can't always judge that with the defensive line and whether or not they're doing their job or not. Well, these last 3 weeks, you can judge it. Your eyeballs see it. Leonard Williams, Hankins, Jaron Reed, your edge defenders, these dudes have played with their hair on fire. And if they do that in New York, they'll win. I think they will win.
Yeah, absolutely. And the numbers really are, it's been a huge difference, especially in the run game. I got the numbers pulled up here. So over their first 8 games, the Seahawks defense allowed over 23 points per game and 148 rushing yards per game. The last 3, 14 points per game, little under 83 yards. So you're talking about 60-something yards per game less against the run. And I think that's a lot of things. That's the different personnel they've had, being more comfortable in the defense. And as Leonard Williams said, guys just, guys sort of have a different attitude. And he said he's noticed that up front.
Yeah. And I love the way DJ also said it, talking about Ernest and those linebackers and Tyrese. There's just a command, right? The good guys can just pull the trigger. And, there's a whole bunch of factors here. But like I said, this will be a great test. I can't wait to watch Sunday. Can they do this on the road? One thing to do it at home, one thing to do against division foes. You're favored on the road by, I think, a couple points now. The Jets are 3-8, right? Lost season, yada, yada, yada. They're going to, they still got dudes, man. They got some elite top-tier talent. But if you go out there and you have that block destruction and you go out there and you pull the trigger and you go out there and you play with that kind of fury up front and hit Aaron Rodgers and punish him and sack him, we know what the rest of that story looks like. So, that'll be a fun one on Sunday morning for all of us to watch on Thanksgiving weekend. Brady, it has been a blast having you in. I've texted you after the last show. So, man, this has been really, really fun to watch your development in this business, in this medium, just continue to grow. And now you get to just sit back and relax. And now you and everybody else on this Thanksgiving weekend of goodwill and encouragement and all these things to be thankful for, now you get to just enjoy the meanest of mean tweets.
Hey, man. Don't jump on Neil's bandwagon. You got Buffalo. Colorado's the hottest team in the nation? Laughable. Brock Heward.
That'd be Devin Neal, the running back for Kansas. Walter Camp, player of the week, 4 touchdowns, almost 300 total yards. Amazing player, but I was so Colorado biased.
I mean, you're the biggest Colorado fan on the planet.
You're going to hear that throughout this. Yeah, very big fan.
Hey, Brock Heward, quit being such a Colorado fan. Bias much?
Yeah, it's a theme.
Did they spell Did they spell it correctly with the ED as opposed to just
No.
No, I figured. How did I know that?
B-I-A-S, yeah.
Yeah. How did I know?
It's been awful to listen to all day. I get that they're ranked and Travis Hunter is special, but Brock Heward just cannot stop.
Now I'm wondering what that
I like the cadence of that
It starts
one,
with a
Lyle.
G, right? That word starts with a G.
It does.
Ends with a G.
No. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
Interesting. Okay.
Again, I think what we're picking up here is Brock Heward is the biggest Colorado fan on planet Earth. Like I said.
Wow, I like that sped up voice, man. That's good.
All right. I'll keep that one in the back pocket.
I like that one.
Yeah, I called it I think you had a good cadence on that one.
We did.
Watching at CU Buffs football. I love Brock Heward, but I totally get why some people have the opinion, F this smarmy.
Oh, that bleep was scary, Maura.
Oh my gosh.
There was a lot of that word in there.
That tweet really took a dark turn.
Yeah.
They often do.
Do you think, let me be honest, Brady, I'm thankful for you. And I'm thankful for your transparency and honesty. More on Lyle, you can answer it too. Would you attach me with smarmy?
No, not at all.
Be honest.
No.
No.
Okay.
I would not.
You would not either? None of you? Smarmy?
No, that's not that. No, not at all.
Weird, awkward.
Yeah, totally.
Off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instigator.
Okay. Instigator.
Pot stirrer.
But smarmy?
I was going to say, I think you're much more of a pot stirrer than awkward. I think you can make situations awkward for other people, but I don't think you yourself are awkward.
Yeah, it's a middle child.
Yeah. A little intrusive sometimes with some of the questions, some of the line of questioning.
Personal.
Yeah, very personal. But smarmy, no.
Okay. All right.
No.
Seriously, Brock Heward, you are amazingly embarrassing to listen to. Are you dating Dion? Well, are you?
Dang, Lyle's grown, huh? He's like the Seahawks defense. His first 4 weeks of mean tweets compared to his last 3 weeks.
Well, you guys gave him some tough love.
We did. Impressive. Never dated Dion. Wouldn't date Dion. No.
Brock Heward, are you all rooting for Colorado because the network told you to, or Dion gave you money?
Is that you, Maura?
Yeah, that's the voice distortion again.
That was you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Brock Heward, are you all rooting for Colorado because the...
Yeah, that was a little like FBI, like voice, witness protection type.
It
thing.
made me sound like. Oh yeah, did you hear what Brock sounds like with
Did you
it?
hear me and Salk with a little voice alteration?
Let's hear it.
You take my tone a little higher. Some Lindsey Graham, people like to say.
Oh.
This is Brock.
Well, I think what he has done, both in Baltimore and certainly the last couple weeks against the Rams and Niners, is he has shown an ability to be able to stop the run.
Wow. Wow.
That's something.
Is that little? Do you hear Lindsey Graham or Dana Carvey?
I hear Dana Carvey. Yeah, I guess I really can't imagine Lindsey Graham's voice, but I do hear Dana Carvey there.
You hear a little Dana too?
Yeah.
I thought Salk sounded like one of the bad guys from Squid Game when we distorted his voice.
Yeah. I hear a little Bob mating with Tom Nelson.
This is Salk.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool to see. And again, yes, I do think we spent too much time on that quote.
I need to hear it again, please.
We'll have to do Brady's next.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool to see. And again, yes, I do think we spent too much time on that quote, but also we spent a lot of time talking about just.
You know who else? He's Tom Tagney.
Yeah, there you go.
Little Tom Tagney. That's Salk's news voice. If he was on the FM side, he'd use that filter to sound like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got a couple more here.
At Brock Heward and at Jason Benetti. Rock chalk, you beta. Could you ever be more one-sided? Horrible call on the game and get out of Kansas City.
Nice. Kind of sounded like a ransom call.
Yeah, it was meant to sound like that a little bit.
Yeah. I'm going to guess that you don't have to watch the games to know who won them just based on the mean tweets. I'm guessing you don't get a lot of mean tweets from the fans whose team won the game.
Yeah. Well, in this case, a lot of the Kansas fans just thought I was all over. So I'd be careful about that, right? It's actually, in this case, most of these are Kansas fans that are mad because I am just in Dion's stuff.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
At Brock Heward, do you ever take constructive criticism? If so, you could be like better in calling these games.
That one hurt. Of all of them.
That's the one that hurt?
I can deal with all the sexual sickness. But that stuff, I can't. That's painful.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It wasn't me.
No, it sounded like it was you.
I hope that's not how I sound every day.
I'm just picturing you, Brock, with your Ebenezer's on reading these. Did they ever hurt, or are you able to just totally realize that these are, sort of unhinged people who are mad about their team and it's just displaced anger and it's not really about you?
Yeah, sometimes they hurt.
Yeah. By the way, I do like the glasses. I've just been noticing those when you put them on during Need to Know and you read them. I do like those. Now, when you went to the optometrist, did you bring in a Coke bottle for them to have them cut out the lens from the Coke bottle, or did they do that themselves?
These are actually my dress ones. These ones are a little nicer.
Oh, there you go.
You like that? Huh?
Yeah. With those are sort of like 60s style with the no rim on the bottom. I like that.
Yeah, got a little gold, kind of match the.
Yeah, there you go.
You like that?
I do like that. Yeah.
You like that? You like those apples? You like that? Like Kirk Cousins? Are we done? Is that it with mean tweets? Is that it?
That is it.
That's all? Ooh, Tom Nelson.
Did you want more?
No, Tom didn't. He appreciated me adding his voice to that, but I don't. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're getting text messages now? You're getting mean tweets on your phone?
Yeah.
You like that? You like that?
You like that, Brady? You like those glasses? Well, maybe next time I'll just wear them the whole show.
Can I see the other ones again?
Nah, the other ones are the other ones are more durable. Yeah. Mora didn't like those either. Salk didn't like those ones as much.
Well, when you give us a choice between
no, I get it. You'll like these. You like those ones. This is great radio, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
People really enjoying this. Brady, I assure you of this. Number one, next time you're on, we will have your voice altered.
Oh, boy.
So the next time you fill in, we will figure out who you are. Number two, have a terrific Thanksgiving with your girlfriend and family and everybody else. Same, right back at you, Lyle and Mora. I say this every time. Really appreciate it when Salky's out and the co-pilot's got to somehow try to take the reins and run this thing for 3 hours. All of the amazing work you guys do behind the scenes to make this go when I'm leading it, and just about every other day as well. It's pretty awesome. Have a great Thanksgiving. For all of you out there, enjoy your Thanksgiving weekend as well. Your family, your friends, your loved ones. Take a moment to be thankful for many of the blessings we all do have in our own lives. But for this day, Mr. Brady, the hay
in the barn with the turkeys.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
So if the Seahawks were to have lost to the Cardinals, they would have had an 8% chance to make the playoffs. Because they won, it's now at 36%. That is a monumental shift. Like, I cannot stress how big this win was.
It changes the way you look at the team. It changes the way you look at the scenario. And it also makes you and I look like geniuses. As we were saying, listen, handle the Niners.
You know?
And then you get through this 3-game stretch, you should be good.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM. or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Get ready for Thanksgiving football tomorrow. Here's what you've got on the slate. The 4-7 Bears take on the 10-1 Lions at 9:30 in the morning. Some football during breakfast here, or maybe while you're prepping for dinner. The Lions are the most dominant team in the game right now, but they actually haven't won on Thanksgiving since 2016. So this would be a big victory for Dan Campbell's team. Next up at 1:30, you've got the 2-win Giants taking on the 4-7 Cowboys. Dallas coming off a huge win over the Commanders. The Giants are not, and they might not have Tommy DeVito at 100%. He's dealing with a forearm injury. Still favoring Dallas in this one. Best game of the night, though, is going to be Sunday night Dolphins-Packers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's a holiday week. Bump and I are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where power's back on. We're back here. Good news for the Seahawks. They're getting ready to hit the road to take on the Jets. And Bump, we are going to have a lot for a preview coming up, not just during our show. We've got Bold Take Wednesday at 10:30. We're going to jump into the huddle with Ernest Jones joining us alongside Dave Wyman beginning at noon. But before we get to any of that, you and I thought it would be fun to kind of have a Thanksgiving-themed episode.
Mm-hmm.
And while this is going to sound corny, I promise it's actually a really nice exercise.
Thanksgiving is corny. The holidays are corny. That's all part of the identity of the holiday, so why not lean into it?
Thank you. Oh my God. Speaking of corny, I was thinking of casseroles. I told Brian Walters yesterday there is no good casserole. That was one of our hype trains.
Really?
Would you have boarded?
Yeah, probably.
I know. I agree, right?
Yeah, I would have gone on that
It
one.
will not surprise you to know Brian Walters strongly disagreed.
Nah, not at all. Brian Walters went to Cornell. His dad is a member at a prestigious country club.
You know?
Casserole is in like his
It's in his
DNA.
blood.
That's what he does. So I ain't mad at Beto. People like what they like, you know.
Exactly. What should Seattle sports fans be thankful for? So this is an exercise in thinking about what we're thankful for as Seattle sports fans, as analysts, as people covering these. If you guys want to chime in with your answers, 866-979-3776. As you think about being grateful this week and especially tomorrow on Thanksgiving, what do you find yourself thankful for as a sports fan, particularly a Seattle sports fan? Bump, what about you?
I'm going to make a connection here. I remember when I was a kid and I used to get clothes for Christmas. I used to hate it. Like, man, why am I getting clothes? At a younger age, you want toys. You know, I want toys, I want video games. But then I remember I got this sweater. And I was at my aunt's house in Oxnard, and I got the sweater, and I was like, oh, thank you, I'm being polite. But in my head, I go, man, I don't want this sweater. But then later on that week, it got really cold, and I put that sweater on. And I go, I'm so thankful I have this sweater. All right? So I'm making that comparison to say y'all should be thankful for Geno. Y'all should be thankful for Geno. Because Geno is a sweater that most of y'all don't really want. You go, oh, yeah, I guess. Thank you. I appreciate the sweater. But then when there's 1 minute left on the clock, you got to drive down and win a game. You're like, I'm so thankful I got this sweater. That sweater is Geno. So I'm thankful for Geno. I know that he probably isn't the quarterback to win a Super Bowl here unless he has just crazy amount of support. But in the meantime, 6-5, you're in first place in the division. He helped you win a game last week. He does have his flaws like every other football player. I am thankful for that sweater. That sweater is Geno.
That's a really good one. It's exactly how practicing practicing gratitude works, right, is saying like, look, while I wish that I had a brand new BMW, I'm thankful to have a car to take me to work, and that car has Bluetooth and heat and a fun little skylight. You know what I mean? Like, you're grateful. I was putting together, obviously, the snapshot. If you're listening live, you heard it. If you're listening on the podcast, you didn't. But I was just updating you guys on the Thanksgiving games. I am thankful that the Seahawks are in first place in the NFC West, and that I can cover a team that's still has playoff hopes that are very much alive. They have 36% odds right now to make the playoffs and clinch the NFC West, which is really great because, guys, when I'm throwing this preview together, I'm sitting here writing, hey, the 2-win Giants dealing with Tommy DeVito, their third stringer.
They really only got 2 wins right now?
2 wins.
Goodness gracious.
And they paid their starting quarterback $40 million per year, not there anymore. Horrible deal. Like, I'm thankful Seattle, while they have a lot of dead cap attached to safety, didn't sink themselves with some really god-awful quarterback contract. I'm thankful that they are better than these 2-win teams and 3-win teams that I'm writing about in my previews. And I'm selfishly, as a reporter, thankful they aren't playing on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yes. So thankful they're not playing on Thanksgiving. Was it last year they played on, I don't know, a couple years ago? I remember working on Thanksgiving and then working on Christmas as well.
I think it was Thanksgiving against the 49ers. Am I remembering that right?
I don't know. There was a game where we definitely were working.
I can't remember exactly, but one of the holidays last year against the 49ers.
It was Thanksgiving last year.
It was. Thank you, Matt. I think, speaking of taking on the Jets on Sunday, I'm thankful that they're not the Jets. Like, I'm thankful they don't have a situation where fans feel completely hopeless because they think there's no saving a franchise that's floundered for the better part of its existence, but certainly for about 15 years here.
Yeah. I am thankful for having a general manager who ain't afraid to make some moves.
Oh, that's a good one.
John Schneider looking at this linebacker, and Mike McDonald. Obviously, Mike McDonald and AD have influence over what's going to happen with this defense. But instead of Schneider sitting there and saying, make it work, all my guys who watch, who have grown up watching Friday, Stacey, still on your bucket list, okay? The mom goes up to Smokey and she goes, hey, can you run to the store and grab me, I think it's some cigarettes? She gives him like $1 or something. He goes, this ain't enough. She goes, make it enough, right? John Schneider did not look at Mike McDonald like moms looked at Smokey and said, make it enough. He says, all right, what else you need? This ain't enough. What do you need? Let's go find somebody out there. Let's go elevate this rookie and see what he has and go get him a veteran who he can learn from. I'm thankful that John Schneider wasn't stubborn and swallowed some pride and said, okay, we didn't do the right things at this position. Let's go make it enough for you.
That's a really good one. Make it enough.
Make it enough.
I'm going to step outside of the Seahawks. I'm thankful that Seattle has had teams that have otherwise been really competitive. And this was me challenging myself to be thankful when it comes to things about the Mariners, because I will constantly complain and lament, like, oh, I want them to build more. I want them to increase payroll. I want this. I want that. I want to go to a World Series. However, I am thankful that they have a cool young star with Julio Rodriguez. Yep. I don't want to hear anyone complain about, oh, we want to know what his ceiling is. I'm thankful to have someone that's easy to root for, and that I got to see him in a home run derby here in Seattle, and that T-Mobile, it has beautiful views. It's a fun stadium to go to, and I feel that way, honestly, about all the stadiums here, that all the stadiums here have really cool stadium experiences, beautiful views. It's a beautiful city, and a city that, while we transition to soccer, is hosting 6 World Cup games in 2026. That's very cool. I'm thankful for that.
Man, I need some tickets ASAP. I know there's like a waiting list. Man. I gotta know somebody with some influence that can get me to a World Cup game here in Seattle. My kids will love me for it. I'd be the greatest dad on earth if I can do that. So if you're listening, anybody who has some powers or some influence.
Anyone with FIFA listening right now.
Yeah, I mean, just holla at your boy. I'm a big soccer supporter, okay? Get at me. Something I'm thankful for. I'm thankful for change, because for so long, you've had the same thing here with this football team. And for so long, it was good. And you won a lot of games. You won a Super Bowl. You went to a Super Bowl. But change can be good. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you're looking at your partner or your business partner and you're like, look, man, we might have to switch something up here. That's what happened with Schneider and Pete Carroll with Jody, they're all sitting there and they're looking at each other saying something has to change because we haven't reached full potential with the philosophy, with the personnel, with everything. So we have to switch something up. During change, someone's going to get the short end of the stick. You're going to feel worse than the other side. One side, both sides could hurt, but one side feels better than the other side. Obviously, Schneider being here, he still feels better. Jody, that. Pete Carroll, he might have been okay with the decision, but, he essentially got the boot. So I am thankful for change and not being afraid to make change here in Seattle because it seems like you are moving in the right direction when it comes to rebuilding, retooling this franchise with personnel and with coaches. And I say that today. If they lose to these Jets, I might feel different about that. Bet not lose to these Jets, but right now I feel good about it.
That's a really good one. It's the idea of things that can be really complicated still being things that you can be thankful for. Like moving on from Pete Carroll was a huge risk.
Yeah.
Moving on from Russell Wilson was a huge risk. I mean, these two collectively, along with John Schneider, brought you your first Super Bowl. And so moving on, no matter what, was never going to be an easy decision. And there are hurdles that come with that, obstacles that come with it, learning curves. But ultimately, you can still be thankful for that process because you recognize, hey, the ability to do this, to root for a team, and to have that team again in first place right now.
Right now, let's go.
It's pretty crazy. What are you guys thankful for as Seattle sports fans? 866-979-3776. Text in to the Mac and Jack's text line. Can I give you a problematic one?
Yeah, let me hear it.
Okay, this is messy, but I really was going through everything, right? Like I was taking notes about a couple different teams, and so my mind was on other teams in the NFL. When Deshaun Watson was on the trading block, there were people who wanted Seattle to make a move, and I wondered whether John Schneider, who has always been intrigued by finding his new quarterback, would be tempted.
Yeah.
No offense to the Browns, but I'm grateful that Seattle didn't make a move that ended up costing them the way that Cleveland's decision will. That will go down as possibly the worst NFL trade, certainly the worst modern trade or recent trade, but the costliest trade. I mean, that hamstrings an organization, and I am, as much as people want to complain about giving up 2 firsts for Jamal and paying him, and I get it, that is so much worse than acquiring Jamal Adams, what Cleveland did.
Yeah, I think that John not taking the bait was huge because I'm sure he looked at his film when Deshaun Watson was with the Texans and said, look at this, man, 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns. This dude can play. The worst games I've ever played in my life was because my mental was jacked up. It could have been over a girl. It could have been over grades. It could have been over a different situation. The worst games I've ever played was because my mental was jacked up off the field, not because I wasn't prepared. I didn't know what was going on. And I think that's an important aspect of this when it comes to Deshaun Watson. And I'm sure that's something that John Schneider also looked at because that's what he does. He's the quarterback guy. I'm sure he looked at the mental and was like, I don't know if he's going to be able to come over here and perform, and it's going to cost way too much. Also, we know this about our community, all right, in the Northwest. They will call you out. If you are in any kind of suspect situation with women, children, or anything like that, it will not be a friendly environment for you. People are going to speak out. I don't know the climate in Cleveland. I haven't lived there, haven't spent time there like that. Maybe they're more accepting of it if you can just go out there and ball. Here in the Northwest, it's a bit different. I think that people would have been all over Deshaun Watson and John Schneider, the whole organization, if they were to sign Deshaun Watson. So that was big for John, man, to say, you know what, we're good here. We're going to rock with what we have. And good luck to anybody else who wants to overpay for what I think many perceived as damaged goods in Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I agree. Heading to the Mac and Jack's text line, a couple listeners now texting in with their answers of what they're most grateful for as a sports fan. 866-979-3776. Joe, I'm thankful the Seahawks are finally looking better on defense than they have in the last few years. They're on the right track. I would love, Bump, for this team to carry what they've done in these past 3 games, but especially against Arizona, into the rest of the season.
Yeah.
That type of football is so fun to watch.
It is. I mean, you said it, yesterday or the day before that you forgot how fun it was to watch a dominant defense. And when you're watching a dominant defense, you're watching a team not be able to execute because you're looking at them on film and them on paper. The team on paper, the Arizona Cardinals, was different than the team on film. So I came into this game thinking to myself, Goodness gracious. Yeah, we knew they're number 5 when it comes to running the football, but the pass game is getting going. That offensive line has done a good job protecting Kyler Murray, only sacked 15 times going into that game. This is going to be a tough one. And to have a defense, kind of like a parent does, make everything okay. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. They console you. They make you feel good. That's what that defense did. Defense said, don't trip, bump. Number 5 rushing offense in the game. We got this. Don't trip, bump. I know Kyler Murray's protecting the football, and teams are getting to him. We're going to sack him, and we're going to force a turnover. They made me feel like my mom did when I was watching a scary movie and said, don't worry, baby, just close your eyes. I got this. It's going to be okay.
It's crazy how she did that well into your 20s. Bump, what else are you thankful for before we move on here?
What am I thankful for? I am thankful for the Sounders. I'm thankful for the Seattle Reign because they don't get a lot of pub. They don't get a lot of pub because obviously women's basketball has probably had their best year when it comes to getting to the spotlight, so they're on their way up. And then soccer isn't a sport that I think the majority of people here appreciate, even though the state of Washington puts out great soccer players into the collegiate level every single year. But I'm thankful for them because with the struggles from the Mariners, the struggles from the Seahawks, they've been able to be consistent. And if you're looking for something to cheer about, something to be happy about, you look at these two teams. You got the Sounders in the conference finals right now. You got the Reign who made the playoffs. They get bounced in the first round, but they give you something. There's always something to lean on. So when the other teams are struggling, you want to root for a local team, you got those two.
Kieran texting in, I'm thankful for the Seattle freaking Sounders Western Conference Finals. Some good games this weekend. I'm thankful, says the 509, that Big Dumper is a Mariner. And I'm thankful, says the 206, to be able to listen to Dump and Stinky. Love you all. Happy Thanksgiving.
There you go, Dump and Stinky. Let's get it.
All right, we got more of a Jets preview coming your way. We're going to take your bold takes. I know you guys have been sending in what you're thankful for. I'm going to transition that, though. Instead, please text in your bold takes. That's coming up in 15 minutes, so you got 15 minutes to think of a good one. 866-979-3776. I know we got a couple games to talk about, but these are going to be primarily Seahawks-Jets. Your bold takes for Sunday. 866-979-3776. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Full slate of NFL games tomorrow for Thanksgiving. The Bears and the Lions at 9:30, Giants and Cowboys at 1:30, and the Dolphins and the Packers at 5:20. What's the real headline?
What's drier, an overcooked turkey or having to watch the Giants and Cowboys have a mid-off?
That's going to be the most average, mediocre,
That's the worst game.
turnover-filled, sloppy play, non-exciting game of all time. And maybe they fool us. Maybe Drew Lock. It sounds like Drew Lock is getting the start for the Giants.
It sounds like it because, what's his name? Tommy DeVito, my Italian brethren, dealing with a forearm injury.
Okay, so the best thing about that game is Drew Lock. I want to see our nephew Drew Lock go out there and do his thing against the struggling Cowboys. But also, the Bears and the Lions. We expect the Lions to get this thing done, but I want to big up the young man who's had a rookie type of season in Caleb Williams. 68% completion percentage against the Minnesota Vikings. You lose in overtime, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. 64% against the Green Bay Packers, 231 yards. It seems like he's trending in the right direction. It's unfortunate, or fortunate, depending on how you look at it, that Shane Waldron got let go, the offensive coordinator for the Bears. But again, I'm sure the Bears are saying what I said. They're thankful for change. They're thankful that for the 4th year, you got your, 3rd year, you got like your 4th coordinator or something crazy like that. But they don't want to waste this young man's talent, and they gave him someone who can connect with him. We'll see if he keeps that job up. Big ups Caleb Williams, but he's playing some better football, and then the Dolphins and the Packers should be a good one. Tua is playing out of his mind. You got Jordan Love, who needs to limit some of these risky throws that he has. That should be the best game when it comes to competition.
Now, the best team playing tomorrow is obviously going to be the Lions, though they're taking on the 4-7 Bears. ESPN's FPI prediction gives the Lions nearly an 80%, over a 75% chance to win this one, and they absolutely should. They do have as their prediction, speaking of bold takes, that Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson will intercept Jared Goff. As we know, the Lions have had Goff throw interceptions before and still managed to win. I was blown away by this storyline, though, Bump, and I read it in the snapshot. The Lions haven't won a Thanksgiving game, and they play every single year, since 2016. That doesn't... I know the Lions...
I believe that. You don't believe that?
I know they've historically struggled, but they didn't just become good. They've been feisty for 3 seasons and good for 2.
Yeah. 2016, though.
You know, 2016.
That was 2016. They weren't good in 2016.
No, they were awful.
Less than 48 hours after becoming a free agent, ESPN reports that former New York Giants quarterback Daniel Jones is signing with the Minnesota Vikings. What's the real headline?
What do we do if Daniel Jones beats the Seahawks twice on two different teams in one season?
Do we
do?
Is Daniel Jones going to go to O'Connell and say, look, man, this is what we did in New York. This is how we beat the Seahawks. No, he's not, because their offenses are completely different. In New York, it was based on the run. They used their two running backs in, Tracy and Gray. And then you use your quarterback in the run game situation. He better not. And if he does, that means that Sam Darnold went down. I would never wish that on my brother Sam Darnold. We don't want that. But this is temporary, because you know who's over there, J.J. McCarthy. So this is just a loan. This is a loaner arm that in case something happens, you have a guy who's played in this league before. They also have Nick Mullins over there. Nick Mullins has put together some good football games. I would play Nick Mullins right now over Daniel Jones if something were to happen with the Minnesota Vikings. He's been there. He's shown that he can play. But, you go ahead and get yourself a rental, and hopefully you don't have to use them, and Sam Darnold keeps balling out.
ESPN came out with their power rankings, their Week 13 power rankings, and Brian and I went over them yesterday. But, Bump, I was a little surprised to see the Vikings at number 5, though maybe I shouldn't be considering their record, considering they just had a really great overtime quality win. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, but I just expected that they would do it more like college football style, where they're like, well, the Ravens are a better squad.
Yeah.
But Ravens were number 8.
I ain't mad at that. I mean, what are they, 8-3 or 7-4?
The Vikings have more wins.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense. We still pick the Ravens over the Vikings, though. If they were to play right now, we're still picking the Ravens.
Exactly, which is once again getting into that college football ranking situation. The Eagles were number 3, so it went Lions and then Chiefs. And I get the Chiefs are 10-1, but Brian felt that was a little high for them. Do you feel that way?
At number what?
Number 2.
Number 2? Yeah, I think it's 2, because they keep squeaking by, but they're 10-1. So you have to respect the record, because the record tells you they're one of the best teams in the game. But if you watch the games and how they've beaten these teams, you're thinking that they are vulnerable. But they line guys up and they beat them. So the football enthusiast tells me they're probably weaker than that. But when you look at the record, they've beaten almost everybody that they lined up against.
It's unreal. It really, like, you guys barely beat the Panthers, and meanwhile the Eagles, who were 3rd behind them or 4th behind them, pretty handedly beat the Rams, who are a much better team. And yet you can only knock a team so much before you just have to go, hey, scoreboard.
Yeah.
10-1.
Headline rewrites.
UW will take on number 1 ranked Oregon on Saturday at 4:30. What's the real headline?
Turkey will probably be the only bird the dogs feast on this week.
Most def.
You never know. I mean, you think about it, you never know. You know?
You do know, Stacey.
I don't know.
You do know. This is what I want people to do.
Happens.
Go ahead and put that game up in IMAX theaters again. Go ahead and put another game in IMAX theaters, and y'all go ahead and watch the dogs lose to these Ducks. It is what it is. There's no even disrespect to the dogs. You just know that they're not going to win this game. They're not eating duck. I had duck jerky before. It's actually pretty good.
Is there a world where the Huskies beat the Ducks?
There's always a world. There's always a world.
You know?
Yeah, there's always a world. But
there's always a world?
It ain't in this world. There's another galaxy or something like that.
Far, far away.
Far away. But it's not going down. But you do never know that the dogs have to play out of their minds, and Oregon would have to just sit their starters, play the 2s and 3s, and say, let's just get out of here healthy. But we know that's not going to happen. So, enjoy the game. It'll be close for a little bit, but then I think eventually Oregon does its thing.
How much do you think that would drop Oregon? They've clinched a spot. They're number 1. They've been number 1. You think that would drop them several spots?
Nah, I mean, like to 2, maybe 3.
Really?
Yeah. I think they're good.
Washington Wednesday, powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West Best contractors. Get your takes in for Bold Take Wednesday, 866-979-3776. Seahawks taking on the Jets on Sunday. Tell us your boldest prediction for this game. That's coming up next.
Washington Wednesdays is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have edge rusher Boye Mafe. Boye, how are you doing after that big win?
I'm good. You know, it was definitely a big win for the team. Excited about it. All the guys are fired up. I feel like it was a good team win for us. We kind of looked at each other and we said, look, what do we want our season to be? The guys are just buying in right now, and it's being really well and actually helping us a lot. So having the guys buy in, having having everybody ready, I think it's going to really well for us.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
what happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks defense is clicking on all cylinders, holding the Cardinals to just 6 points and their running back James Conner to just 8 yards on 7 carries Sunday. Mark Schlereth joined Wyman and Bob for his weekly segment yesterday and spoke about why it's all coming together for this group now.
You know, I go back to McDonald when he was at Baltimore and how versatile that defense was and how the depth of that defense, all the different coverage stuff, all the different, simulated pressures, all the different pressures, all the different things that they did. And maybe it's just one of those things that it takes time. Like, it takes time to understand the nuance. It takes time to understand the communication. It takes time to kind of play with one another. And I'm telling you what, they look great.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Have you recently tried to get a loan to buy a piece of real estate? Are you tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and their endless guidelines? Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
It's time for Bold Take
Wednesday.
You heard the man. It's Bold Take Wednesday. Get your boldest predictions for Seahawks-Jets into the Mac and Jacks text line 866-979-3776. Bump before I hit the Mac and Jacks text line. What you got for us for Bold Take, as Matt said, Wednesday.
I wanted people to know.
It's very Daria of you.
My bold take is Geno Smith, 350 yards, 2 touchdowns, both inside the 10-yard line, shaking away the red zone yips. Get rid of him. He's going to do it this week.
Reckless.
Let's get it, Geno.
You're getting reckless. Jets defense hasn't allowed a 300-yard passer.
Hey, and they said we wouldn't be here today, but we are, Stacey. Okay? Anything is possible.
Who said that?
I don't know. They did. You know who they are.
866-979-3776. Bold take, says one listener. The Seahawks rack up 3 interceptions, with one of them being a pick six. Back-to-back pick sixes, back-to-back weeks. I was trying to think of, has this ever happened? The Raiders last year got pick sixes in back-to-back weeks. The same player who was claimed off waivers by them, by the way. His name was Jack Jones. He has an interception this year.
Jack Jones.
Yeah, he got a pick 6 against the Chargers, and then the following week he picked off Patrick Mahomes, ran it back 30-plus yards for a touchdown. So maybe Kobe Bryant becomes the next DB to go back-to-back weeks with a pick 6. It happened more recently than I expected, though, so certainly possible. 866-979-3776. Bold take, says another listener. Aaron Rodgers will call Pat McAfee at halftime with tears in his eyes.
I want Aaron Rodgers to hop on Pat McAfee's show and just continue to humble himself. And it's unfortunate because I've watched him my whole career. I mean, when I played in 08, we played against Aaron Rodgers. I believe that was his first year starting. And you watch him progress, and you know how great he is. But sometimes these athletes get personalities that kind of isolate themselves, and you forget about the team oriented, just what football is. And it feels like Aaron Rodgers might have lost that. Maybe this year's going to humble him. So I hate to see him go out like this, but I also think it might be good for character building at the tender age of 42 or something like that.
866-979-3776.
Let's see. Aaron Rodgers will get hit so hard in the first quarter with a first quarter sack that his protection crystals will shatter on the field.
Protection crystals.
Bold take, says another listener. DK beats Sauce Gardner for a tutty, and then on the next drive gets him ejected. I miss the version of DK that would get guys riled up.
No, you don't, because he would get a lot of penalties for that.
Yeah, but that version of DK when he wasn't penalized was really fun.
Yeah, no, DK is he's the muscle. Like him, Abe Lucas, Ernest Jones, and then throw Spoon in there because he's like that chihuahua at the fence is barking at you. Like those dudes are the muscle and the voice out there.
The 253 says, Lil Bobby Daddy said we wouldn't be here.
Lil Bobby. You already know Lil Bobby's daddy was hating.
You're a regular listener if you know the Lil Bobby reference. Lil Bobby just constantly used as an example of the everyday man. Because you don't want Lil Bobby out here on the
Bobby.
field. Well, poor
You
Lil
don't
Bobby,
know.
man.
You don't know anyone named Bobby. Other than Bob Shelton.
My cousin's name, but I forget that because we've always called him Bubba. So I guess his name is Bobby, isn't it? What is his real name? I don't know. Shout out cousin Bubba. Okay, moving on. 866-979-3776. Let's see. Tyler Lockett with 2 touchdowns, says one listener. He still got it.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since 16.
It's been a while.
It's been in that end zone. He's got one this year, right? He's got 1 touchdown this year, I believe.
Is this a result of the Seahawks having so many weapons, or Tyler Lockett just getting a little bit older? Because he was still so effective last year, just in a different way.
Yeah, his game has never been, I'm just such a better athlete than you, that I'm running by you, I'm moving you off your spot. He's been the guy who just makes the tough catch. And I think that it's a result of, like you said, you got DK, Jason is stepping up. Obviously, you got to get K9 involved. His day is coming, though. I feel like he has at least 1 or 2 weeks left this year where he'll remind folks.
Oh, Bubba's name is Jimmy. 360 also said, Stacy, I saw Dalmatian in the wild yesterday and thought of you. None of this has anything to do with anything, but thank you. Bold take. I have 2 texters back-to-back bump on the Mac and Jack's text line that predicted 100 yards a piece for Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet.
That's crazy. That's crazy talk. K9 has 2 of them things in 25 games, 26 now.
Why not us? Why not this Sunday against the Jets? They are not an elite run defense.
They're not, but...
And here's my question. We've already talked about it, but the Jets are the number 2 passing defense. If you were an offensive coordinator in this game, would you not turn a little bit to the run?
Yeah, of course. I think every game they try to turn to the run.
They try.
But it just doesn't work out. But I would love for K9 to do his thing. If K9 goes for 100, a tutty, and then you throw in Zach Charbonnet for like 50, 60 yards, I'll take that.
Someone said, 907, bold take, between sacks, interceptions, and constant pressure, Aaron Rodgers doesn't finish the game, but it's not because of injury. That's a bold take. Aaron Rodgers benched.
Emotional damage.
Oh, my God. That would be the biggest story to come from this if Aaron Rodgers was benched.
Who's the backup
the biggest
over there?
story. The Seahawks could win by 30. No one would be talking about the Seahawks winning.
Nah. I
don't even know. Is it Tyrod Taylor still?
It is Tyrod Taylor. Yeah, I believe it is. I'll tell you right now. 1 second. Boom. Yep, Tyrod Taylor.
Man, there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
And your boy Jordan Travis got drafted by them in the 5th round. I didn't realize that.
I believe.
At FSU.
Good for you, Jordan.
Good for you.
Good for you. 866-979-3776. Aaron Rodgers will call this big loss an insider job and a hoax in his postgame press conference. How about this one? You've been talking about the tight ends a lot this week, last week. 2 tutties for A.J. Barner, says the 206. How do we get the tight ends more involved?
Oh, I would love for them to be more involved, but I think the run game has to get going for that because you saw what McBride was able to do. Now, the Arizona Cardinals didn't rush for a lot, but you knew going into this game they were capable of doing it. So the box required more attention, which allows the tight ends to slip into the flats and across the middle or whatnot. Teams are not coming into this game saying, we have to watch the run. We got to make sure that K9 doesn't go off. He is on their scouting report. They're not ignoring the man, but it's not like they're saying that's priority number 1.
Yeah.
They're saying, let's make them run the football because the Hawks have been able to throw the ball across the yard.
866-979-3776. Bold take. Casey the Barber, Huskies win in the final minute on Saturday.
That is the most bold take I've heard all year.
Hey, Matt, say it with me now. Bow down to Washington.
Bow down to Washington. Fight, then win the game.
We're the worst Huskies.
You guys are the greatest Husky fans I've ever been around.
Truly the worst Huskies fans we know.
Hey, where's Laura Malloy when you need them? We got Nigel Burton, Mario Bailey.
Right?
I got to come get these people, man.
I know. They're going to kick us out. We're not going to be allowed. They're going to take my diploma. They're going to take our diplomas back. They're going to be like, no, absolutely not. We're revoking this. You know what? Why not?
Why not what?
If the Huskies beat the
Ducks. You're going to put a bet down right now? No way.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
no, I'll make an easy one.
I'm not going to allow you to do that to yourself.
What if you have to bring donuts in on Tuesday?
Ooh, I like that.
If the Huskies beat the Ducks.
All right, I'll do that.
Enough of me getting donuts.
I'll do
if
that.
my team,
Yeah.
if our team, Matt, our beloved dogs. Our dogs beat the Ducks, then Bump has to bring us donuts on Tuesday.
I got you.
Okay, fantastic.
Yep.
All right, that was Bold Take Wednesday. Thank you guys so much for participating, and I loved all the Aaron Rodgers ones. I didn't get to read them all, but you guys are so funny. All right, Get Off My Lawn coming your way next.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike McDonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had, the way he used his linebackers, the way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean two things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance, and for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates, or enjoy 12 months same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
'Tis the season to create memories.
Play fake to Walker. Geno looks to throw, scrambles out, now dumps it off underneath. Walker makes the catch. Cross midfield.
Capture moments.
Still on the move. Down to the 40. He could go. 25.
And celebrate.
15-10. 5. Touchdown. Seahawks.
From game day to every day, this is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop, or visit us in-store at the Landing in Renton or Lumen Field.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. So on your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Planning to propose this holiday? Shane Company is ready to help you find your dream engagement ring. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. So when you walk in the door, you can trust your rock is in stock. At Shane Company, we've always sourced directly, cut out the middleman, and pass the savings on to you. We work with your budget, not against it. We'll also protect your ring for life with our free unmatched lifetime warranty. Come see us at shaneco.com and in-store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit SUPlinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place is just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, Mike Golic Jr., one half of Gojo and Golic on DraftKings Network, going to join us to preview Week 13 in the NFL. Before we get to that, though, Bump, you got 3 things grinding your gears this week, and we cannot wait to hear them. So let's get to Get Off My Lawn, where Michael Bumpus is going to tell us what's just really making him scream at kids this week.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right, let's do it. This is a basketball state. I don't care what anyone says. I know your Sonics are gone. Everyone hates people that mentions a basketball or a basketball court, but I'm going to the NBA. And this is one of your own, actually.
Okay.
Okay. Russell Westbrook has 200 triple-doubles. And whenever people talk about Russell Westbrook and his triple-doubles, they say, oh, he's padding his stats. He's padding his stats. He's arguably one of the greatest point guards of all time. Guess who drafted him? We know. Your guys, okay? So when I hear people talk about Russell Westbrook like this, now he's not my favorite player. I was a Laker, went up against him all the time. He torches a bunch. Didn't really like him growing up, but I appreciate who he is. How are you going to praise the Joker, Nikola Jokic, for doing the same thing that Russell Wilson is doing? Ooh. Why are you praising Luka Doncic, who's doing the same thing that Russell Westbrook is doing? I understand we are all infatuated by the European game now. Oh, they're so much more skilled. They understand the game. Russell Westbrook had years where he averaged triple-doubles. Give my man his flowers, man. He's one of the most explosive point guards to ever play this game. Plays with an attitude and a fierceness that I've never seen before. But when we talk about Russell Westbrook and his triple-doubles, and then you throw the Joker in there, and you throw Luka in there, and you praise them, you put them on another level, give Russell that same love, man. I'm tired of hearing people hate on Russell Westbrook. I didn't particularly like him growing up because he was going against my Lakers.
Sure.
But he's an L.A. dude. You guys drafted him here. Like, come on, man. Stop. I understand the Joker is a league MVP. I get that. I understand that. But the way that Russell did it is harder than how Joker did it. Joker is a 7-footer who can stand in the paint and grab boards all day, not limiting or trying to downplay what he has done in this game.
Yeah.
But Russell has done it longer and more consistent. The Joker's probably going to pass up Russell eventually when it comes to all-time triple-doubles. But goodness gracious, it's padding stats when it's Russell, but it's, oh, my God, he's the greatest when it's the Joker.
First of all, I'm going to call it anti-Sonics bias.
Yes. Anti-Sonics bias.
Anti-Sonics bias. I don't care what anyone says. Secondly, do you think that there is just, even though you have someone who, you're right, one of the best to ever do it, that the bar is so high for so many players that there are some players that fall into this category of, who's just drafted too high? You're just never going to live up to it. Like there's that narrative starts and then just takes off and never stops.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is. And
I think that might have happened.
253. Westbrook is a bum. He'll never win a single thing. That's why he's been on 34 teams. Listen here, sir. He's not chasing a ring. If he really wanted to, he can put himself in a position to where he's going to win a ring.
KD.
That's not who Russell Westbrook is. Bums don't average 200, don't have 200 triple-doubles. Bums don't go multiple years where they average a triple-double.
Mm-hmm.
Get your basketball IQ up before you come after Russell Westbrook.
Also, when you go into someone's career highlight and awards and see multiple bullet points about being, MVP, an all-star, all-NBA first team, all of these things, I don't care if it's not something that you're seeing from 2023, 2024. If at one point he was at the peak of his game, one of the best in the league, you can't. We just do this thing in general where we call, I don't, but general, we call players bums, where it's like, based on what? The fact that, like, he's not currently the best player in the league? Like, are you crazy?
That is the dumbest thing I've heard anyone say in this text line. He's a bum. He's an MVP. Oh, goodness gracious. Charles Barkley ain't no bum, and he's never won a championship. Dan Marino ain't no bum. He's never won a championship.
Again.
Man, show that he's one of the greatest to do it.
Yes.
Whether you like him or not, he's one of the greatest to do it.
What's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Next, so now I'm going to give you some real parent energy. I'm going to scold you, but then I'm going to build you back up.
Okay.
All right? 12s. You guys, or a lot of you, not all of you, but some of you have not been showing up to these games. We've been to multiple home games, 4 games in a row where I looked into the stands and I saw a whole bunch of the other color teams over there. I've seen red, I've seen orange, I've seen
blue, light
blue. I've seen all the other colors, all right? And it was disappointing, and I was angry, and it made me frustrated. I go, what's happening to the culture, the home field advantage here in Seattle? But you know what? Y'all showed up last week. All right, there weren't a lot of Arizona fans. Maybe it was because Arizona don't travel. Maybe because it's nice in Arizona and they don't want to come up here to this cold, rainy weather. Well, however it is, I'm going to give you credit. Y'all showed up on Sunday, and the celebrations were on point. I told you I was walking around during the third quarter, and then Kobe Bryant scores that touchdown, and I walk up the stairs and high-fiving people, hugging people and stuff. I'm like, this is what Seattle is about. Seattle, it is in you. You bring that energy on Sunday. You keep up the same vibes, because this is where the 12-man really comes in handy. When you have a team that's 6-5, that isn't super great at one thing, not horrible at one thing, but right there in the middle, trying to break into the next level, being a good team, you guys are the driving force. You are the energy that this team needs sometimes to take that next step. So you started off the season horrible, and I called you out on it. All right, but you know what?
No.
You're back in my good graces after last week.
Although, you know what? Here I am saying no, but I was feeling the same, which is like, oh, I wish so many people weren't selling away their tickets. And I don't want to hear anyone. There were some people texting in, oh, so if I need money, I'm not allowed. No. That's not who's included here. It's not people who desperately need money. It's not about people who can't afford to go. This is strictly about people who could absolutely afford to go, could absolutely afford to go to that game and already have those tickets, and they don't want to because they think the team's going to lose.
Yeah.
This is those people.
Those people. Rest y'all are good.
Yeah.
I'm good with y'all.
What's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Who is the best corner in college football?
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't actually know.
You do know.
Is it? Are you going to say Travis?
It's Travis Hunter. It's Travis Hunter. He is the best DB in college football right now. My man is not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award. He's not a finalist for the award that Kobe Bryant won. The best DB in the game. Now, there are some names on here that deserve to get it. And I don't even think that he necessarily should win it, but he should be a finalist when it comes to the best DBs in the game. He's not on that list. In my opinion, Caleb Downs out of Ohio State University is legit. My man is a safety. He can defend. He does punt returns. He's awesome. He is dynamic. There's another kid from Texas, Jade Barron, who's good. Georgia has Malachi Starks. There are some good DBs out there, but the most talked about, watched influencer, it is Travis Hunter. It is a dang shame that he is not at least a finalist when it comes to the Jim Thorpe Award. He's going to be a finalist for the Heisman, but not a finalist for the best DB in the country.
Do you think those are related?
No sense to me. Yeah, if you're the best, if you're considered one of the best players in college football, and you play DB and receiver, and you're not in the category for one of the best DBs in the game, and the stats can back it up too, it's freaking crazy to me. Deion Sanders went off. It was like, man, I'm going to give my Jim Thorpe Award back, man. I don't know how y'all don't see that this young man. I'm saying, I'm with you, Deion. I don't think he should win it. I honestly think that Caleb Downs is a special type of football player, and I would want him on my team any day of the week, probably the rest of these young men too. But put him in the dang as a finalist. He's probably going to win the Heisman, but not good enough to be a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award. It's crazy.
Your primetime voice is just perfect.
I practice a lot, you know.
Let's ask Mike Golic Jr. joining us next what he thinks about your take bump. We'll also take a look ahead to Week 13, including Seahawks-Jets. That's coming your way next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Sustainable, unsustainable. What have you seen recently from the Seahawks?
Every day at 7:45.
Unsustainable is 3.3 yards to carry over your last 3 games. You do that, you run for 3.3 over the next, 6 weeks, you're probably at best going to go 3-3, even if your defense is totally phenomenal. What is sustainable is this front seven just playing together is just a pack animal right now. And that group is playing just pack defense.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Brewster King Salmon Derby tickets are on sale now through Friday. Get your tickets before they sell out. Presented by VIP Insurance Agencies and hosted by Brewster Community Senior Center. Brought to you by Brewster Bait and Tackle Shop. BrewsterKingSalmonDerby.com.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen, way easier and less expensive than a total tear out. Book now, have your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll save an additional 15% up to $3,000 off your new kitchen. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, "Ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers?" eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Get ready for Thanksgiving football tomorrow. Here's what you've got on the slate. The 4-7 Bears take on the 10-1 Lions at 9:30 in the morning. Some football during breakfast here. The Lions are the most dominant team in football right now, but they actually haven't won on Thanksgiving since 2016, so this would be a big victory for Dan Campbell. Next up at 1:30, you got the 2-win Giants taking on the 4-7 Cowboys. Dallas coming off a huge win over the Commanders in this one. Best game of the night, though, that's going to be Sunday night. Dolphins, Packers. Miami is heating up with Tua back in action, but from ESPN, the Dolphins are winless under Mike McDaniel and temperatures under 40 degrees, and temperatures in Green Bay are expected to be below freezing.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Now, Mike Golic Jr. Wednesdays during football season with Bumpin' Stacy.
Mike Golic Jr. joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. I want to take a look ahead to Week 13, but before we do, my co-host Bump brought up something for our last segment with college football that's just absolutely driving him crazy. Bump, would you mind filling Mike in on your Travis Hunter point?
Yeah, Mike, I thought it was like Deion Sanders. I thought it's kind of crazy that Travis Hunter isn't at least a finalist when it comes to the Jim Thorpe Award winner. We know he's Vegas odds has him as the front runner to win the Heisman. And it's like, if he is possibly going to win the Heisman, it should be recognized at least as a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award winner. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think it's, at first read, I definitely agree. And, like, defensive back play is such a hard thing. I think especially for award season to legislate. Like, the example I brought up is I remember in 2021 covering Cincinnati when Kobe Bryant and Sauce Gardner were the quarterback tandem for that group. And you saw Kobe Bryant eventually won the Thorpe Award, even though any coach that faced Cincinnati that year and anyone that watched the games knew, yeah, Kobe Bryant's got a bunch of stats because no one throws at Sauce because he erases a whole side of the field. And so I think that comes into play a fair amount with this award here. You've got a bunch of really good guys in this group, though, that are brought into this, like Caleb Downs and Malachi Starks and Jade. They're all really good players. So if we were going to do this sort of like NBA All-Star thing where you ask me who I'm going to take off that list, I'd have a hard time because it's a really deserving field, but it does feel wrong knowing what we know and seeing what we've seen from Travis on that defense. That's just one part of what he does for Colorado that he wouldn't get some sort of love for this.
I do love some Caleb Downs, though, man. I think that young man is really impressive.
He is. He's great. And, like, Jahdae Barron and watching him at Texas, every time I've watched the Texas game and checked out that defense, because we know the offense gets a lot more sell with them, I'm like, oh, man, like, this dude can ball. So, again, it's a really impressive group. I mean, hell, the fact that, unfortunately, because of injury, we don't get to talk about a guy like Will Johnson at Michigan as being in this group, what should have been an incredibly robust year at this position. It's the fun kind of like barbershop arguments we love having about this, but it does stink for Travis, who is going to get to wipe any tears he might have had with the Heisman more than likely at the end of this. So he'll get the last laugh.
All right, I'm going to look ahead to Week 13, Seahawks-Jets, starting right at home here. Obviously, this game on the road, but the Jets might have a great roster. I mean, I took their defense in fantasy. I was feeling so optimistic about Breece Hall, and I am a fool because here they are with 3 wins. Why do they have so much talent on paper but haven't been able to translate it in the win column?
The simplest version of this, and I often hate this sort of reductive version of NFL analysis that we sometimes do, but you did sort of on this roster bet that you were going to get closer to the Hall of Famer, former MVP at quarterback. And because of the offensive line, because of the play calling, any other number of things, but also just because Aaron Rodgers is a guy who's approaching 40 at quarterback coming off a torn Achilles, is just not the same guy that we were used to seeing. So he wasn't going to be able to overcome the deficiencies on this roster up front that we knew were there. And so I think that's the simplest side of it. And then once you play bad enough complementary football for long enough, even a defense that talented, that dealt with some own issues on its back end. We talked about Sauce Gardner before. He's had a bit of a step back this year in terms of his overall production. I think all of that worked together to sort of create what we've gotten in the 2024 Jets.
I'm going to the NFC East, and the Philadelphia Eagles might have the best personnel and offense that I've seen in quite some time. And it's crazy how fans went from and analysts went from Sirianni's on the hot seat to, okay, they might be one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl at the end of this year. What are your expectations for the Philadelphia Eagles? Do you believe in them completely yet?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think the biggest development for them, because you're right, the sexy headlines were about Nick Sirianni, and that's mostly because from the outside looking in, we only really know so much about what coaches are doing inside those buildings and the effects that they have on that team. So the rest of it is just kind of assigning the results to them and playing the blame game. And Nick Sirianni, as a personality, is a cartoon character. So he's an easy guy to sort of be critical of if you're on the outside looking in. But for this roster, no, you're right. Offensively, we knew, hey, the offensive line, while losing Jason Kelce was going to be big, you know, Cam Jurgens was a guy that Jason had helped scout, that they had a lot of confidence in, and that was surrounded by other really quality players. You know, what they've done in developing that position. Jeff Stoutland's one of the best in the business, but it was A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith getting healthy and changing that passing attack. And on defense, your young guys grew up. That was the other thing you needed to happen this year. Like some of your other retirements had to be offset by basically the contingent of Georgia Bulldogs you had drafted to replace them. And Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter have been sensational up front. Nakobe Dean at linebacker finally looks like the guy that we saw at the helm of that war machine in college. And in the back end, your rookies in Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell have both been sensational this year. And so I think the production that you've gotten on defense is just as big a part of that for Vic Fangio's group as to why I do have a lot of confidence in Philadelphia, not only to win the NFC East, but to be a team that can very much be competitive with Detroit and others in the NFC playoffs.
Hey, kind of a weird question. It doesn't actually have to be about a Seattle player, but Mark Sanchez, Fox Sports analyst, was on with our morning show, Brock and Salk, and said that Devin Witherspoon is one of the best football players he's ever seen. And initially, Mike, I was going to ask you, like, hey, what do you think of Devin Witherspoon? But I'm sure that you're going to say, like, he's great. So instead, I'd like to ask you, what is one of the best football players you've ever seen, ever? Especially if it's maybe someone where you're like, yeah, not enough people talk about him, but like this guy was absolutely unreal.
I mean, the best football player I've ever been fortunate to see, like a weird, like way inside baseball one. And, you know, God, I mean, this is going back to the college levels. Like everyone talks about Luke Kuechly, understandably, at Boston College and in the NFL. He gets his just due. I do think, though, before his battle with cancer, Mark Herzlich was in that range. Like, not enough people talk about when he was ACC Defensive Player of the Year early on. We went on the road and played Boston College, and it was, you know, Mark and B.J. Raji and Ron Brace, and they had all these dudes there. And Mark Herzlich played football like he was 7 foot tall and bulletproof. He was everywhere. I think Jimmy Clausen threw him more balls that hit him in the hands than any of our receivers. And so watching that guy and what Mark was doing before he obviously, went through his battle with cancer very publicly and came back and played in the NFL as a special teamer. But before he got sick that first time around, he was one of the better football players I'd ever seen in person.
Mike, I would say mine, I mean, it's a common one, but it was Reggie Bush. We played against him every year. And when Reggie in USC had the ball, instead of sitting down on the bench and resting, every now and then I stand up and watch and be like, all right, let's see what he's going to do this week, man. He was ridiculous.
Did he ever do anything where you saw it and it like?
Yeah, he took a punt to the house against us.
And you were
reverse
just like, oh
fields,
my
and
God.
I was like, I'm glad I'm not on the punt cover team. That's for sure.
that highlight lives in my brain forever. Like Reggie Bush is the best football player that I have ever seen with my own two eyes, like that I got to watch as a kid growing up in my lifetime. It's not really close for second. There are other great players that you can bring up, Cam Newton and what he did, in that season in Auburn and Vince Young, but Reggie to me captivated in a way that was so different and is part of the reason I always tell people, like, when you get a good running back, the reason we're all so high on the Ashton Genty supply this year is because there is a style and a flair that comes with being great at that position that wide receiver and cornerback and all these other positions just cannot touch.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Hey, to start our show, we talked about things that we were grateful for here in Seattle or maybe even outside of Seattle. But I want you to be the guy who tells Seattle what they should be grateful for when you're looking at a 6-5 team, because I think sometimes it's hard for people to find the silver lining. For some people, it's easier. But if you're talking to the fans, which you are right now, what should the Seahawks fans be grateful for this Thanksgiving?
Well, I think first and foremost, I know it's been maybe a little bit of a roller coaster to start, or maybe more so. I've been on with you guys every week, so I feel like at times we were like, all right, how pumped should people be about Mike Macdonald? The answer is clearly very. I think he's done a phenomenal job in year one. We almost don't treat him like a rookie head coach in the way that we talk about these Seattle Seahawks. But I'd say the other one, and I was pumped to see him have the game that he did against Arizona, was a guy I talked about early in the season with you guys. About Leonard Williams, man. Like, as the rest of this team has come together, Leonard Williams, just this steady presence on the interior. We know strong in so many facets against the run, but he was he broke Kyler Murray in that offense. You saw how dejected Kyler was on the sideline towards the end of that game. And so I think as this defense has gotten, Byron Murphy into the mix there as a rookie, and he's done really well and so strong at the point of attack, a guy like Leonard Williams I don't think was high on anyone's bingo card coming into the season, but every time I cut on the tape, I'm like, man, that's a dude.
Hey, Mike, he's not a Seahawk, but a guy a lot of folks around here care about a lot is Michael Penix Jr. I saw that on Gojo and Golic, you guys interviewed him. What's your kind of view of Michael Penix Jr., whether it was Atlanta's decision, him as a player, and what was that conversation like? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, you know what? I thought it was pretty insightful just how level-headed he seems about the situation, where as a competitor, and the thing we were most curious about is he's had to watch basically the entire rest of his rookie class go out and get opportunities. We know so many of them started the season, but then Drake May gets to come in and play, and Bo Nix is coming on now as another guy that was maybe drafted a little higher than people accepted, the same way Michael Penix was. And he said, no, I'm taking every opportunity that I can to soak up the knowledge of learning from a guy, Kirk Cousins, who may not be the sexiest quarterback for so many of us from the outside, but Michael said it's the day-to-day consistency in all the little things that go into great quarterback play that have really stood out to him. And so he's a guy who we know has that competitive fire, wants to be out there, and has made so many plays in the past already in his football career, but really seems to be using this opportunity to his advantage. And as we've had so many debates about, well, do you throw quarterbacks out right away? Or, if you can sit them down and bench them for a little while here, Michael Penix Jr. is one of the guys in that sample size that we've seen for Aaron Rodgers in the past or Jordan Love, who is going to get the opportunity to sit maybe for a couple of years at this point. And it really seems like he is maintaining the right approach to that process behind the scenes.
It's a mature approach. My guy's like, 25 years old. He understands that some things are going to happen. There was another move at quarterback, and I'm trying to figure out what this means. I think he's just going to be a loner, and we knew somebody was going to pick him up. But Daniel Jones has been signed by the Minnesota Vikings. Is he just okay, let's finish the year type of guy? Do you think that they move on from Sam Darnold when this is done? JJ over there? It seems like they got too many guys over there. You also got Nick Mullins, who's played some decent football when he has a chance to start. What do you make of that situation?
Yeah, I think this is a move more predicated on the here and now, just trying to insulate yourself should more injury pop up at a position that's already, certainly hit you with that at the beginning of this season. And, for Kevin O'Connell, he sent up the signal for so many people earlier in the year when he talked about more organizations fail quarterbacks than the other way around. And so I think this is a smart move for Daniel, both short-term and long-term. Short-term, hey, he gets the opportunity to be on a contender. You never know what could happen, and you're one play away from potentially being out there and getting to help a really good football team win. But he's also in a really good building with a great culture, especially around that position, that's going to kind of give him a chance to breathe and reset. And then what he does from that this offseason, I think, is going to be fascinating, because you could continue to take that long-term approach of, hey, I'm going to get in a good room. I'm going to get with a good coordinator or a head coach and one of these Shanahan-McVay trees that rehabs quarterbacks left and right. But there's also going to be a gap in the talent coming out from college that's going to create demand for someone like him, who is an experienced veteran at this level, albeit a flawed one who came from a place that didn't do as much winning as they wanted to. So I think this is a perfect landing spot for him that kind of serves both masters.
Hey, Mike, are you a big fan of Thanksgiving food? I know some people can kind of go either way.
I am a big fan of food in high volume. And I think that's the underrated part of Thanksgiving is it is a high-volume food day where gluttony is one of the main items on the menu. So, listen, I understand, like everybody else, turkey is probably went from being overrated to a little bit underrated. Now I think properly rated as I said turkey, quite honestly, is the old-school West Coast offense quarterback, like drop-back pocket pass distributor, Shanahan-McVay quarterback that we're not really sure how good they are because they thrive in the system. But if you take them off the plate, now all of a sudden everything looks and feels a little bit different. Ham, if you get like a honey-baked ham, that's your Josh Allen, your Patrick Mahomes, the guy that's going to go rogue and make plays on its own, has all that flavor, stands out. But I do think turkey has earned its place at the table now, riding the roller coaster of takes along the way.
I know this may not make sense, but would you call turkey the fullback of birds?
Ooh.
Think about it.
I would say that's probably a pretty apt comparison. Also, just I feel like thick necks in general for them. So that does – it kind of looks like they've got the cowboy collar on with the tail up.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, we hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and thank you so much for joining us, Mike. We appreciate it, as always.
Thanks, Mike.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Have a good one.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, you've been pleased with the Seahawks getting under center more. Along with getting under center, what can the Seahawks do to help their play-action game?
Well, step 1 was getting under center. Step 2 was getting a fullback back there. They've done that with several different people. I rewatched the game the other day. I even saw Jake Bobo back there in the fullback spot. We've seen receivers, we've seen linemen, we've seen tight ends back there. All right, so they're experimenting with it. Something that I think that will help their play-action game, whether they are under center or whether they are in shotgun, is Geno's mesh points. I'm looking at his mesh points, and it's almost too quick. It's like he doesn't necessarily want to or doesn't give the defense enough time to truly react to it. I'm not saying he's horrible at it. He's a professional quarterback. He does his thing. But there are times, especially in shotgun, where he just flashes the football. And there are times when he's under center and he opens up where he just barely flashes the ball. You got to be deliberate with those movements. You got to make guys believe that this is going to happen. He does get the defense to react. I think there's more left in there. Then the coach in me is asking myself, well, why is he not deliberate with it? Why? Because the offensive line hasn't been the greatest. He's maybe thinking, all right, I got to get this play fake in and get the ball out of my hands as quickly as possible. I think if Geno can be more of an actor in the backfield when it comes to the mesh points and shotgun, especially when Zach Charbonnet is running from left to right in front of him, he's got to stick the ball out there, hold it, ride, then let it go. And even in under center, he can show the full ball like Peyton Manning used to do. Show it for as long as you can, tuck it. Just be a bit more dramatic. Be like my daughter when I ask her to clean her room. Be dramatic as heck when you are in the backfield.
Second down. Jada should go and just give lessons. She just shows up. Listen, guys.
This is how you make everything 10 times more dramatic.
You need to fall into the role.
Tears.
Give me more.
Tears.
Yeah. Give me pouting. Give me tears. Second down. What does a win mean for the Seahawks on Sunday?
It means that you can start to trust them a bit. They start off 3-0, and there were some whispers about, well, they're playing a rookie quarterback, they haven't played anybody, and you accept it, you understand that, because you're looking at these football teams. But after that 3-0 start, a lot of people, they're crushed. They're saying, oh, Mike McDonald's done. What is he doing? What's this Grub offense doing? And you're trying to figure out, you're trying to point the blame. Now they've put together some wins. The Niners win who maybe some thought they would get it done, especially with the injuries. Then you have, what am I blanking on who they beat last week? I went against the Cardinals. That where makes you feel a bit better about that situation. They're the number 5 rushing team. Kyler Murray turns the football over. Your defense is dominant. So they're starting to regain some trust. If they can win this game, I think they get a lot more trust because that is a game you are supposed to win. No one thought they were supposed to beat the Niners. No one thought they were supposed to beat the Cardinals. You knew, like, look, there's a good chance they could, but you're not supposed to. Everyone's looking at this game and saying, you are supposed to beat this team. I don't care if you're on the East Coast. I don't care what time you're playing. I don't care if they're completely healthy. The way, the way that they've been playing and the way that you've been playing as of late, you are supposed to win this game. If they do win this game, you start to rebuild that trust. You've been lied to a couple of times this year. You question your relationship. Now you see some change of behavior. You're saying, yeah, I can start to trust this person again. That's what the Hawks can do this weekend. That's what a win means for the Hawks if they get her done.
Well, let's talk about the Jets. 3rd down. New York has the 2nd best pass defense. Do you believe them? Why or why not?
Naturally, you look at the roster and you look at DJ Reed, you look at Sauce Gardner and everyone else they have on that defense, and you're inclined to believe them. But this is why I do. I just looked at maybe the top-tier quarterbacks they played against. You mentioned earlier in the show they have not allowed a 300-yard passer all year. Brock Purdy went for 232, no touchdowns. Sam Darnold went for 179, and the Vikings won that game, but still 1 interception. Josh Allen, who lit us up, 215, 2 touchdowns, but not a very explosive game. Russell Wilson, who people kicked to the curb, went for 264, 2 touchdowns. Stroud went for 191, no touchdowns, and Murray went for 266, 2. These are modest games. These are games, honestly, we'll take from Geno all day. 264, 2 touchdowns for sure. These are modest type of games, so I'm starting to believe them. At this point, the numbers don't lie to you when you look at who teams are, if they're good. If they're good, the numbers don't lie to you. If you're ranked top 5 at something at this point of the year, it's true. They lie to you when they're bad. Because then you're looking at the bad numbers and say, oh, they're 28th in the league at this, but the last 5 games, they've been really good. They just had a horrible start. So the good numbers tell you that you've been consistent throughout the year. The bad numbers tell you at some point you were really bad, and maybe as of late you're playing some good football. So that's the tricky part about these numbers, but I think you're starting to believe in this team. Here's another thing that might mess you up. I just told you all these things, right? Then I'm going to jack you up right now, right? The Hawks have played well against the number 3 defense in the league right now, Denver, the number 7 defense in the league, the Niners. There's a caveat. Number 3 defense was week 1. You don't know what you're going to get out of the Denver Broncos.
I was literally thinking that.
The number 7 defense, guys are out. No Bosa. What are you going to do? And then you go back, and they've lost to the number 26 defense and the number 19 defense. Numbers will jack you up. So that's why when a lot of people get on these text lines, and they, well, PFF said this, well, the ranking is this, the ranking is that. I go, I'm not going to ignore the numbers because they're there for a reason, but I trust my eyes more than I trust numbers. My eyes are telling me that this defense is capable of playing well against these top quarterbacks, and they've shown that they can do it. But also, let's get it.
It's also like once you've done something, you're not immune from people wondering if you're going to do it again. Like, people just assume that no matter what the Chiefs struggle with, and they've struggled with scoring, they've struggled with turning the ball over, they struggled with all kinds of things, they're like, well, I'd still pick them to be in a Super Bowl because they've proven more often than not that they can overcome that. And they're looking to win their 3rd in a row. The Seahawks, on paper, should beat the Jets. On paper, they should beat the Jets. And yet, I saw this same team lose to the Giants, and not only lose to them on some fluky late play, they got outplayed by the Giants. So I don't know which version we're going to see. Hopefully it's the one they've been for 3 weeks, which is a really good defense.
Hopefully.
4th down.
Come on.
What's refreshing about college football this year?
Oh, I love this. I'm going to sound like a hater, but whatever. I don't care. All right? SEC is not. I think they are still the best conference. They're still the best conference, but they're beating each other up, and they're not represented in the playoffs the way people thought they would be represented. I love that the ACC right now has 2 teams that are in the college football playoffs, and one of them is not Clemson. You just expect Clemson to be in that mix. No, we're talking SMU, and we're talking about Miami. You youngsters, if you weren't born in the 80s or early 90s, you don't understand how dominant Miami was in the early 2000s with their teams. They've fallen off. They are back in the mix. I love that that Texas makes the move to the SEC. They're the representatives up top when it comes to the rankings in the SEC. I love that Tulane, ranked number 17 in the country, is in the mix. I love BYU being there. We're just seeing new names pop up, and this could be because of several things. It could be because the SEC are beating each other up. It can also be that SMU got money, and they're going to go out there and they're going to pay for people. It could be that Indiana played a soft schedule. So what? They're still beating the teams that are in front of them. I just love that we're seeing new names. I feel for DeBoer because I think he's a good dude. If you've ever met DeBoer, he's a good human being. He's in a tough situation. He's got to get things fixed fairly quickly over there. Ole Miss being a 3-loss team, and they were complaining about having to play in the SEC championship and then possibly losing that and not getting into the playoffs. Don't worry about that, Lane. You just keep winning games because you're not going to the SEC championship. I just love what's going on in college football. Different schools, Illinois is in the mix. I mean, UNLV's ranked 22. This is just it's fun to watch, man. I love seeing the old heads, the traditional teams go after it, like Ohio State is in the mix in Oregon. But I like the new names too.
Stephen A. Smith is annoyed on ESPN, and Blake Snell causes a controversy. That's coming up next in the timeline.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We have safety, Julian Love. Yeah, just take us through that play and watching Kobe go across the goal line. I didn't think he had that in him, that celebration that he had.
He has a chip on his shoulder. He's not the sweetest, teddy bear. Kobe Bryant walks around the building just with a huge chip on his shoulder, with that swagger, that charisma that really, Seattle's defenses have been known to have.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place was just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
As the Seahawks look to establish a more consistent rushing attack, there are plenty of opinions floating around on the fix. Do they need to simplify things or be more creative? Fox Sports' Mark Sanchez weighed in with Brock and Salk yesterday.
You get into third and long, 3rd and 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. I mean, you're going to be pretty predictable. Your only changeup's going to be a draw or something, a draw or a screen. But I think there's a couple fundamental things that if they cleaned up, they could really give this offense a facelift, and just you got to commit to the run game. Whatever your scheme's going to be, whether it's outside and inside zone or you're going to go gap trap and just, run it down the pipe, fine. But commit to something and make it an emphasis during the week. And some of that is just getting that continuity with those offensive linemen up front.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about the holidays. They're a time for friends, family, good food, and ugly sweaters. But they're also when cops are out in full force, looking to pull you over and find evidence of DUI. During the holiday months at 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we see DUI arrests skyrocket. So if instead of carolers coming to your house, it's a summons to court, call 1-800-DUI-AWAY. We have over 25 years of experience keeping the holidays joyous, because too much of Grandma Betty's eggnog can easily take you on a midnight sleigh ride to jail. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up a free private consultation in Seattle, Bellevue, Everett, or Tacoma. Don't drink and drive this holiday season, because if you're caught driving with a nose too red and cheeks too jolly, you'll be calling 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Hey, Bump, says one listener, I know we're talking football, but what do you think of the Dodgers signing Blake Snell? That is going to be one of the stories we get to in just one moment in the timeline. This is the timeline on Bump and Stacy, telling you about the top trending sports stories you're going to hear about today. I'm going to start with this one, and I would just like to preface that Matt wrote this line out. I'll throw Matt right under that bus.
Wow. Okay. He'll take his credit, too, though.
It's true. It is funny. But before I get anyone yelling at us.
Oh,
quote,
okay. Prefacing, I'm a fatty. I'm allowed to say it.
Quote, Charles Barkley is continuing his war on fatties in San Antonio, cut number 1.
You know what's weird about Wemby? He's like the only person in San Antonio can't gain weight. I will give you credit for that one, Chuckster. Who you talking about, Chuck? Hey, man, I don't understand why this is the only skinny person in San Antonio.
Dang.
Why
the
you doing
only
like
skinny
that,
person
Chuck?
in San Antonio.
Here's the thing. I'm going to defend my bigger people from the South, okay? my family's from the South. There's some big people in my family. It's because they eat so good and it's so hot. You just want to stay inside and sit in that AC.
The food is good.
That's why. The food is bomb down there.
Yeah.
And Wembanyama has gained some weight, though. He has gained weight. My man is looking thicker. Chuck is just a troll, and he's been trolling San Antonio for like a decade, it feels like, when it comes to this. So it's pure entertainment.
Next up, Giants rookie wide receiver Malik Neighbors spoke to reporters. This was after his post-game comments where he called his own team soft after their 37 loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We've heard Brian Dable defend him, being like, I don't think he meant to say some of these things. Neighbors told reporters he probably could have toned down some of his language, but ultimately still stands by his intent. Cut number 2, take a listen.
When I take a look back on the game and on the plays that we called, there was opportunities for me to get targets, for me to get the ball. It just, like I said, we just lack technique. We're just out of sort as an offense. So, like we only had, what I think, 15 plays in the first half. They had 40-something. So, it's not a lot of plays you can get in 15, and you can call 15 plays and a half. Yeah, if I had an opportunity to go back and change the words that I said, I will. But I still stand on what I said. I said it. I don't have no regrets with what I said. But like I said, if I had, as I look at the film, we just lack technique.
I'm tired of going out there and losing. He didn't have a single target in the first half. That's what Neighbors said. I started getting the ball when it was 30-0. What do you want me to do? He also called the team soft. So again, saying, yeah, if I had an opportunity to go back and change the words, meaning he probably wouldn't have said soft. But also, Bump, you were the one that pointed this out. You're a rookie, Malik.
Man, yeah, you are a rookie, and you're a rookie receiver. I love me some receivers. You guys know that. But we don't really control the game like that. But when you do have 15 plays in the first half, that's ridiculous. I understand his frustration, but there's a way that you go about it. And if you are going to hold people accountable, how you do this, especially when you are a young rookie or first, second-year player like he is, you throw yourself in there, too. There are things that I could have done to help this team out, too, even if you don't think it's true. It's all about perception. Perception is one's reality. So our perception of you right now is that you're a young rookie who hasn't done much in the league, who shouldn't be talking like this, and now you seem like you threw like a bit of a tantrum, but you're still standing by what you said, low-key. It's he's just not handling this the right way. I think it's okay for him to express frustration, but there's a way you have to do it when you haven't done much in the league yet. After you're like a Jamar Chase, he's a young receiver with 4 years in the league. He can talk all he wants to. He has consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. Justin Jefferson, talk all you want to. Consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, considered one of the best in the game. He's considered potentially one of the rising stars in the game. When you got potential attached to your name, it ain't time to talk yet. You wait until you're solidified.
If you had absolutely no one on the Giants who was stepping up and holding people accountable, then I'd be like, well, if no one else is going to do it, then sure, maybe it's Malik Neighbors. I mean, he was like the number 6 overall pick. He has a lot invested in this team in terms of his future writing here, but I don't believe that. I mean, we've heard Dexter Lawrence talk. We know that he's a leader in that locker room. We know that there are veterans in that locker room. Malik came out and said basically, I don't believe in this whole idea of you need to have earned the clout to say something. In theory, I know there are people out there that agree with him. I know there are people that go, why should seniority matter if I have an opinion that's fair and I'm going to say it? But my answer to that, Bump, and I'm curious if you feel the same, would just be, look, I can't explain it. There are some things that just feel right and some things that feel wrong. And one of the things that just is socially right is that you respect your elders, you respect seniority, you respect where you are in your place, and also that you recognize, because once you put yourself out there like that, Malik, what happens when you make a huge mistake? What happens when you cost the game? You know what I mean? Like, you have to have made those deposits.
You haven't done enough.
No.
You could be one of the best receivers to ever play for the Giants. But right now, you have played in, 11 games in your NFL career. You are just seen and not heard. If you are heard, it's about positive and praising what's going on around you. If they're asking you to respond to something negative, you have to be PC. Trust me, it's going to help you later on in your career.
Next up, free agent left-hander Blake Snell and the LA Dodgers have agreed to a 5-year, $182 million contract per ESPN. That report coming last night. Bump, now you're just getting greedy.
You know, I can't own this because I heard Stephen A. say it this morning, but he said that the first 6 games of the season, Snell had an ERA over 9. Last 14, he had an ERA like 1.6. That's what you do. You go and you get arms to support this filthy lineup that you already have. 5 years, 180-something million, something like that. And it was crazy because he wanted to come here last year. So then earlier on in the season, everyone feels justified. Oh, thank God they didn't bring Snell over here. He's struggling. But then as he starts to warm up, he was coming off a little bit of injury. He gets back in the zone, and he's going, man, you know what it is. You can have all the greatest hitting in the world, but you're not going to put up 8, 9, 10 runs a game. You're just not going to do it, especially once you get into the postseason. What's going to win you games in the postseason? Those arms, and they got better there.
Speaking of Stephen A., who you mentioned was talking about Blake Snell, let's get to our next story here. Earlier on First Take, Stephen A. Smith was visibly annoyed with ESPN's use of the breaking news label for the Daniel Jones news. Cut number 3, take a listen.
Okay. I had to MC a journalism event this weekend, and one of the subjects that was that was mentioned rather, was the over excessive use of breaking news. Everything's breaking news, everything's breaking news, everything's breaking news. And so we're having a beautiful, compelling discussion about college football and the rankings and, Alabama and Georgia and Ohio State and all of this other stuff. And, we got to cut the segment short because, we got breaking news coming up. Wow, what is it? What happened? I can't wait to hear what happened. What's going on now? Daniel Jones is going to the Vikings.
This man hates Daniel Jones. Leading into this, he was already visibly annoyed with the topic, so he sees the breaking news banner, and he's just, I was expecting something better.
That's not breaking news.
It's not.
Breaking news was when he got released. I think that's breaking news. Listen, hey, Daniel Jones is released. They just paid this man $40 million a year for X amount of years. That is breaking news because the investment that they put in showed absolutely no return. We knew this was going to happen. We knew Daniel Jones was not going to spend much of his time sitting on the couch being a stay-at-home dad. We knew somebody was going to pick him up. I agree 100%. This is not breaking news, should not be breaking news. You just mentioned it. You mentioned it in a transition, maybe going to break or coming out of break. That's when you mention it. If you want to devote a segment to it, then you do so. But you don't stop what you're doing. Producers getting in your ear. Hey, break news. Cut. Daniel Jones to the Vikings. Come on, man. I'm with you, A. Smith.
All right, what I need to know is coming your way next. Get your questions, any questions, into the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776.
Intercepted, Kobe Bryant. He's got the blockers. 10-5. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Back on top.
Blitz is coming. Murray gets hit, goes down. It's Williams.
The first place Seahawks are heading to the Big Apple to face Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
First down, jumped over a man, knocked out of bounds. Ken Walker III.
This Sunday, Hawks, Jets, kickoff at 10 a.m. Pre-game coverage starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Michael Bumpus. I want to talk to you about my friends at Contour Fence, man. I know a lot of you need some fence work. We had that crazy windstorm come through, trees knocking over fences, the things are pushed over. Go look at your fence, do an evaluation, and make sure you're okay. If you're not okay, make sure you hit up Contour Fence, man. They're locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound area since 1984, 40 years in the game. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. If you go on their website, make sure you use Hawks 10. That's 10% off any repair or replacement. You can schedule a free consultation. I've been on the website and it's easy to navigate, and make sure you go and you check out their reviews. There are a lot of people who are really satisfied with their job. I speak to these guys all the time. They're well-rounded. They know how to communicate. They can help you out with your fence. So again, go look at your fence. You got missing panels or anything, call these guys up at 425-481-7128. That's 425-481-7128, or visit contourfence.com today.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
what happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
This holiday season, give the gift of Mariners baseball. Why settle for a pair of socks when you can grab a pair of tickets to see the Red Sox? A gift card? Skip it. And snag seats to see the Cardinals. A wine opener? Or how about an opening day trip to T-Mobile Park? For tickets and our complete schedule of marquee matchups, including the Yankees and Dodgers, plus can't miss collectibles, fireworks nights, $10 value seats, and more, visit Mariners.com.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Febreze. So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Beat the Black Friday rush and shop Thanksgiving Day savings at Lowe's. For one day only, get up to 60% off online-only deals. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get early access to Black Friday doorbusters, like the Cobalt Mini Toolbox for just $12.98. Join for free today, because Lowe's knows deals. Thanksgiving Day event, valid 11/28, only on Lowe's.com. Member-only doorbusters and midnight Eastern. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change while supplies last.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's What I Need to Know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line. Any question you have, text it now. 866-979-3776. You know I love a food question. This one isn't about Thanksgiving, though. The 206 says, what I need to know, which of these sandwiches are the best? Feel free to rank 1 through 3, okay? Grilled cheese, PB&J, or Cuban?
Grilled cheese 1.
Wow.
PB&J 2.
Wow.
Cuban 3.
I go Cuban 1, grilled cheese 2, PB&J 3. All are great.
Opposite.
Yeah, all are great sandwiches, but something about like a sandwich is automatically elevated to me the second you have like meat or anything hot on it.
Yeah. Grilled cheese.
So what's the best sandwich?
Pastrami.
What about Philly cheese?
No, Philly.
All day. Definitely Philly. 866-979-3776. One person texted in earlier. This wasn't for what I need to know, but I wanted to throw it your way. They said, so wait, Alabama keeps losing and is still in the playoffs?
No, I don't think they are right now. If they are inside the top 12, which I don't think they are, they're not going to be because it's the fifth ranked Power 5, whatever gets that bid. And, yeah, they won't be in. They won't be in.
Yeah.
If they are in, then we need to call Feinbaum and talk about corruption.
Tell me what you think about this one. These are my favorite types of what I need to know. 509, what I need to know. I work as a guard at a bank. I decided to order pizza for the crew today. I get the delivery and the pizzas were wrong. So I called them and I told them about the mistake. They asked me if I was able to return the pizzas. Thoughts? What exactly should my response be here?
No, I'm keeping the pizzas and give me what I ordered. What are you talking about?
What do you mean return the pizzas?
You know why they want them to return it? So the people at the shop can eat it themselves.
Yes.
They're not going to resend that out to another customer.
Yes, that is an 18-year-old being like, yeah, sir, bring them back here and we'll get them right for you.
Hey,
no,
so
that's not how this works.
Did he pick them up or did they deliver them?
If they were, so I get the delivery and the pizzas are wrong. If I order delivery, thank you.
Come on now.
No, I'm not getting in my car. I am giving my life. My life is on the line for this bank right now, guarding it from would-be robbers.
Exactly.
So I need to be here. You are a pizza delivery driver. You should be delivering.
It's a movie waiting to happen. You can't leave it standing.
Exactly.
Post.
I'd for real be like, are you guys trying to rob this bank right now? Is this part of your plan? You gave me these pizzas you knew were wrong, and you're trying to get me to bring the pizzas back so you could rob this bank? I don't think so.
Clearly part of their plan.
No. 866-979-3776. What I need to know, am I alone in not liking deviled eggs? No. I don't like
You don't like them?
I don't like deviled eggs.
I rock with them. I rock with them.
I saw a little meme that was like, hey, do you want 8 hard-boiled eggs in a row? Someone was like, absolutely not. And they were like, okay, but what if I carve out the yolk, mix it up with stuff, and put them back in? They were like, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely. 866-979-3776. Someone said, who do you have winning the Jason Sehorn Award, Cooper DeJean or Riley Moss?
Cooper DeJean. Cooper all day. Moss is having himself a good season too, but it's cool.
Yeah, both on really good defenses too. Been kind of fun. What I need to know. Oh, this is almost an impossible question. Who's your favorite Seahawk of all time, and what about them made you pick them?
My favorite Seahawk of all time is Bobby Ingram, and it's just because when I got here, he taught me everything. And when I got here, he'd already been like 13 years in the game. He was a professional. He used to pick me up, and we used to go out to dinner. He just laced me with game. So it was Bobby Ingram for sure.
See, this is the thing that people always, like, the correct answer for a lot of people would be Steve Largent or Cortez Kennedy, but I didn't grow up or watch a lot of those guys. You know what I mean? Like, the Seahawks that I watched the most were the 2005 Super Bowl, like the Sean Alexanders, Matt Hasselbeck. Matt Hasselbeck was the quarterback when I was growing up. And then obviously the Legion of Boom. And so as far as the most fun I ever had before I was a reporter, they won a Super Bowl. And that was in 2013. So like a Richard Sherman type player or a Marshawn type player is one that for me was the most fun experience. And I think that there's this kind of like acknowledgement that you have of players you know were all-timers, but I'd be lying to you if I was like, man, let me tell you what, LT, best player I've ever watched. Like, no, I didn't watch LT.
LT was filthy, though.
I just know he's amazing.
Ooh, man,
Derek and I went through, we were watching Any Given Sunday, and we went through and we were both saying, like, man, we need to go back and actually watch, like, sit for like 30 minutes and watch highlights of certain players. Because you don't have an appreciation for it. Like, you just say it and you know they're good, but you don't really know.
Gale Sayers was that guy for me. Like, I knew he was good, but then I went back and watched his film. He was floating on mud. It was a muddy field, and he's floating on the mud.
Yeah.
He was so smooth.
See, that's the thing is, like, I would never get upset with someone who was, let's say they're 15, and they were like, Richard Sherman. Like, I'm not going to be like, but what about Cortez? Because they don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know. And so you got to go back and watch the videos.
Us, you know?
Let's see what I need to know. What's more overhyped, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade or the lighting of the Times Square Christmas tree?
both are extra just because it's New York, but probably the Macy's, like, I don't understand. And it's not a knock on you. It's just not my cup of tea. Standing there and watching big balloons float by, and wow.
It can't be. It's not for me.
It's not for me.
It's simply not for me. I don't get the idea, the appeal of floats. Like,
no.
Look, if it was 1940, that would be the coolest thing. But
yeah.
unfortunately,
they're like, look at this technology.
Exactly. But unfortunately, now we have IMAX, we have robots. You know what I mean? Like, I got a robot vacuum. Like we've just seen things that are way cooler than floats now. Man. Floats don't blow us away anymore. We've evolved as a society. We've evolved past floats.
I get the tradition, though. I'm all for tradition. I understand that part of it.
866-979-3776. Let's see. Someone said, watch Doug Baldwin highlights and you'll be shocked how long the video is. It just keeps going and going. Well, Baldwin I watched. I covered Doug Baldwin.
Yeah, Baldwin got some highlights.
Yeah, I would say more of like Sean Alexander. I have good memories of Sean Alexander. I'll always defend him. He'd be up there too. Top 3 for me.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know why people hate on him. I mean, I know.
You know why.
I know why, but my memories of being a kid turning into a teenager watching Sean Alexander are only good ones. All right, you guys, that'll do it for us. We're not going anywhere, though. Dave Wyman is going to join us for the Huddle 2-hour preview for Week 13 Seahawks-Jets. And then we're also going to have Ernest Jones joining us at 12:15, Jalen Sundell at 12:30, and some more of your favorite Seahawks voices. Don't go anywhere.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Was that some of the best anticipatory defense you guys have played this season?
That's a fair assessment. I think it's also we have consistency in the people that are on the field and the preparation, and we're kind of getting into a groove of like what we want it to look like on a day-to-day basis. That gives you confidence, man. You know, we got to stick to that formula of what it takes to go play fast, you know, and play with, like to your point, Brock, play with anticipation.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We obsess over fit, finish, and feel. Every detail, from coatings to contours, all to create tools that won't hold you back, so you can build more and never settle. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly. Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and sauté. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curly Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Hey folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2. The Huddle.
We're listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacey Ross. We're going to spend a little bit of time looking back at that big Week 12 win over the Cardinals before we're joined by Ernest Jones, Jalen Sundell. We're going to hear from Coach Mike, and then in hour 2 especially, we're going to jump ahead and look at Week 13 against the Jets. Wyman, I'm going to start with you, though. This felt like a huge win, not only statistically. The Seahawks' odds of making the playoffs with a loss would have been at 8%. With a win, they're at 36%. But it also felt important to establish a really great defensive game.
Yeah, and I thought, like, Big Cat, everybody noticed that. He pretty much beat everybody's ass on the entire offensive line. And, you know, when you saw the pundits and guys like Marcus Spears talking about that, I mean, look, usually defensive line play isn't super sexy, and Big Cat made it that way, man. It was amazing. So, yeah, him and Witherspoon just really stood out on defense, and I thought they, you know, those two guys are playing as advertised. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, that's after they got McDonald, they went and signed Big Cat, and you know that was like the most important thing. At least that's what it looked like to me. Between Schneider and McDonald, that was the most important guy to lock up, and he's the most important part of the defense. But you could say that Gumby also is a huge part of it. Our guy Spoon.
Definitely. We've been calling him Gumby because he's just bendy, right? He's bendy.
He's Gumby, damn it. But man, yeah, he's just all over the place. The way his body, he contorts his body. Yeah. It's like his brain is taking his body first. Like it's like he doesn't even realize it. That's the thing. That little spin move that he did to contain, because I was, you know, on that was it a 4th down?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So on that play, I was like, oh no, man, we got Kyler Murray on the edge, and then I saw Spoon there, and I'm like, everything's gonna be fine. Yeah, and sure enough, it was. So, yeah, great defensive performance.
Bump, it felt very important in this one that there wasn't like an asterisk to throw in. Like when the Seahawks beat the 49ers, people were like, well, you didn't have Nick Bosa out there for part of the game.
Yeah.
And they didn't have George Kittle. No, this was just a very good Cardinals team coming in off of 4 wins, and you beat them.
Yeah, this was a Cardinals team that had been taking care of the football. Kyler Murray had been looking really comfortable in the pocket throwing. He was getting outside, making runs. Connor was making some good runs, and we just didn't see that. Now, we did see McBride have a day, and I think it was one of the Seahawks players in their post-game presser said, well, you're going to give up something if you're trying to take away something. So they clearly made a conscious effort. They will not run the football on us. And despite what McBride did, he didn't score any touchdowns, So you gotta look at it that way. If you're going to emphasize one thing, another part's going to be a bit leaky, and I think they can shore that up. This week is going to be a different challenge with a different approach. But it was clear that approach worked. I'm sure McBride maybe hit some incentives during that game in his contract because he had a day, but he went home with an L.
Dave, I saw you nodding along with Bump's point about, look, you kind of have to decide as a defense that you're going to give something up.
Yeah.
What do you think Seattle's defensive approach was in this one? And were you okay with the day McBride had?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't bother me other than I had to play him in fantasy. He was on the other side.
Oh, no. That's the worst when you check during the game. You go, man, this guy's having a day. Oh, no.
Don't tell Bob I said that. He's very annoyed by this. But yeah, I mean, it was just like the very first series. He catches a 12-yard out. And, it was kind of like, okay, they're going to give that up. And really, that's the only thing that they gave up. But I think Bump's exactly right. If you're going to, take away the run and load up, I mean, somebody's going to be open. It's just a matter of whether Kyler Murray could find him or not. And he did. So, I was perfectly fine giving up those little, out routes to the tight end. I mean, I don't worry about that too much. So it was, it was. They did the right thing, and what they did was they took away Kyler Murray, because what do you have, like, I think 9 yards, something like that, rushing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
They had 49 as a team, I think.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's what they were going to take away, and so go ahead and dunk us with, the tight end, but it's not gonna be a problem. We're going to win this game.
Guys, let's transition to the offense. This is an offense that's averaged over the last 2 games 15 points, because obviously, don't forget, you guys have the pick 6 from Kobe Bryant. So 10 points in this one, I believe. 10 points in your former, 30 across 2 games, 15 on average. That is great because you're winning, so no one really cares. But I'd love to see this offense average more. Across these 2 games, Bump, they have 1 passing touchdown. Why aren't we seeing an explosive offense? Are these just 2 tough defenses they faced? Are these, are there injuries we should be aware of? I mean, why do you think we've kind of seen them at times struggle?
Well, against the go ahead. Well, against the Niners, that's a good defense. You have a good defensive line, even though Bosa was out. Your backers are on point. That back end is good. I think the Niners are just a solid football team. And you had some opportunities, but you turned the football over. I think last week, it's a bit of the same thing. Like I'm a Geno guy. I will advocate for Geno all day. But what I also will do is be honest about it and say that when you get into the red zone, we just have to be extremely efficient. And that's something that this team has just struggled with.
Yeah.
I think that and when you become one-dimensional, right, teams are going to say, we'll let them attempt to run the football because we don't have to bring the extra help. We're just going to allow our linebackers to run read, and if they see it, go for it. We're going to make sure the back end is cluttered, and it makes it hard for Geno. So I think that, there's been a couple down weeks, and half of it goes to the offense and their execution. Half of it goes to the defense saying we're going to drop everybody and make Geno just try to pick us apart.
Wyman, what do you see from the offense?
Well, I think you're seeing from the defense that they're finally getting to where they want to be. It just took a while, right? And I think the offense is the same way. Bob was asking me, like, what'd you think about the offensive line play and everything? I was like, well, they got sacked 5 times. They didn't run for over 100 yards, and they scored 10 points. So it's not great what they're doing, but I do like they're designing ways to get JSN the ball.
Yep.
That little whip screen that they run. I thought it was an I was talking to B-Walt yesterday about this, that alignment that they had where JSN got the touchdown. The two defenders were waiting to play inside outside, and they both go outside. I thought it was a great design, and they're doing a good job of getting him the ball and getting him open. And so yeah, there's some things that are happening, and I think Geno, he just every once in a while he's just not going to see a guy. I understand that, but as much as that was a frustrating interception for everyone, the one that he threw on the drive to DK that was in between like four guys, and I was like, oh no.
I know.
Yeah, and
it's caught.
He fit it right in
Yeah.
there. It was a perfect throw. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like the offense can get there, but there wasn't anything that really stood out on the offensive line like it did the week before with Abe Lucas and Olu.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I just think they need to continually get it right, and they've got a pretty good D-line they're going against. I was watching this Michael Clemens guy.
Yeah.
My God, he was making back-to-back plays after play, and I was like, is that Quinnen Williams? No, that's somebody else. So, they got a good defensive front. It's going to be a good test for our offense.
I know that we're going to spend most of the second hour looking at the Jets, but with just a couple minutes here, let's go ahead and start there at the very least. Dave, you already talked about the defensive line. This is a Jets team that's 3-8, but I feel like that isn't indicative of the defense that they've been putting out there on the field.
Yeah, and on the offensive side, I'm just not impressed with Aaron Rodgers. I feel like he doesn't go carry out his fakes. He just thinks I'm going to sit. He has arm arrogance. I'm going to sit back and shotgun.
Arrogance?
Yeah, and he's like, I'm going to take care of it, and I'm going to sit back here and pick people apart, and I'm not going to carry out fakes and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan.
Well, I can't wait to ask you more about the arm arrogance when we jump into our preview. Coming up next, though, Ernest Jones is going to join us on the huddle.
Intercepted, Kobe Bryant. He's got the blockers. 10, 5, touchdown, Seahawks.
Back on top.
Blitz is coming. Murray gets hit, goes down. It's Williams.
The first place Seahawks are heading to the Big Apple to face Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
First down, jumped over a man, knocked out of bounds. Ken Walker the third.
This Sunday, Hawks, Jets, kickoff at 10 a.m. Pre-game coverage starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Febreze. So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Febreze.
So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen, way easier and less expensive than a total tear-out. Book now, have your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll save an additional 15% up to $3,000 off your new kitchen. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody,
or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance. And for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates or enjoy 12 months, same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people, HomeComfortAlliance.com.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacey Ross. Joining us right now, one of the newest Seahawks, Ernest Jones. Ernest, how's it going?
It's going great.
Congratulations on back-to-back wins. These are monumental. You guys are first place in the NFC West. Now, you got here, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago now?
Well, I think about 4 weeks.
About 4 weeks ago? Time. I don't understand. Does it feel any different? Because the team was in a slightly different place.
Right.
And does it feel a little more excitable? The vibes are good, or does it feel about the same?
Oh, no, it feels definitely different. The vibes are great. Definitely for me, just getting to know all the teammates now, building a good relationship with everyone. So it's getting cool, man. We're having a lot of fun playing together.
Good.
It's been a wild season for you, and I remember hearing you. There was a quote where you're like, "I don't know if I can do this to my wife again," because you sign in Tennessee, and then you end up playing a team back to back in Buffalo. I mean, that was pretty wild. How did you adjust to it? Did you have to just say, "Look, I'm just going to focus on football and let everything else"?
Yeah, that's what it came down to. I had to just lock back in and focus only on what I can control in football, and played the Bills back to back. This will be my second time playing the Jets, so I'm playing a lot of teams twice.
yeah, home and away series going on.
100%. Yeah.
Hey, so when you made the move to Seattle, I assume there's conversation with your agent. Like, why is this a good fit? What am I expecting here? When you had those conversations, what was it like with your agent?
It was kind of a weird situation because Seattle had already tried to be in the picture early on when I got traded the first time from the Rams, and they were interested in me then, and we thought that could be a potential space, but it didn't work out for some reason. So to be here now, it was more so just, this is the place where you kind of wanted to go right after LA, so now you're getting what you want. Just go in and be yourself. Be the leader that you are, be confident in your ability, and just go play football again and get back to having fun with it. So wasn't too much into it, just, go be you.
I kind of appreciated that when you first came here, you were like, yeah, I didn't like the Seahawks. Not trying to pander, but in a way to be like, no, I was with the Rams. We were a divisional rival. Like, I wanted to play this team and beat this team, and you completely came in with that energy, being like, full disclosure.
Right.
When you were playing the Seahawks, and as Bump pointed out, you were a nightmare to face. When you were playing the Seahawks, was there a Seahawks player during some games you remember where you were like, I hate this guy?
Me it's a funny story. Me and DK, we got into it a bunch. I don't know why. We were always butt heads, and then me and K9, we would always talk trash to each other. But it was funny when I got here. Was sitting in a team meeting, my first one. Somebody taps me, and it's DK, and he's back there kind of looking a little angry. And he mouthed something to me, and we just laughed it off. It was just so funny, that we're on teams now after we just.
Yeah, you're like, we've almost fought.
We about hated each other. But now we're good, man. That's my guy.
I love it.
Hey, just a specific question. So, like, my second year in the league as a linebacker, I was taught how to slip a block, how to kind of go underneath. So you're supposed to go over the top, and you can go underneath if you make the play, right?
That's it.
And you've gotten really good at that. And I didn't notice it so much with the Rams, but it's more of like just flattening down the line, right?
That's it.
The other thing I would say about it is it's a changeup, right? I mean, you can't throw that pitch every single time.
100%.
Tell us about like where you learned that, because I never even knew that was an option when I came into the NFL. A guy named Keith Butler, who was a D coordinator for Pittsburgh a couple years ago, taught me how to do that. Tell us about that talent.
Yeah, for me, it's like been an evolution of the game. I used to slip blocks early on because I wasn't always the bigger one, especially in college. I was always the smaller one, so I would slip, but I would find myself being up the field.
Right.
So I figured out, through my career that if you have to change it up on the O-lineman, especially when they're trying to reach and get outside of you. So if you do slip, it's imperative. As soon as you slip, you got to get back, horizontal, get back linear this way so you can get through instead of getting pushed up the field. So that's kind of where it's been coming from.
Yeah, and you did it to Trent Williams the other day, which is like one of the best. Yeah, he is. And a lot of times those guys will just push you by, right? But you kind of hunched down and got underneath. It was fun to watch, man.
Thank you.
The first game, first home game at least, I was watching you, and I'm up in the press box. I got my binoculars. I'm like, all right, let me see 13. Side note, 13 make you look like you a safety out there. The 50s, I'm like, is that him right there? All right, 13.
Why didn't he drop back?
And I'm watching, and I go, well, he's new to this defense. Defense is defense, right? There's only some things you can do. I go, well, he's new. I want to see how many times he looks to his right to make sure he's good. With Dotson was there at the time. You did it a couple of times, right? So now I'm watching you. You got the green dot now, and now you're just going, man. Like there wasn't any hesitation in you then, but now you seem like you're just extremely confident in what Mike McDonald wants you to do, and now it feels like the whole defense is extremely confident. What is that like for you going from that first week to now having the green dot and now feeling like everyone's on the same page?
I always say like that green dot gives me superpowers. It made me like tap back into the communication side. So now I'm just comfortable in the defense, but now I'm pointing to other guys like, okay, like let's be ready for this. If they line up in this, hey, we could get this around here, or it could be boot play action. So it's just evolution of now just being comfortable in the system, comfortable speaking to the guys, and they're listening. And now you can go out there and play the game that you know how to, and be ahead of plays. Yep.
Hey, take us, speaking of wearing the green dot, behind the scenes of one moment in this game. You guys get a stop. It looks great, but oh no, Mike McDonald's called a timeout.
Yes.
So from the moment you find out, oh, that didn't count, they're going to run 4th and 1 again because we called a timeout, what happened?
I think after that, I wonder if this was the period of time where we were like scrambling, trying to get a play call in. Mike was trying to get us in, his perfect call. And it came out so late that they were kind of already lined up. So me and Jinx, we had to just make a call on the fly right there. So we were able to make a call, pretty good call, got him stopped.
Yeah, pretty good.
It worked. So that was just a funny instance in that situation, how we were just panicking, but defensively we called a call that we figured would work and locked in and got a stop.
And then the next play, you have Devin.
That makes
this. What'd you see on that one?
He's just incredible. Like I've always, seen his game when we play against him and know that the offense had something to deal with. But to be on his team, he's incredible. He's a little rocket out there. When he makes his mind up, he's decisive and he goes.
I feel like his body takes him before his brain even knows 100%. Where it's going. Hey, I want to go back to the green dot thing because, playing both, like the Mike and the Will, like with the Will, I always felt kind of freed up. Like I could just run around and make plays and I don't have to be responsible. But then both are good, right? Because the Mike, like you said, it kind of dials you in too. Have you noticed the difference in those, 100%. Playing those two?
Yeah, I love playing Mike. When you give me the Will and I don't have to sit there and control everything, my mind will go everywhere. So it's honestly great that I have the green dot so I can focus in on what's the call, what the call speaking to me, and what I get my defense to get to.
So it makes you more disciplined then.
100%. Yeah.
I like
so
that.
let's keep me in the green dot, please.
Right.
Man, one of the things I appreciate about the Rams is all the stuff they do pre-snap to try to confuse you and out-leverage you and stuff. You didn't necessarily go up against that defense in L.A., but you were around it, and you're hearing the way they talk and what they're trying to accomplish. How has that helped you? Because I've told Dave this a bunch of times. I think one of the hardest positions to play now in the league is linebacker because of all the stuff, the misdirection, the RPOs and stuff. How has being around the Rams helped you as a linebacker kind of diagnose things?
It keeps you disciplined. Just keeps you, when you play teams like that who like to motion a lot, you got to go back down to the fundamentals. Making sure you're not crossing over, making sure your feet are good. And just don't try to see too much when you're going against offenses like that. You have to see certain things that allow you to get to the right drops or get a run pass key.
Yeah. Can I ask you a corny question?
Yes.
It's one that Bump and I were answering for ourselves earlier. Obviously, it's Thanksgiving, right? So we were thinking of like what we're most thankful of for sports fans as a player. So obviously, I know that you're thankful for your family. You know, you guys have a son who's 4 months old. Obviously, that would top the list. But if you were to think like as a player, I'm thankful for, what would it be?
I probably have to say the game. Just being able to still play the game, being able to go out there and, have fun with your teammates. And this is a opportunity that don't so many get to, get. So that I'm thankful that I'm one of, 1% that get this opportunity.
You in charge of any cooking tomorrow at all?
I always do the turkey.
You do the turkey.
I do the turkey.
Same.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
It is tough.
Well, they have this thing called the internet now, and you look it up. How much does it weigh? How many minutes?
How many
degrees?
It still is tough.
Yeah. Early on, back when they didn't have the internet, when I was cooking, it was hit or miss.
I'm the bartender. I got you.
There you go. I want to come to your house, man.
See, you guys have it easy. All right, you guys. Thank you, Ernest, for joining us. You are listening to The Huddle. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Just 6 games left in this Seahawks season. And at 6-5, Brock, atop the division, the one thing I can say for sure about the Seahawks is that they put themselves in position for the stretch run to really matter.
It is wide open.
Here's my prediction. Seahawks-Rams, final weekend of the season, gets flexed into Sunday Night Football, and it will be a win-and-get-in scenario for the Seahawks. That's my gut, because it'll be a simple scenario. Whoever wins the West gets in.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein-Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Geno's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way.
This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit SUPlinen.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Stacey Ross, and joining us right now, yet another Seahawk back-to-back going offense here with Jalen Sundell. Jalen, how's it going?
Going good.
Are you a big Thanksgiving person? Are you excited for this week?
Yeah, I like Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm excited.
Favorite holiday?
Not my favorite holiday, no.
What takes that spot?
4th of July.
Oh, okay.
4th of July. You like blowing stuff up?
I do.
There you go.
I was going to say, why the 4th of... Oh.
See, I'm from California, right? And in L.A., you can't legally have the, fireworks that go up. So we just had sprinklers growing up. And then I came out here and with my wife's family, and they started blowing stuff up. I go, guys, is this illegal? Like, can we do
I
this?
know.
And it gets crazy out here.
Same thing. I was from California, and I was like, you can actually do that?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, there's lots of freedom here.
Now, did you grow up that way? Because you're from Missouri,
Yep.
you mentioned. And then, so I'm assuming you've had exposure to some pretty decent firework options.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want in Missouri.
You can set something on fire.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah. So do you have any part in cooking the Thanksgiving meal at all?
No, that would be my wife.
Your wife
Yeah.
take care of everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably better that way.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Come from a program where all you guys do is win. I mean, and when I think of North Dakota, I think of 2 things. I think of the winning tradition and then just the weather, man. Like you guys, granted you practice indoors and all that, but you gotta fight through some winters. So this winter or leading up to winter just must be easy for you then, huh?
Oh yeah, it's been great so far. The weather's been, this is fall weather for, this is September in Fargo. So
Right, easy.
This has been great.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question that's going to make all of us feel 100 years old. But you were born in 1999.
That's right.
What is the first football player or athlete, right? Maybe you didn't grow up a football first kid, but like the first athlete you remember thinking, oh, I love this guy. Like you grew up watching him.
Yeah, my whole family are basketball players. But we grew up watching the Chiefs, and I remember watching Alex Smith and Travis Kelce.
Yeah, grew up watching Alex Smith is what got me on that one.
Yeah.
But very cool, very cool.
Yeah.
So you're a very versatile player, and I've talked to a couple people, tell me about this Jalen Sundell guy, and really a smart player. You know multiple positions, and you've been activated a couple of times. You've been out there at fullback, a tight end that moves. And had you done that before when you were in college, or is that something new for you?
No, I've never done that before. Not in a game, at least, no.
Lining up at fullback and
no.
Yeah. Have you campaigned to the coaches to throw you the rock?
No, I don't think that's my place to do that.
What was the moment like when you saw the install? And they're like, all right, Jalen, we're gonna move you fullback. We're gonna have you here. Because that's always fun. At least when I played, whenever we had our install, and we can kind of tell, okay, who's gonna be highlighted this week. And one day my boys highlighted. I'm like, man, you ain't gonna do nothing with it, And then I'm highlighted one week. What was the moment that you saw the install and said, all right, I'm playing some fullback?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw it like in the install drawings, it just has your number, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm playing fullback.
So hit somebody.
Yeah.
How are you feeling if Grubb goes, Jalen, it's going to you? You're Geno's first read on this.
Yeah, I think you just go out there and do it. You don't think too much.
Yeah.
You just go out there and do it.
See, I'm not built like that.
So they didn't tell you. They just put your number up on the board. Were you like,
they told me, but they send out the drawings early, so
I got you.
You see it in there. And then,
Go ahead.
Man.
No, you got it.
I was going to say, you're so versatile. Is there a position that you really feel more comfortable in, whether it's, guard, tackle, center, which one? Fullback?
Center. Center is my
That's your spot.
Yeah.
I've never played offensive line before, as you can guess. I did take one rep when I was in high school, because in high school I played quarterback, receiver, running back, and I told my coach, I said, hey, man, I need to play offensive line for one play so I can say I played every position. I go in, I just get pancaked, and against a kid who I thought, I'm going to dominate this kid. He looks like a JV player, but he still is bigger than me. He dominates me. If you could go on the other side and play a position, or maybe even outside of the offensive line or fullback that you play, what position would you want like one rep with?
Well, there's no way I could ever play DB. I would look silly. So
I was going to say, Jalen, stay corner.
Probably linebacker, I guess.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid. Get to knock guys around. And...
As long as it's not a pass play.
Yeah. Goal line package.
Yeah.
So you mentioned you grew up basketball family.
Yeah.
How'd you get into football other than just being a big dude? But I mean, was it like a sibling was into it? Did you get thrown into Pee Wee? I mean, where'd that start?
Well, my dad never played football, but he was always a huge fan of football. And then the hometown that I'm from, Maryville, Missouri, was a big football town.
Mm-hmm.
So, I kind of just got thrown into it.
Yeah.
Has any of your family made it out to a game or anything, or do you keep in touch with them?
They've came to basically every home game so far. Yeah, they fly out all the time. So,
nice.
Yeah. Who's your hoop team growing up?
Well, I guess we didn't watch as much sports as we did play it, I guess. So, we didn't really have a hoop team, I guess.
No.
Yeah.
And what if you could play any other sport?
Probably basketball.
I mean,
naturally.
Yeah.
Glamorous.
Yeah.
Hey, tell us what it's like being in, with Geno in the huddle and just his leadership and things that you've noticed. He seems like he's a great leader, especially with the younger guys, bringing them along.
Yeah, I mean, he's always very poised, seems like, when you get in the huddle, and speaks very clearly, and I think that gives you a lot of confidence when your quarterback is that poised, and just gives you a lot of confidence to go out there and just do your job.
What's life like for you outside of football? You've been married. How long you been married?
Year and a half.
Year and a half now.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you and wifey do when you're not watching film or icing up or doing some type of rehab?
Yeah. Well, we like to eat. We like to try new foods. So it's been fun in Seattle trying new foods and new restaurants, and so we like to do that, and we like to go to the movies a lot too. So.
You see Gladiator yet?
We have not seen it
yet.
Man,
I haven't seen it yet either.
I thought you were going to watch it.
It got too late. I need to sleep. I'm getting old.
Okay, I thought it was really good. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
It was pretty true.
She printed out her tickets to go.
Oh, wait. Do you go to the theater, or are you just watching them at home?
We go to the theater. I love the theater.
Yes,
yeah.
it's a great time.
Yeah.
I haven't been since 2011.
Wyman,
I
you got to
swear to
go to a
God,
movie
I
theater.
swear to God, I know.
They
I
have
gotta get
whole
back in Coop.
reclining seats
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Like movie theaters
Yeah.
have leaps and
They
bounds
serve
better than they
booze
used
in
to
there
be.
now too. You can get a
Yeah.
little beer.
I can't. Yeah, I don't
So,
know.
Jalen, I want to know how you guys met. I'm guessing in college.
Yep, we met
Okay.
at church.
Okay, so
Yep.
what was the situation? Did you see her from afar and you're like, that girl?
No,
is adorable.
we were like sitting. I was sitting behind her in the pew behind her, and she was in front. And then you kind of get up after church and look around and find people that you know to talk to. And we both stood up kind of awkwardly, and no one was around us. So then we just eventually started talking to each other.
And then from there, you just like asked her out. Like, what happened?
Yeah, we went on a date that week. So
How scary was it to in that moment when you just met this girl, ask her out?
yeah, it was nerve wracking.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah. Yeah, it just felt right. So
worked out.
Yeah.
I just remember being so relieved that my wife felt awkward too.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yep,
So
that's right.
Did you
that's
know
always
that
good.
though?
No, not at the time. She looked pretty cool to me. But, I was awkward as could be. Yeah.
So, before the games now, when I was playing, maybe Dave, you were playing too, Holmgren had us in a strict suit and tie you need to wear to the games type of dress code. The DBs and receivers are the more flashy guys. What's your typical outfit, showing up to the stadium?
Whatever my wife picks out for me.
Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
Nothing crazy.
Yeah,
Just-
good man.
Yeah.
Not like DK's pants. What did he have? The stuffed animal pants? Did you happen to see those?
I didn't see those.
Yeah. That was
Flashy
pretty
receivers,
crazy.
baby.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
You guys do big dinners as an offensive line, right?
Yep.
Have you had your turn to have to pay
No,
for things?
Not yet. No, at the end of the year, all the rookies will.
Oh, you guys
the
have a
dinner.
joint one. That's
Yeah.
good that they make
Oh,
you
that's
guys do
good.
it together. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be like, really? Then we're going to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. All right. He is Jalen Sundell, kind enough to join us for the huddle. Big game against the Jets. Excited to fly to the East Coast?
For sure.
Yeah. It's a fun city.
Yeah.
Hopefully it comes with a win, right?
Hopefully.
All right. First place Seahawks. He is one of your offensive linemen. Jalen, thank you so much. I do hope, as Bump hinted at, that Grubb finds a way to get you the ball. We're personally rooting for that. It would just be really fun.
For sure.
All right. You are listening to The Huddle. Still to come, we're going to take a listen to the head coach, Mike McDonald, who's got his press conference. Then we're going to go in the trenches back to the offensive line with Ray Roberts. Raves is going to join us. And then we're going to take a listen to your quarterback, Geno Smith. Don't go anywhere.
Intercepted Kobe Bryant. He's got the blockers. 10, 5, touchdown! Seahawks!
Back on top.
Blitz is coming. Murray gets hit, goes down. It's Williams.
The first place Seahawks are heading to the Big Apple to face Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
First down, jumped over a man, knocked out of bounds. Ken Walker the third.
This Sunday, Hawks, Jets, kickoff at 10 a.m. Pre-game coverage starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on New York. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Join Seattle Sports and Treehouse for the 36th year of Holiday Magic, helping provide holiday gifts and year-long support for the more than 6,000 youth and young adults in foster care statewide.
When a child receives a holiday gift or a winter coat, they create memories that last long after the chill of winter passes.
Over the 36 years of Holiday Magic, we delivered 182,000 gifts across our state.
Join Seattle Sports and Treehouse and share the joy of the holiday season.
Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to learn more.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle. Right now, take a listen to head coach Mike McDonald speaking with reporters.
We're playing Aaron Rodgers, man. I mean, this guy, I don't think you don't need to say anything else. He's got elite arm talent. I mean, still be able to extend the play. He knows all the things that are about to happen before they happen. He's in complete control. So that's the thought going into the whole thing.
What kind of work goes into the hard count stuff that he does this week for you?
It's guys? A challenge. It's hard to time things up, and he varies things a good bit and has command of it. And he's been around. He knows all the tricks of the trade, so it's going to be hard to have sleight of hand and things like that. So if we feel like we have an opportunity, we'll try it, but we'll see. But he does a great job.
What's the challenge of their defense?
Man, they got really good players, which is a challenge. They got it at all three levels, and I think they play extremely hard. They're sound. They want to challenge you, so you got to go earn it. And how you play. So I know a few of those guys. I know our coaches know some of their coaches, so got a lot of respect for what they do.
What's unique about the way Quinn and Williams can affect a quarterback?
Well, we've talked about the interior defensive line, but he's just so disruptive, and it's hard to get those guys doubled all the time. And when you do some things to get multiple people in his direction, then you're adding some stress at other points too. So absolutely, you got to know where we have a plan for that, but it's just different ways when you're adding, taking away stress in the middle. It's a little more difficult to do, and it's a little more unconventional than just like adding chips or things like that on the edge.
What do you feel about Kobe Bryant winning NFC Defensive Player of the Week?
Yeah, it was great news. We didn't tell the team today, but we told the defense, and proud of him. And he's got a great mentality. He's obviously excited about it, but that was last week, and we'll look back and next year and look back and be proud of it. Right now, we got work to do.
3-1 on the road, including 2 wins going east. What do you think's allowed you guys to find success on the road so far?
Well, I think, it's hard to say one thing. It's probably different week to week, but having a mentality and kind of a goal and a togetherness being on the road has helped. And our guys are locked in. I think all of our ops people kind of make it seamless for us to go on the road. And our guys know, what the challenge is each week. And, you got to go execute it. And we've done that 3 out of 4 times. So, but it's kind of the same story. It is at home. And obviously I wish our home record was better, but it's an opportunity. We have a great opportunity now to go, try to get another win and, further our position here down the stretch.
Putting Bradford on IR, is there any more clarity, I guess, to what his injury is or how is that decision?
Yeah. Just that, he had a high ankle and it was a pretty severe one. So, we felt like it was the best thing for us and him to, give him the 4 weeks and then hopefully he's back.
You said earlier this week that you're going to take a long look at Laumea. Is he competing to start, or is that going to be Christian?
I'd say that's accurate right now. So we're working through that. Those guys will split reps throughout the week, and we haven't decided about how the reps will work on Sunday yet.
What have you, just in general, assessing Christian when he has played this year? What you've kind of thought of how he's played?
Well, I think Christian's done a nice job, and this is not like hey, Christian can't go do the job. We just saw him go play really good football for us in reliever duty for AB this past week. But Satau's a guy that we're really excited about as well, and so now there's an opportunity where he can gain some more reps throughout the week, and he's been kind of making some progress, and we're later in the year now, so let's see what he can do.
What's it like for a guy like him that hasn't been active for a game yet, and this late into a season, now getting this opportunity and having a chance to work and ramp up and run with it a little bit?
It's not out of the ordinary from my perspective. This is just how we roll. It's like guys are, they earn opportunities in practice, and you should be confident that you've had all these reps that you're standing on, and we'll see how, again, we're not sure how the reps are going to work out on Sunday, but when he's out there, let's go rock and roll, man. Go do all the things you've been doing in practice this whole time. So he should be really excited.
When you've done that with Kobe Bryant and Cody White, Josh Jobe, guys who have impressed you in practice during playing time.
Yeah.
What are you looking at in those practices? What stands out, and especially when they're maybe scout team? Right?
Yeah, I think there's a difference in when people say like making plays. People think of like, you're making tackles or picks or whatever. It's just constantly doing the right things all the time. So it's taking the right footwork. It's how we're playing. It's how we're, the A blocks, the B blocks, all the blocks that we're doing, all the slips, like how he handles them one-on-one, his energy, knowing his assignments. Obviously, you're looking at like the physical capabilities as well. So it's all those things together, and it's not to add any pressure or anything on anybody, but like this is the NFL. It's the highest level. You got to bring it every day. I think we do a great job of bringing competition to practice where you're going to sharpen each other if you have that mentality. So we're not just rolling the ball out there, and we're continuously trying to get better, and the best guys that are playing the best should get opportunities to play.
Mike, before the last couple of weeks, I think you guys are averaging almost 9 penalties a game. Yeah. But in the last 2 weeks, I think it's 9 total, which what has allowed you to play cleaner football? Is it playing together more, knowing the assignments more? What is it?
Yeah, I think it's all the above. Some couple tweaks made at the bye about how we're operating, and I think that's helped. How we're coaching it throughout the week. We did a couple things at practice to, there's anytime you're trying to find solutions to these things you don't know. So, me, I'm a tinkerer, so we'll go. It's like my dad in his golf swing. You just got to go, got to try stuff, man. And so some things work, some things don't, and then you just kind of build off of it. But the guys deserve a lot of credit too. Really, they deserve all the credit. It was a point of emphasis. We've done it well enough for 2 games, but you're still chasing it. There's still plays on there where we had opportunities for maybe some explosive plays or keep drives going, and those are unforced errors, and those are the ones we're trying to eliminate. The cost of doing business stuff, to a certain extent, that's why the numbers kind of fluctuate back and forth, but you're looking at kind of the totality of the whole thing.
I think on Monday you used the phrase "ball finds energy."
Yeah.
Talking about, what does that mean?
Well, that's from Tom Crean, who's John Harbaugh's, brother-in-law, and great basketball coach, great guy, great human. But he had that saying about his basketball team. I thought it was really cool. You can imagine a basketball team, people moving without the ball and, playing for one another unselfishly, and the ball finds them if they play the right way. If it's just static and everybody's just staring around, standing around, then that's not good basketball. And football's the same way. If you play the right way, you play with energy, you play team football, you run to the rock, you block your tail off, you follow the runner down the field, finish in a dominant position, all those things. I don't know, there's just a spirit to it that, the ball should bounce your way more often than not.
What kind of challenges does Breece Hall present as a runner and pass catcher out of the backfield?
Well, we showed the guys today. I mean, he's got breakaway speed, and he runs with power, and he runs his, how he runs some of their tracks is not unique, but just like kind of unique to his running style. So it's something that we have to do a great job preparing for throughout the week. But his run after the catch and his breakaway ability is dangerous. So again, it's anytime we play great players every week. You have a kind of a different plan of attack each week, but it's going to take all 11. We got to take great angles. We got to tackle sound. We got to get to the ball.
Coach, can you talk about the running back's role in getting the running game going? A lot of focus on the offensive line and blocking there.
Mm-hmm.
What about picking the right gaps and actually hitting it as designed versus improvising?
I just think, it's easy to say the run game is purely falls on the offensive line shoulders, which is not true. It's all 11. It's how we design it as coaches and how we call it. It's how we coach it up, and then it's how well we execute. It's all together, and it's the same thing on defense. It's easy to point fingers on guys that are in the proximity of the ball, but it's hard to know all the things that are going into it. So it's a team mentality. So I think anytime you're not in a spot that you want to be, if everyone has the approach of taking responsibility for their area and making sure that they're on point, then that's how you're going to grow. So, and those guys are the ones toting it. And we got great ones. So, but they're part of the equation too. They're part of the solution as well.
Who's the better golfer between you and your dad?
Unfortunately, he's probably beat me too many times, but right now he is. I've played like once this year.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts next.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What did you like most about the play calling from Mike McDonald?
I like just the blitz packages that he had, the way he used his linebackers, the way 14% of the time he blitzed with the Baltimore Ravens, he's up to about 20-21%. That can mean two things. Either he feels like you need to create more pressure with his personnel, or that he trusts his personnel to get it done, or that's just what they're best at. That's what good coaches do. You set your guys up for success.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car to
now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. J.B. Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder. Touchdown, Seahawks! Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Are you looking for a construction loan to build your dream home? Are you a local builder needing a better financing option for your next spec project? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Stop wasting time with local banks and credit unions and their endless guidelines. We're the experts for common sense residential construction loans. We lend our own money, we make our own decisions. And if your deal makes sense, we'll get it done fast with flexible terms. For homeowners, we advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, we'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, and if you're short on equity, we'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. We can help you.
Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. Our own craftsmen will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it off with a beautiful quartz countertop, all in about a week. Book now and we'll be able to schedule the installation of your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll receive an additional 15% up to $3,000 off. Call today and schedule a free in-home consultation where we'll bring a showroom to you. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com. That's heritagehomecraft.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2. The Huddle.
You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacey Ross. We're going in the trenches with Big Ray Roberts. Ray, how's it going?
It's going all right. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Always good after a win, especially after back-to-back wins. Ray, normally I love asking about the offensive line. After all, this is going in the trenches, but I can't stop talking about the Seahawks defense after this one. What did you make of Leonard Williams?
Well, it's interesting that we had a show, went on the show with Falk earlier in the week, and he was asking what makes this guy so difficult to block. And I'd said, he's not the biggest dude, but he's big. He's not the strongest dude, but he's strong. He's not the most athletic dude, but he has enough athleticism. But the thing that makes him really hard to block is he has relentless effort. There's so many times where he looks like he's been blocked, and then all of a sudden he makes a tackle for a loss, or he gets a pressure on the quarterback, or he sacks the quarterback. Sometimes, he'll look like he's double teamed and he's out of the play, and at the last second he splits the double team and makes the play. If you watch that particular game, when he had to chase down Kyler Murray, I think it was off to towards their sideline, and the angle that he took where Kyler felt like he had nowhere to go, so he just went to the ground. So that was one of his sacks. And so this dude has been playing really good football all year long. He just hasn't had the stats to go with it. He's been doing a lot of the dirty work, allowing other people to make plays. And then on Sunday, he was able to break through and actually get guys to the ground, get the sacks, and really impact the game in a way that I haven't seen a defensive lineman impacted that way here in a long time.
Ray, I'm going to ask you about Witherspoon because I think you're able to put things into words as well as anyone. And there are some animals that like when like a light comes on or there's any kind of like motion that there's some like a sensor that it just makes their feet go. I think that's
right.
Like, and I don't want to say cockroaches are one, but like
deer.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like his body, like he doesn't know that, like his brain doesn't even process it. Like his body just reacts before he even thinks about it. That's the only way I guess I could explain like his quickness and his reaction time. What do you think?
Well, there's some like I think of like. There's the honey badger, which is not, I don't want to nickname him that, but the honey badger is like a fearless, small animal. It'll take on anything and anybody, anywhere, in any shape, condition, night, cold, hot, whatever it is. And so that's the first thing I think about. And then the other part is that he doesn't have the back down gene in his body. Like he doesn't, he's not backing down from anything or anybody in any place. There was a play early in the game, or maybe it was the second quarter, they were coming out of the end zone from where the Hawks' nest is, and we talk about dominating your assignment. He set the edge against a bigger receiver.
Yep.
He kept his outside arm free. He kept his shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage. And some people go like, okay, I got my job done, so somebody come and make the tackle. Well, he disengaged from the blocker and then didn't just pull the running back down. He tried to scoop him up and dump him down. So, like, this dude, like, the way that he plays, he embodies all of that stuff that Coach McDonald talks about that he wants in his team, to be physically, mentally, to be physically tough mentally, to be physically tough physically, and then to play good, hard, smart, team football. And on the interception that Kobe Bryant made for the touchdown, he rushed the quarterback, reverse field, impacted the throw, made a block, and then all of this before Kobe Bryant got to the end zone, turned to the sideline and told them they were too small. So this dude is like, he has an awareness that is unbelievable, that you can do all of that stuff he did in that one play is, it's like a Tasmanian devil. He's just like all over the place, all at the same time.
Yeah, I think he knocked over two dudes too on the block.
Yeah.
Instincts are crazy in that one. Ray, I like what Grubb has been trying to do, right? You're getting different kind of looks. We've seen Sundell at that fullback spot. I saw Jake Bobo at the fullback spot one time. You're bringing in an extra lineman. But I'm really excited about the extra lineman part of this deal, right? Putting Sundell on the edge of the line of scrimmage and just having him go to work when it's time to pack it in and run the football. What do you think of that package and the way they're using Sundell with his offense?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was the Cardinals last year or I think we played Buffalo. It was a team that we played last year that kept bringing in the extra offensive linemen as they're like in their jumbo package to run the football, and it was giving our defense a hard time. And I've always wondered, like, why haven't we done that? Like, we have some tight ends that are willing to block. I don't know if they're the greatest blockers in the world, but you have other dudes on the sideline that are paid to block. And so when we're in these obvious running situations, why don't we use them that way? And so I like the idea of putting Sundell in there, or, even if, one of those other rookie linemen in there to be an extra blocker on the edge. Or there was one play where they pulled the guard and or the tight end and Sundell. So the tight end was the kick out block, and then Sundell was the leading blocker into the hole. And that's kind of another way to run the pin and pull concept that they want. And so you have an offensive lineman making that block. And then also they ran like a traditional counter play 3 or 4 times in the game where you're pulling the backside guard and the backside tackle to the front side, and you're pinning down with the left side, and the right side was pulling to the left. And the thing I like about that play is that is a punch you in the mouth. We came to play physical football type of play. And so I love the way that at the end of the game, K9 and Charbonnet really attacked that play. Because early in the game, K9 tried to cut it back. And that's not a play that you cut back. That's one of those plays where you go like, hey, K9, I know that's your thing, but on this play, just put your hand on Abe's back and let's just go make this thing happen. And like if it's 2 or 3 yards, it's 2 or 3 yards. If it's 10 yards, it's 10 yards, but it's not negative yards. When you try to cut that play back, you're cutting back to where you're pinning all the defenders to. So you're going to have to outrun 5 or 6 guys to make that cutback work. So I love that they're trying to make that work, and I love that late in the game, supposedly K9 went to the offensive line and said we need to run the ball to win the game, and then they ran that play with Charbonnet and with K9 back-to-back and made good yardage. So I like that they're trying to do that. I love that they're trying to find ways to blend those running styles and the ability of the offensive line together.
Hey, Ray, we had Ernest Jones on the huddle earlier today, and I said, Ernest, you used to play for the Rams, and obviously while playing with the Rams, you probably didn't like the Seahawks, but who was a player that you just absolutely couldn't stand when you played this team? And he said DK Metcalf. Ray, when you played, was there a player or maybe a whole team that you just absolutely hated?
Oh, man.
Ray hated everybody.
Ray was ready to fight everybody.
He fought the entire Raider defense.
Against. Like I was ready to drop him and fight at any moment. I didn't like any of those dudes, and I don't know. That's just my approach to the game. Like this is a little funny story that kind of goes with this. Is that the offensive line coach at Virginia, his last name is Hefferman, and so they call him Coach Heff. Well, here the offensive line coach is Huff, and I have them both in my cell phone. And so Virginia's playing Virginia Tech this week, and that's our rivalry game. I thought I was sending this text to Coach Hefferman, and I was sending it to Coach Huff. But in the thing, I was saying, like, Virginia Tech in this game shows up for a 4-hour fist fight every year, and then a football game happens to break out. And I'm like, I showed up at that game ready to drop them and throw them anytime they wanted to do it. And so you have to be willing to play that way. And so then Coach Huff was like, great message. And so I'm like, oh, shoot, I sent it to the wrong guy. But that message works for you, too, because that's just kind of how I approach the game. It's like, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Like, let's do it. But I promise you, I'm not backing down, and I'm coming up hoping that the football game breaks out in the middle of this fight I'm ready to have.
Oh, God, Ray, we love you so much, man. Going in the trenches with Ray Roberts for the huddle. Ray, thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, you guys, too. Peace.
Thanks, Ray.
Oh, man. I knew that Ray would have an answer for it, though. I just didn't know if it would be 1 or 20 people.
I think I heard you guys talking about this, that like the hockey players are like that. They're like,
yeah,
it's a fight. Let's go fight. And I can't fight unless I'm really angry.
Yeah.
Did you ever get into a fight on the field?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got fined like 4 times.
What was the biggest fine you ever got?
$12,500.
Woo! For fighting who? Do you remember?
So 1990s dollars, Raible.
Woo!
Huh?
Do you remember who it was?
No, I got kicked out of a game for a perceived cheap shot.
A perceived.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible joins us next. You're listening to The Huddle.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Sustainable, unsustainable. What have you seen recently from the Seahawks?
Every day at 7:45.
Unsustainable is 3.3 yards to carry over your last 3 games. You do that, you run for 3.3 over the next, 6 weeks, you're probably at best going to go 3-3, even if your defense is totally phenomenal. What is sustainable is this front 7 just playing together is just a pack animal right now. And that group is playing just pack defense.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Planning to propose this holiday? Shane Company is ready to help you find your dream engagement ring. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. So when you walk in the door, you can trust your rock is in stock. At Shane Company, we've always sourced directly, cut out the middleman, and pass the savings on to you. We work with your budget, not against it. We'll also protect your ring for life with our free unmatched lifetime warranty. Come see us at shaneco.com and in-store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week, and it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place was just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle. Joining us now in studio, in person, voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Hey, Raves, how's it going?
I'm looking at my screen over there. Hi, everybody. I know you're saying, who's the old guy sitting over there? That's me.
It's Raves.
It's lovely, Stacey, to be with you.
We are
Thank you.
happy to be able to see you and happy to be able to talk about a win. I mean, I obviously mentioned to Ray when we were just talking about him that it is just more fun to talk about your team, not only when they're winning, but right now first place in the NFC West. Who'd have thunk it?
You know going into the game that can happen, and you know the week before that you have to win this game against the 49ers to just even keep your feet in the ball game when it comes to the division. And yet here you are now with the tiebreakers. Of course, we got a lot of season left, but with the tiebreakers, you're sitting on top. It's a great feeling. It's for us, three old football players here surrounding you. It's for us. What's fun is to see the look on the guy's face, the faces of those players, knowing what they're accomplishing and knowing that, hey, we can do this. We just came from the presser next door, listening to Big Cat and Geno and the rest, and these guys talking, and the confidence right now that they have, and also the understanding that none of this happens if we don't keep working hard, doing just what we're doing. So in that respect, it's all fun. It's fun leaving the stadium on Sunday evening when you got a big win.
Yeah, absolutely. And apparently from what we heard from you during the break, you're the president of the Aaron Rodgers fan club. Is that you were telling us? I grew up a Packers fan anyway. So, but he's very, very, late in the Packers deal. But Bart Starr was my guy growing up. That's a quarterback for all you under a Hall of Fame quarterback who won like 5 championships.
It sounds made up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. For all of you under 60 folks out there listening. But Aaron Rodgers' numbers are just hard to believe, and that he's still playing at a high level. He'll be 41, as Stace reminded me, on Monday. So, I mean, we have shoes that old, but still, that's old for football. Happily, he's not playing to those kinds of levels, but he's got a lot of weapons around him, and he is not going to be easy to beat at home on Sunday. That's just kind of the way it's going to be.
I described a win for the Seahawks on Sunday as them allowing us to trust them a bit more again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you take care of the Niners, take care of the Cardinals. Now, I feel like this is the first game in a wild race where I'm looking at this game and saying, you should win this ball game. Do you feel the same?
Yes, absolutely. And that's oftentimes the most difficult games to win, the ones that you're supposed to go out there and win. The Jets have had just all manner of issues this season, but that's not to say they don't have a lot of great football players. That defense is just loaded with high first-round draft choices. If those guys ever figure it out as a group, they could be scary. Led by, Quinnen Williams right in the middle of the defensive front. He causes havoc. Yep. And, we've had some issues at times up front. We're playing a lot better on the offensive line. Now, Bradford goes on IR, and so we're going to be dealing with a couple of young guys at the right guard spot, and that's the way football is. But this is a good team with a lot of really good athletes, and if you let down at all, or if you don't play as good as you've been playing the last couple of weeks and maybe even step it up a little, you're gonna have problems back there.
The defense over the last 3 games has allowed about 87 rushing yards per game, about 14 points per game. We've seen, even if not all 3 were wins, obviously that loss to the Rams, it's felt like a real defensive turnaround. Rabes, do you find it pretty easy to buy stock in this turnaround being real? Are there questions you still have?
On the defensive side?
Defensive side only.
No, I'm all in. I'm pushing my chips to the middle of the table. I like this group. What they've done at the inside backer position, and Dave and I have talked about it ad nauseum on the broadcasts and on planes and everything else. These 2 guys now that are playing together in there, they really have a sense, A, for what the coach wants, what Mike wants on defense, but B, how to get it done. I was great in the classroom. I never screwed up when it came to taking tests before a game and all that stuff. But then you go out on the field and you have to translate that into actually making plays. And that's where Largent, who maybe got a 75 on his test, had 4 touchdowns in the darn game. So it's more difficult when you talk about it in terms of now we got to go out and do what we know we have to do. But I'm all in on the defense. I think they're playing terrific football. As Leo just said a minute ago, you'll probably play some clips as the afternoon goes on. But he said all of what we're doing on defense right now has been predicated on stopping the run. He said that's been the linchpin of why we can do everything else now. And it makes it so much better for Mike as he's calling the defenses on the sidelines. When you kind of know as the play caller, we're able to stop what they're doing on that inside run game or on that trying to, we're controlling the edges a little bit better. Now you put them in a situation where it's 2nd down and 9 or 3rd down and 11, and that's where you want the quarterback to be. So, yeah, I'm all good on the defense.
Well, yeah, and especially as you mentioned, stopping the run. I feel like on the other side of the ball, if they're able to get that going, get the run game going. We had Mark Schlereth on yesterday, and he was saying in Denver during that time when they had the Super Bowl run that they ran 6 plays. But, there's variations off of every single thing. And, if you can just get a few things. And I think, who's the guy? Mark Sanchez he called into Brock and Salk. Same type of thing. And do you see from the offensive line, like, it looks like maybe Olu, maybe Lucas, maybe Cross can kind of shape that running game up before we get there to the end of the season?
This is just my own speculation because I haven't asked Mike about it or Ryan Grubb about it. But one of the things that's helped the defense is kind of doing this. Do what you do really well and kind of start lopping a little bit of stuff off on the outside and just say, okay, this is where our focus is. I think with the running game, it might be sort of the same way.
Yeah.
Let's kind of pare this down to the 4 or 5 or 10, 8 or 10 running plays that we know we feel good about. Right. And I think they're getting there. I really do. And I think now that Abe is back, they're really going to get closer. The 3 names that you mentioned, and I'm not, stacking them on basis of talent or what kind of cook they are or anything else. I'm stacking it in terms of what I can see of an individual person. Abe back is the leader of that offensive front. In most cases, it's the center because he's got the most responsibility. When you guys played and when we watched Walt Jones play, Walter was about as quiet as anybody could be on the offensive front. You didn't want to make him mad, and you hoped he didn't glom onto you, get those big hands on you, because then you were dead. But he wasn't kind of that vocal guy. Abe is not a real vocal guy, but he is, in my estimation now, this is only one guy, but I think he's the leader of that offensive front. And as he continues to he's just working himself into game shape. He hadn't played since last December until 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And so I think he is going to be the linchpin of how much better we run the ball as the season goes on.
And a lot of it
because
he's a Coug, right?
Naturally.
He didn't even have to say it. I could see over there that beaming with pride.
I'm a proud uncle.
Yeah.
Watching Abe. Rabes, you've seen a lot of these Seahawks teams come through. And I think a component of it are guys like Josh Jobe, who finds a role, guys like Kobe Bryant, who establishes himself. What do you think is missing from this team? Obviously, they're going to make some moves next year to try to make this thing better, and this is a good football team. Yeah. But what do you think is missing from this team to point them in the direction of hopefully being a contender one day?
Yeah, that's a tough question because you kind of look. First of all, you always need depth. You can never be have too many guys. Cornerbacks, they're oftentimes not the biggest guys on the field. Sometimes they're the smallest of the guys you have on the field, and they're asked to take on guards and running backs who are 230 pounds. And so things break. That's kind of the nature of the beast. So you can't have too many of those good guys. And I think we've got a pretty good core of cornerbacks. And just look at the guys. Somebody else gets hurt, and you ask Jobe to step up, and he makes plays. And you've got Trey Brown, who we know can make plays, and he's just trying to get back on the field to play more defense as well as the special teams. So you look at where I don't think you can ever be too strong on the edge. I like our inside backers. Do you have enough depth at inside backer? Here's the other thing: the better the players. Either the higher draft choices they are or the trade or pickups or whatever, you get real good, and what do? You have an opportunity to get a big contract.
Yep.
And you can't keep all those big contracts. Mm-hmm. So you also have to replenish the guys who are now, after this season, going to go out and maybe find their opportunity to get their big payday. It's always the second contract. The first one, is okay. But the second one is where you start to make your money if you're a really good player. And if you can get to a third one, heaven forbid, then you're set. You got Dave Wyman money after that.
Oh, geez,
He
yeah.
is the voice of the Seahawks. Steve Raible, hear him on the call Sunday. Wonder how Geno Smith feels about playing his former team. Let's find out next.
Intercepted, Kobe Bryant. He's got the blockers. 10-5. Touchdown. Seahawks.
Back on top.
Blitz is coming. Murray gets hit, goes down. It's Williams.
The first place Seahawks are heading to the Big Apple to face Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
First down, jumped over a man. Knocked out of bounds. Ken Walker the third.
This Sunday, Hawks, Jets, kickoff at 10 a.m. Pre-game coverage starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
It's football season, and that means colder weather is here. If it's time to update your windows and doors, talk to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Local owner Keith Dashafee has a great deal just for you.
That's right, Steve. Now you can get 40% off qualifying installations or no payments and no interest for 12 months. Just schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPNW.com.
Thanks, Keith. Check out the unbeatable selection of windows and doors today at PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com. November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
You're listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacey Ross. Speaking now, it's quarterback Geno Smith. Let's take a listen.
Good afternoon.
A little bit about the cause you're representing this year.
Yeah, so big shout out to the artists who did these, but this is Extended Hands. So this is my cause for this year. It's my mother's foundation. Does a lot of work in the community in South Florida. She's been doing that my entire life. Hence the name Extended Hands. We're extending our hands and really just trying to reach out and touch the community, be an advocate for change in many ways. And, it's something I hold dear to my heart because obviously my mother, she instilled that in me, always giving back. And, I want to represent her in that way. So I thought it was a cool thing.
You've talked a lot about your mom and your grandma, kind of how they've helped instill all that. How much have they shaped the man you are?
My parents, my mother, my grandmother, grandmothers, they've shaped me. They are me. I am them. Every single part of who I am is because of my upbringing and the way they raised me. My mother in the household couldn't bring B's home. She said that was average. You got to be outstanding. So it was A's or nothing else. And she always pushed me to better myself, always to do things the right way the first time and, try to limit your mistakes. And I think when I think about who I am today, I'm never satisfied because of that. And, I just appreciate my upbringing. I appreciate my parents. And obviously, again, Extended Hands is a way for us to kind of meet at the middle right there.
Do you ever talk to your teammates about following their passion projects or getting involved in the community in any way?
For sure. And a big shout out to Chenna. He's our man of the year this year. But, all the guys, man, it's important for all of us. Yesterday I was passing out food, and I was down there at Island Soul, a place that, a lot of us are familiar with. And I was out there with the community, just, extending my grace and, being thankful, being grateful. Had a lot of people there. It was awesome. But, our team we're big on philanthropy. We want to be active in the community. We always talk about 12 as one, so that includes our fans. And the more that we can reach out to the community and, again, be an advocate, the better it is for all of us.
Going back to Sunday's game, I think that is the most energy I've seen from the defense on the sideline of any game this year.
Oh, yeah.
How much did they set the tone?
Yeah, they set the tone. Our defense, again, has been playing phenomenal football as of late. They started out really hot. I know, some changes were made, and some guys have stepped in and stepped up. And the way they're playing gives us a shot to win every single game. They're really leading this team. They're leading the charge right now, and we love that. That's how it always was here in Seattle. I know people always, give an ode to the Legion of Boom, and, we got some new guys, some new faces, but they're playing with that same energy. And so, we want those guys to continue that, to continue to build on that, and we're looking forward to another great game on Sunday.
Does going back to New York still hold any special meaning for you at all? Or?
Always, always. I've always had tremendous love and respect for that organization. Obviously, the team that drafted me gave me a chance out the gate. A lot of great people there. Some people that I, was there with, a lot of those people are now gone. So, as far as the whole revenge thing, that's not on my mind. Like I said, man, there's a lot of great people in that city that I still talk to and I still love and still support me. And so it's the biggest game of the year because it's the next game. But, definitely, obviously, because I was drafted there, it's going to be, a narrative that's built.
You stay in touch with Rex Ryan? Is that some guy you talk to?
No, I don't talk to Rex.
Is there a difference at all between a Jets game and a Giants game in that stadium? I mean, the crowd or anything, or is it just kind of the...
it's been a while since I've been there. I can think about last year when we played there, a Monday night game. I thought it was, the crowd, it was the Giants game, obviously, but I thought the crowd was there, and I thought it was just a fun game for all of us. But, I haven't been there in so long, I can't really answer that.
Geno, I know you can be hard on yourself about some your own game. What do you kind of look the last couple weeks? I know you've had a couple tough picks you probably want back, but then the bounce back from them to lead the key drives you guys needed to win games. How do you kind of evaluate your last couple of performances?
Yeah, always going to look at the things that I can do better. I think that's the way I've always approached the game. And so, you can make the right decision on every play but one. And that'll be the play that I'll emphasize and I'll look at the most. And so how do I evaluate it? We won the game. That's what I care about the most. Other than that, how can I get better? Many ways. Everything can improve. And that's something that I continue to work on daily. Where I think I'm really, a good player, and I think I have a chance to be even better. So as long as I continue to work hard, continue to stay focused on my process, as I talked to you guys about, I think good things will happen, and I think some of that stuff that's unlucky will, kind of weed itself out.
Some players might get a little gun-shy if a bad play happens. In the last 2 games after interceptions, you've done some really good things. What allows you, what's the mentality to put that behind you and still make the plays you need to make later? I
mean, I grew up watching football. My favorite player is Brett Favre, born on the same day. And, what would Brett do? Keep slinging. That's the way we play the game. I never try to be reckless. I'm always trying to make the right decision, but I do believe in myself. I believe in my arm. I believe in my process, like I always talk to you guys about. And at times, bad things happen. That's the way this game goes. But you can't let that affect you. If you really are, who you say you are, then you just go and play the next play.
Was Favre's gunslinging mentality what attracted you to his game?
No, I love the game from the jump, from just playing it. That's really what attracted me to it, just playing football and being out in the yard. My grandmother, she's the biggest football fan in our family, and she raised me in this world. And I've always loved football, from the time I put on cleats.
And why was Brett Favre your favorite player?
I just love the way he plays. I love his style. Think about a guy who played a game, a day after his father passed. It's probably something I would do. We just love playing football. And, a guy who if he was hurt, still goes out there. He's going to leave it all on the line. And, again, we're born on the same day, so kind of my spirit animal.
We've talked about the run game a lot the last few weeks. What gives you the most confidence it's about to turn a corner? Yeah, I just think our guys up front, man, I think, the way Olu stepped in and he's really leading the charge. Olu's doing a great job with communication. I think our plans have been great. I think the coaches have done a great job at putting together a scheme that allows us to be successful. And then, with the backs that we have, man, they're always going to have a shot. Just watching Ken run the ball and Charbonnet and, the big third down run that we had to kind of, get us in field position and get a field goal on a 3rd and 6, right? Running the ball in that situation, it's tough. And for us to go and get it that way, it says a lot about our team and it says a lot about our guys up front. And as long as we continue to, pound the run game, continue to stay focused on, developing our run game and finding that balance that we want as an offense, things will be great. We just got to keep working at it.
3 straight intense divisional games, and now you guys are facing a 3-8 Jets team, a 10 a.m. start. Is that something the leaders on the team are talking about, making sure that the intensity stays where it's been?
For sure. It was intense in walkthroughs today. Like I said, man, guys are just taking this thing one game at a time. We're going to treat each game like a playoff game from here on out until we get to that point. And, the leaders are doing a great job at making sure guys are focused. I think Mike's doing a great job at making sure we're focused. That was the message today. They're a very talented team. The record, doesn't describe the type of team they are. They've been in a lot of close games, and they're a great second-half team as well. They're going to be at home, coming off a bye. They're trying to turn their season around, trying to finish on a good note. And so they don't care that we're coming in or what we have going on. Again, this is the NFL. They got Aaron Rodgers. They got great players on that team, and we got to go out there and we got to take it. It's going to be tough, but, we got the right mentality and the right guys.
Mike gave you a lot of credit for the check you made on that run to Zach. I guess how much pride do you take in that part of the game and, kind of your ability to do that? Yeah,
I take extreme pride in, being able to play this game from the neck up. I think that's why I've been able to last this long into my career. I'm not just out there playing off athleticism. There is a rhyme and a reason to the decisions that I make. And so, when I'm out there, it's a chess game. I'm up against the D coordinator, and, I get the final say because I'm on the field. So I take that personally, and I try to make sure that I'm always putting us in the right position, getting us into the right plays. If there's a zero check or if there's something that, we talk about during the week and I catch it on the field, I'm going to make sure I get to it, and I think it's been helping us out.
So do you or Leonard Williams have the best New York restaurant recommendations for the team? Probably
Leonard. He's a lot heavier than I am, so probably eat some more. But no, I mean, I definitely got some decent ones. Maybe Rayo, Sparks, a couple of my favorites. But other than that, you know, I really didn't frequent too many spots in NYC. Thank you, guys.
John Boyle of Seahawks.com joins us next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Defense starts, and in the very first series, they set the tone, man.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
I mean, you had 2 sacks in that first series, and the defense, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it felt suffocating. It felt suffocating because of Leonard Williams. But if one guy is single-handedly getting in the backfield within seconds, where the Seahawks have been on the receiving end of that sometimes, that just wrecks an entire game plan. And it looked like it brought the Cardinals' offense out of sync. I think it took them out of their game plan.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Whew, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la, Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
It's football season, and that means colder weather is here. If it's time to update your windows and doors, talk to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Local owner Keith Dashafee has a great deal just for you.
That's right, Steve. Now you can get 40% off qualifying installations or no payments and no interest for 12 months. Just schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPNW.com.
Thanks, Keith. Check out the unbeatable selection of windows and doors today at PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken down car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. carsforkids.org.
When you bring joy to a child's holiday, something happens. Your holiday season becomes more joyful too. Join Les Schwab and Fox 13 for the Les Schwab Fox 13 Toy Drive. Simply drop off new unwrapped toys at any one of the 83 Western Washington Les Schwab Tire Centers now through December 16th. Every child should get new toys for the holidays. It's the Les Schwab Fox 13 Toy Drive happening now.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2
on Seattle Sports.
All right, final segment of The Huddle. We are circling back to Seattle here and taking a look at this team. John Boyle, Seahawks.com reporter, joining us now. Hey, Boyle.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. Some, I thought, pretty positive injury news in terms of Uchenna Nwosu. It sounds like being activated, though some updates in terms of Anthony Bradford. Tell us what we need to know for what we learned from Mike McDonald today for some of these injuries.
To clarify, Chenna's going to return to practice.
Yes.
He will very likely not be activated for the game.
Oh, sorry, did I say activated?
Yeah,
Don't listen to anything I say.
That's a good rule of life. Yeah, no. Sorry, that was mean.
How dare you, John?
Nice.
I'm a
Not
guest
nice.
here.
It was just hanging there for you, though.
Yeah, so he's going to return to practice, which great first step. But yeah, he's not back this week. And then Anthony Bradford has what McDonald said was a high ankle sprain, so they put him on IR. Kind of interesting. Sounds like we're going to see a competition at that spot. I think we all just assumed, Christian Haynes is the guy because he has been, the number 2 guy so far this year. But Mike McDonald, without really being asked about it, volunteered the other day that they're going to let Satoa Laumea compete there as well and split reps this week. So could be a chance we see both guys on Sunday. Maybe one guy wins it and plays the whole game. But kind of interesting that the other rookie is pushing for playing time.
Yeah.
What are you hearing from McDonald about the defense? He's got to be as happy as he's been all year, and the last 3 really starting to come together, guys that they meant to have big years are having big years. What's been different from Mike from what you've heard?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just 2 things. One, the most obvious is they're stopping the run, and when they do that, we heard this from Leonard Williams earlier today, it's like, that's when Mike McDonald's defense can really shine and he can get into the play calls he wants, the pass rushes he wants, is when you actually get teams behind the sticks and having to throw the ball. Midway through the season when they're getting run on like crazy, it's hard to do much defensively. So that's a big part. And 2, I just think we're seeing, the results of what happens when you have a new coaching staff with a new scheme and, they've made some personnel changes. It's going to take a little time for it to really start humming, and it's looked really darn good these last couple games for sure.
Oh, defense.
Yeah.
I asked you the question. I think I asked you the question about Kobe Bryant, what we're going to see out of him. Is Rashawn going to kind of get the start? We saw Kobe keep his spot over there as a starter, but Jenkins did play with that 3 safety look.
Yeah, well, quite a bit.
Is safe to say that Kobe's the guy moving forward?
I would think so. Happens? I mean, I think as long as he's healthy, he's starting at this point. I mean, he played so well in the 5 games since getting that role. Obviously, he just won Player of the Week. Now, you can argue he might not even been the best player in his own defense because Leonard Williams played so well, but cool to see him get that. I mean, this is a guy that had a great rookie year, had some struggles with injuries and lack of playing time last year. So to see him earn this opportunity and then just really take it on as well as he has, it's just a cool story to see.
Yeah.
Hey, John, a matchup that we've talked a lot about on our show yesterday with Brian, today obviously with Bump, is the number 2 passing defense against a team that does like to pass the ball a ton. Is this a game where you anticipate Ken Walker getting more involved, or do you think Ryan Grubb and Geno really lean into it?
I mean, I would think that if they can, they've been trying to run the ball. If you look at Walker's carry numbers the last 3 games, going back to the Rams game, they're, this isn't like earlier in the year where they're just not even trying to run and they're just, throwing a ton. The effort's been there, it just has not been as successful as they want. So I think, both because, as you said, their pass defense is good and just because to be the offense they want to be, the Seahawks want to be balanced. I think we're going to see a good amount of run game if they can get it going. But, we saw so many 1st and 10 runs that went nowhere last week, and you keep doing that, it's hard to stick with it.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to make a prediction, but we had Jalen Sundell in here, and it's the first time we've seen him. So I'm thinking that they're thinking, oh, okay, let's make this guy available. We're going to see, do you think, for indication of that we're going to see more of him?
Look, I don't like to predict how the team's going to do things with the personnel and all that.
But it's kind of interesting that now all of a sudden he's coming down here and talking to us, and he's been activated.
He's a guy they've been really high on since they brought him in with, he's kind of a later signing with the undrafted guys. I think he might have had a health thing that might have been why he signed later. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I can't remember for sure why he signed so late. But they've been high on him the whole time. So they've gotten him involved in a few little packages here and there. But yeah, I mean, he's a guy I know they think highly of.
Yeah, I mean, they think he's really smart. The other thing is, it's a lot of positions for a guy who's an undrafted free agent, rookie, right? I mean, he's played fullback, he's played tight end, he's gone in motion, he can play center, guard, I guess tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I think we don't really know for sure all the positions he plays, but when you just look at some of the games of who's active and who's not, just by default, when they had some injured tackle, like, well, he must be their backup tackle too. So
yeah.
I think he's a guy they see able to do a lot of things.
Can you imagine how funny it would be if John, who does have a lot of insight, obviously, because you're a reporter with the team, if they were like, yo, listen, we actually have this crazy package that we're going to have Jalen in on. Whatever you do, don't say anything to Dave. And then Dave just kept peppering you with, but like, how funny would it be if like
you're right, they're going to run the fly sweep this week. You got me.
If you think I could crack open Boyle, then I think you're thinking too highly.
Thing coming.
I mean, the guy's a rock.
I don't know about that.
I love the attempt to be under center more by this offense.
Yeah.
Do you feel and see that Grubb is starting to try a few more things that he maybe necessarily didn't do much of at UW?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he said this from the day he got the job, or not the day he got the job, but the day we heard from him after he got the job, is like he knows that not everything that works in college is going to work in the NFL, and he's going to have to adjust. So, the bye week was probably a natural time for him and all the coaches to evaluate things. And, he's, his offense is always going to have a lot of shotgun. That's going to be a big part of it. But yeah, I mean, we have seen the under center rates increase a little bit, and maybe that'll help them get some run game going, or whatever it is they want to get out of that. But I do think they're always going to be a fairly shotgun heavy team, just based off his history.
This feels like a silly question, but how do you view the threat of Aaron Rodgers? Because we know who he has been, which is one of the best ever, but he also hasn't played like it this year. So I feel like, is it a sleeping giant, or is it someone who's lost? I don't know. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean,
just gone.
I haven't
what
watched,
I mean? Doesn't have the legs.
I have not watched enough of the Jets this year to have a great sense of it.
You could be forgiven. I don't think Jets fans have.
I think, if you're preparing for this team, if you're the Seahawks, you got to have it in the back of your mind, like, man, you can't take this guy lightly no matter what, because, if he is with the bye, we've heard all these different reports about injuries he's been playing through and whatnot, but if the bye week did allow him to get healthier, and if that was part of what's holding him back, I mean, as you just said, he's one of the best to ever do this. So even if it's not peak, prime 10 years ago Aaron Rodgers, he's still got to scare you a little bit, and he's got some great weapons as well.
Yeah, they could roll him out at 65, and it'd still be like, I mean, you never know.
Yeah. He's still going to hard count you and throw deep on a free play.
So smart.
Yeah.
I want to see Spoon talk some mess to him. Yeah. I think a lot of times I can't understand exactly what Spoon is saying, but I think it's hilarious anyway.
It's so entertaining.
He's one of the best.
Yeah.
Like in the post game, I swear he said something about a bad lady, but it was something about he was getting in his bag lately.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mike McDonald's in his bag lately is what he said.
Yeah,
you thought he said bad lady?
Yeah, I was like, what did he say there? Yeah. So, I mean, I couldn't love a player more. I mean, we've talked to him one time, and when he came in here, he was super serious, and he said some really unbelievably, I don't know, it was like high-end type of like veteran stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff that he talks about, he just seems to be like wise beyond his years, and he plays like a demon. And then just when he communicates and like I was cracking up when I saw that he got a taunting penalty until we missed the extra point.
Yeah.
But I mean,
he could have probably got a couple.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can only imagine what he was saying over there.
Yeah, no, I mean, he talked a little bit to Kyler Murray, then realized the play was still going, ran him through a block, and then got up and taunted some more. So
he went through a block that knocked down two guys.
Yeah. As he said after the game, someone asked what the flag was for, and he goes, taunting, and it was definitely taunting.
That's what I love about football, is that, like, because you have to be emotional playing this game. In basketball, you can be a cold killer. In golf, you can be quiet. In football, I've seen players sit here and be one way and get into the field and just transform into a totally different player. And most of them are on defense, Dave. So
that's a good offensive lineman trait. You see that with some linemen.
Yeah.
Abe's that way.
Yeah.
I mean, you bring Abe in here, it's going to be a quiet interview, and then you get him out there, he's going to be flattening dudes.
Last assignment's an easy one. I'm going to start with Bump because you were next up with a question, and then Boyle, I'm going to end with you. Unfortunately, you go last. Seahawks win Sunday if what?
They win if they're able to throw the football like they have been. You're playing against a number 2 pass defense.